This dimension isn't actually where I originally hail from, and call me Wayne. Back on Earth a dozen years ago, I used to be just an ordinary NPC type of guy, absently doom-scrolling through short-form clips on my phone screen, until a bizarre little pop-up quiz suddenly hijacked my feed, asking me what cheat ability I would choose if I ever got ice skate to another realm. 5 different options popped up, featuring total immortality, alongside an endless inventory space, which unlocks an extra storage slot every single time you rank up, teleportation powers, absolute healing capabilities for literally anything, or a randomized gacha lottery system. Most of the people down in the comment section went straight for the healing perk, totally daydreaming about living life on easy mode, while I actually sat there and thought it over. Option number 2, the infinite inventory, ended up being my final pick. And honestly, it wasn't even because of the storage capacity itself, but because the fine print in the description mentioned that leveling up lets you break through your limits, which low-key meant that wherever I ended up dropping in, it was guaranteed to be a universe where grinding for power was totally possible. Pretty big brain move, right? The exact millisecond I locked in my choice, my vision went completely dark, and before I knew what was happening, I got reincarnated as an infant, deep within a realm known as the Holy Domain, surrounded by a fantasy mix of powerful wizards, fierce knights, legendary dragons, and elves. Nowadays, I'm surviving on the myriad races continent, stuck living inside a massive territory called the Atlantis Empire. The scale of this place is honestly mind-blowing and absurdly huge, considering the empire by itself spans roughly 520 billion square kilometers, even though that is barely 1% of the entire continent. And to make it wilder, the continent is still actively expanding. Both of my biological parents in this lifetime were seriously gifted individuals. My old man served as a battle-hardened knight, while my mother specialized as a high-tier gold element wizard, having graduated at the top of their classes from elite academies. They got officially recruited to work in the Rose territory, which happens to be governed by a terrifying 5th-level wizard powerhouse, better known around here as the Rose Marquis. Fast forward to when I hit the age of 10. Tragedy struck when both my parents perished in action during a hazardous frontier expansion op, leaving me completely orphaned. Though to keep it real, my current lifestyle isn't actually that bad. Out of respect, the Rose Marquis actually provides solid care for all the kids, whose parents gave their lives in the line of duty. We get hooked up with 3 solid meals every day, and the authorities let us request pretty much anything reasonable we need. The reasoning behind it is honestly pretty straightforward. Since our deceased parents were elite, high-talent superhumans, there is a high probability that we inherited some serious latent abilities ourselves. 2. Right now, society practically views us as nothing more than future investments. With golden locks and a kind disposition, my butler Zoltan just dropped the news that tomorrow is the Truth Tower's talent test. It's the exam that determines your magical potential. Magical potential is measured by this exact exam. Doing well would have definitely made my parents proud. Setting aside the dusty scroll I was reading, a detailed history chronicling the Great Expansion era, back when mighty 7th-level wizards alongside elite knights conquered countless worlds across 30,000 years. That golden age is history now, leaving us in the modern development era. And my very own chapter kicks off tomorrow. The next morning, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I force myself out of bed. Bright blue eyes and golden hair complete my look as a 12-year-old kid. By the way, my trusty butler Zoltan shuttled me by carriage straight toward downtown Rose City for Awakening Day, where every 12-year-old gets tested for wizard or knight potential. For wizard or knight talent. I wasn't riding solo, though. Over 500 kids my age turned out, from our war orphan neighborhood alone, and across the entire Rose territory. The crowd was exponentially bigger. After roughly an hour of travel, a colossal gate loomed ahead of us. A towering silver tower wrapped in swirling elemental colors was carved on the right side. That's the Truth Tower, the ultimate symbol of wizards. A holy temple adorned with dragons stood proudly on the left, representing the prestigious Knight Order. With the gates still tightly shut, we had to wait, leaving me with 0 things to do. So I mentally pulled up my secret cheat ability, the infinite inventory, resembling an exclusive equipment grid visible only to me. It's currently sitting empty with just 1 blank slot ready to go. Honestly, contrary to what the original lore claimed, I got hooked up with one slot right out of the gate, even before leveling up as a total ordinary person. That's why grinding early training was a total waste of time for me. Knowing I'm destined to become overpowered eventually, there's no need to stress when I decide to drop into that first slot. Hinges entirely on the talent I awaken today. Whether it's easy mode or hardcore, everything rides on this exact moment. Suddenly, 3 deafening dragon roars tore through the sky. Glancing upward, I spotted 3 gigantic beasts, consisting of an ice dragon, a water dragon, and a frost dragon, all proudly serving the Rose Marquis. They swooped down. Gliding smoothly down from the frosty back of the ice dragon came a figure draped in a wizard's robe and wearing a rose medallion. None other than Lady Hathaway herself graced the scene. As the Rose Marquis stepped forward, the entire crowd dropped into deep bows to show respect. Observing all these adults dropping it low to pay respects, my mind instantly drifted toward a classic Chinese proverb. A true legend is seriously built like this. Talk about major main character energy, she simply uttered one word. Rise, and right on cue the massive doors of the Awakening Hall swung wide open. Stepping out came 2 distinct factions, robed wizards on one side, and heavily armored knights on the other. At the front of the pack, a 4th-level star wizard alongside a fierce knight commander saluted the Marquis before officially kicking off the ceremony. A pair of blazing energy beams was shot straight into the sky, high above the hall, bursting into twin pillars of dazzling blue light. Next, they began chanting a solemn prayer directed at the will of the holy domain, to invoke blessings upon all the kids. Barely a moment later, I could practically feel an invisible gaze, locking onto every single 12-year-old gathered in the crowd, while vibrant specks of light started cascading down from the heavens and dusting each of us. A comforting rush of warm energy flooded straight into my system, feeling low-key like lounging in a gentle spring sun, having already spectated this exact ceremony 5 times before. From the sidelines during past years, I was totally chill until the Rose Marquis took the spotlight to speak. Offspring of the fallen legends belonging to Rose territory, step right up and undergo your awakening. Standing right at the grand entrance of the Awakening Hall was her. I gave Zoltan a quick nod and boldly stepped out first onto the clear stone path. Every single set of eyes in the massive audience whipped around to stare at me, with thousands of people literally staring me down. I'd honestly be fronting if I claimed I wasn't sweating bullets. Back in my old life, I would panic big time, just from dropping a quick presentation in front of a tiny crowd. Yet I pushed forward anyway, armed with a solid game plan and the sheer confidence to back it up. Flashing a subtle smile, the Rose Marquis looked right at me and approved. Well done, truly a hero's kid. That single compliment instantly earned me heavy side eyes of pure envy, adoration, and low-key jealousy rolling from the crowd. The rest of the kids from our squad began filing into a line right behind me, most of them having totally dodged going first on purpose. If your potential turns out absolute trash, everyone witnesses your embarrassing failure, but I wasn't stressing at all. Whether it rocked or flopped, I had my ultimate cheat code ready, and should my capability be off the charts, securing the top spot would totally cement my legacy. Truth be told, history completely forgets runner-ups anyway. Stepping inside the massive Awakening Hall, we found a colossal chamber sprawling like a football stadium. Resting right in the center were 2 gigantic crystal spheres, measuring 3 meters across each, while elite wizards and heavily armored knights stood by the log data. An elevated balcony overlooked the entire testing grounds. Striding right up to the first glowing orb, I firmly pressed my palm against its surface. A blinding flash erupted, forcing everyone to shield their eyes, before a booming voice echoed through the air. Spirit talent rated top tier. Physical talent rated high tier. Man, I was totally stoked inside this brutal world, where 3 distinct paths of power exist. Spirit for spellcasters, physical for warriors, and elemental mastery. Each category ranks from low medium, all the way to high and top tier, demanding at least 1 elite score, to even sniff the premier academy. Nestled in the imperial capital, the Marquise suddenly called out my name. Raising my chin, I met her gaze and answered loud and clear, Wayne. With a gentle nod, she waved me forward to test my elemental affinity. Gliding past 500 peers whose eyes were locked onto me, felt insanely epic. Sort of like eating ice cream on the most scorching summer afternoon. Not gonna lie. Stepping up first was a massive gamble on my part. It totally paid off as I slammed my hand onto the second crystal ball. A piercing golden beam exploded outward. Gold element affinity. Top tier status unlocked, letting my tightly wound nerves finally chill. My master blueprint was effortlessly falling right into place. Out of nowhere, my boots lifted clean off the ground. A startling jolt at first, until I realized quickly. Levitation was carrying me straight up to the Marquise's balcony. Offering her warm congratulations, she made sure to inform me that a coveted seat at the elite Imperial Capital Academy was mine. Bowing respectfully to express my gratitude, I stepped aside and watched the remaining awakening trials unfold from a cool vantage point. Among the massive crowd of over 500 kids, merely 7 souls awakened a top-tier gift, while yours truly stood alone as the sole bearer of a double top-tier setup. 36 other hopefuls managed to secure at least one high-tier talent. Once the dust settled, I approached the Marquise to voice a nagging question on my mind. With only around 40 high-potential kids out of a pool of 500, is that really considered a high yield? She set me straight. Just scratch the word really from that sentence, guys. That is honestly a massive number for typical years, you know? We'd be super lucky to even hit 20. Roughly 1 billion souls populate the entire Rose territory. And every single year, only 30 to 50,000 manage to unlock any talent at all. Out of that crowd, a mere 3 to 500 actually make the cut for the Imperial Academy, while top-tier talents make up maybe 10% of that group max. Every single person who manages to awaken, even if they got the absolute lowest talent, is practically a 1 in tens of thousands anomaly. The main reason your group crushed it so hard boils down to the fact that all your folks were powerful wizards or knights. Not a single one of you completely bombed out. But out there in the real world beyond this hall, it's a totally different ballgame. The Marquis told me to check out what was going down below, so I watched as the next wave of about 1,000 people stepped up for testing back-to-back. The official announcements echoed loudly. 0 talent, 0 talent. Absolutely 0 talent, repeating on end. Every once in a blue moon, someone scored a low-tier ability. But that was it. Right then, I totally got what she meant. My rare double top-tier talent was genuinely low-key insane. Gazing right at me, she stated, "Look here, this is raw reality for you. Your double top-tier gift is practically a cheat code from the heavens. I genuinely hope you live up to the hype." Giving a deep bow, I thanked her for opening my eyes to the truth. By noon, the entire ceremony had wrapped up completely. Keeping a mental tally all day long, I realized only 16 people unlocked a top-tier talent, while just 127 hit high-tier. And mind you, this was considered a huge year. Normally, those numbers are way lower. When you distribute the remaining academy slots across a massive territory holding 1 billion people, the survival odds are brutally low. But then came the best part, fam. The Marquis let us right outside, greeting us with 3,000 silver-armored knights standing in strict formation. It was the legendary Rose Knight Order, where every single member was at minimum a 3rd-level Silver Knight, led by 4th-level Gold Knight captains, and spearheaded by 5th-level Platinum Knight Commander. She boldly announced that each high-tier talent had the privilege to pick one knight to escort them home safely, complete with an exclusive 3-day guard detail. It sounds totally extra, but honestly, it is low-key. This world's ultimate flex of a victory lap. Much like ancient China when top-scoring scholars would cruise through the capital on horseback, while the entire city stared in awe. It is designed to hype up the whole territory and, frankly, to low-key encourage folks to start families. This 3-day guard detail is not actually about protection. There are 0 assassins or rival threats to stress over inside Rose City. It is basically a free pass for payback. If you grew up as a mistreated orphan or a bullied kid, this is your ultimate moment to settle old scores. With a heavily armored knight backing you up. I'd actually watched some of these revenge arcs unfold during previous years. Watching it felt like seeing fantasy novels come alive in real time. Some kids wore genuinely wicked smirks across their faces while picking out their personal knight. I could not help but feel bad for whichever families were about to get a rude awakening. Once the high-tier kids departed, with their lone knight escorts, the Marquis stepped up to address us elite talents. Each of you is permitted to choose a knight captain, along with their entire 100-man squad. to serve as your personal escort for 3 days. Go on, kids, and soak in your moment. Even with 2 lifetimes of memories under my belt, I still got hyped having 100 knights parading me through the streets. That is the absolute definition of a core memory. Having spent years watching from the sidelines with major FOMO, it was finally my turn to shine. I was just about to sprint forward when the Marquis suddenly called out, "Wayne, not you." I whipped around looking completely lost. A playful glint danced in her eyes. "You are riding back with me on my dragon instead. Given talent on your level. A mere 100 knights simply do not cut it." A massive grin broke across my face as I asked, "Really?" Tilting her head slightly, she gave a reassuring nod. "Naturally, because I want you to remember this day forever. Years down the line, when you are deep into the long and grueling journey of seeking truth, looking back on your life story, this will undoubtedly stand out as one of your brightest memories." The Marquis's parting words hit me right in the feels. Not gonna lie though, they low-key put me on edge. She was chatting away like some warm-hearted family elder, instead of a stranger meeting me for the very first time. For real, I knew for a fact she hadn't even noticed my existence before today. Before I could overthink it at all, suddenly I was levitating, and the next second, I found myself standing right up on the ice dragon's cranium, side by side with the Marquis, who casually referred to the beast as Ivy. And the massive dragon replied with a youthful girl's voice, giggling about how I'd remember her for decades down the line. Then those gigantic wings were spread wide by the dragon, letting out a fierce roar before launching into a low-flying aerial parade, sweeping across the entire skyline while balanced right on top of a dragon's head and staring down at the awestruck crowds underneath. It felt totally surreal. Out of nowhere, the Marquis threw me for a loop by asking playfully, "Little Wayne, do you happen to have a crush on anyone? Or maybe some bullies giving you a hard time? Want to do a flyby and put on a show for them?" She was dead serious about it, too. I let her know that nobody was out of their mind enough to mess with a war orphan who was under her wing. And honestly, I didn't have any secret crushes anyway. She genuinely looked a bit bummed out by that. Then she dropped a piece of advice I'll never forget. Words and fake smiles are literally the cheapest things on earth. You can appreciate them, but never let yourself get played or moved by them. Straight up, I asked her why she was going out of her way to be so kind to me. She explained that her own talent back in the day was double top tier, consisting of spirit plus the ice element. Seeing how my abilities matched hers spot on, she had a crystal clear idea of how far I could go. Still, I pushed for more details since other double top tier talents had definitely popped up over the past years. So why was I so special to her, prompting her to break down the system? The Atlantis Empire expands outward across all 4 cardinal directions, while Lord Wizards, the absolute heavy hitters of this era, graduate right out of the Lord Wizard Academy and get dispatched to a specific direction every quarter century to pioneer new territories. She was assigned to the southern region 75 years ago, where she successfully built the Rose territory. In 25 years, when the time comes for my graduation, the rotational assignments are scheduled to cycle back down south again, meaning I'd end up being her neighbor. Basically, it was a long-term investment because she wanted a friendly and overpowered neighbor right next door, someone she could actually relate to, since they share the exact same brand of rare talent. That totally clicked for me with zero hidden shady agendas. Pure, unadulterated self-interest, period. Chilling out completely, I dropped right down onto the dragon's massive head. "All right then, big sis. You totally got my back from now on, right?" Instead of calling her Marquis, she low-key forced me to address her as Big Sis. She's easily like a century old, yet starting beef with a 5th-level wizard wasn't on my to-do list. Perched right atop the beast, I started grilling her about the academy vibe. She broke it down. The Imperial capital is repped by 3 major schools, featuring the Knight Academy, the Elemental Wizard Academy, and the Lord Wizard Academy. Lord Wizards are totally running the show in this era, because 30,000 years of brutal war literally wiped out the global population. The Holy Domains stepped up by dropping some major blessings, delivering Lord Wizards for humans, little sprites for elves, and companion treasures for dragons, all engineered to help rebuild everything. On top of that, hitting the 8th level as a Lord Wizard unlocks massive perks for the whole world. She brushed me off, saying school would cover all the fine print, and I shouldn't sweat it right now. Then her vibe flipped instantly. "What's coming next is Major Alpha, so listen up, etch it straight into your brain. holding up 3 fingers right in front of me. The Marquis dropped the ultimate cheat code for my future. First off, focus all your energy on leveling up your wizard rank at the academy. The Imperial Capital School boasts elite resources, and with my crazy talent, grinding levels should be a total breeze. Second, flex your abilities out in the open. Zero hiding and no playing soft. Attracting a solid squad of loyal followers is only possible if you prove your worth. Knights and wizards who will eventually roll deep with me when I build out my own territory. Academy squad members totally beat random recruits because they've got top-tier skills and unmatched loyalty. Third, lock down some sprites and dragons. Sprites can mass-produce magical flora like nobody's business, while dragons naturally pull in magic, crystals, and mineral veins wherever they choose to nest. Securing either one instantly boosts your turf's economy and draws in even more crew. A massive trial drops after 12 years at the academy, where the podium finishers bag a rare sprite. Right after that, a 6-year expedition to the Dragon Continent awaits, giving you a shot at binding with the dragon. Every single detail was locked in my head as that ice dragon gave me a ride back home. Grabbing just 3 essential things was the mission, starting with a couple of spatial rings left by my folks, which were still sealed tight, since my mana isn't strong enough to bust them open yet, plus my dad's old academy graduation keepsake. Then came the awkward task of dealing with Zoltan, my loyal butler, to whom I laid out a pair of options. Roll with me all the way to the capital, or keep the estate and enjoy his retirement. That hesitation of his spoke volumes, giving away his true thoughts instantly. So I just made the executive call for him. He could keep the house and snag most of the monthly pension funds, normally set aside by the territory for war orphans, on the condition that he wired me 10 purple gold coins each month, and boom, done. Loyalty wasn't even the real motivation behind cutting him loose, though. Funnily enough, that's the excuse I fed the Marquise when she accidentally eavesdropped. The cold truth is, I'm about to start abusing my overpowered infinite inventory, and a butler who had watched me grow up since childhood would inevitably catch on to something weird. Parting ways right now. By handing him a sweet deal beats, risking my massive secret later on. Seeing straight through my flimsy excuse, the Marquis decided to let it slide, dropping the advice that such sharp decisiveness will prove to be a deadly blade on your journey. Off we flew toward the Rose Manor, to spend a quick 3 days chilling there, before pushing forward into the Imperial Capital, perched right up on the dragon's massive head. I tossed around 10 fist-sized purple gold coins while passing the time, and watched the stunning landscape blur by below me. A totally fresh chapter of my life was kicking off, lounging in the opulent living room of Rose Manor that afternoon, freshly scrubbed clean and wrapped in a cozy robe. I stared intensely at the Marquis sitting right across from me. There was no way I could mask my hyped-up energy. She had promised me a major investment, you see, and I was dying to check out what she brought to the table. Roasting me mercilessly, she laughed aloud. You're low-key only obsessed with my racks of cash. Look at me here. A stunner of a woman hanging out right in front of your eyes. Yet all you care about is securing the bag inside my wallet. Such a vibe kill. Reminding her that I'm only 12 years old, I begged her to cut out the jokes. Firing back instantly, she teased, "Oh, so are you implying that I'm way too old for you now?" Honestly, women across every single dimension seem to operate on the exact same wavelength. Cutting the playful banter short with a casual flick of her wrist, she finally decided to move on. Suddenly resting on the dimly lit wooden table were 3 distinct objects, roughly the size of a clenched fist, the very first object, shown as a crystal-clear, 6-sided gem. What sat before me was a high-tier, element-neutral magic crystal. Honest to God, I almost lost my cool right then, so quick side note to break down how money works here. Starting at the bottom, standard coin economy relies on copper, followed directly by silver, then gold, with purple gold sitting at the top tier. While every step up multiplies value by 100, purple gold breaks that rule, by being worth a staggering 10,000 gold coins instead. Beyond mundane money lies an entirely separate magic tier of wealth, consisting of magic crystals ranked across 4 distinct quality tiers. These gems follow that exact same 100-to-1 conversion rate between tiers. A single low-tier crystal trades evenly for 1 purple gold coin, meaning this individual top-tier gem packed the value of 1 million. Lower-grade ones, or an insane 100 billion gold pieces. What the Marquise didn't realize, though, was the actual secret behind why my infinite inventory cheat had me low-key buzzing with excitement. This priceless stone could be duplicated endlessly through my system. An endless supply of peak-grade magic crystals was basically in the bag for me now. Noticing the utterly foolish smirk glued to my face under the room's warm glow, she bluntly ordered me to clean the drool off my chin. I actually fell for it and wiped my mouth, only to find absolutely nothing. I had been totally played. Next up on the table sat a shimmering gold bank card issued by Atlantis Imperial Bank, which drew directly from her private funds to cover my day-to-day spending. Rounding out the trio was a magical communication token, designed specifically for me to get in touch with her as soon as my training as a wizard kicked into gear. The sheer extravagance of these gifts hit me as almost too good to be true. Looking her dead in the eye, I asked straight up if the previous dual element Prodigy had received this exact same VIP treatment. Shaking her head, she made it clear that wasn't the case at all. Being just an ordinary commoner, that individual possessed zero background connections to Rose territory, which meant the upcoming official rotation schedule would almost certainly relocate them to some distant region. Throwing resources at someone like that would have been a total waste. 3 distinct factors made my situation completely different, however. To start with, my sheer raw talent spoke for itself. Next was my background status, as a child of fallen soldiers, who gave their lives in service to Rose territory, giving me a deep, ingrained sense of loyalty to this place. And finally, the timing aligned perfectly. Right around my graduation, territorial duty rosters are set to shift back toward the southern domain, meaning I'm pretty much guaranteed to wind up right by her side. I was dubbed the ultimate Rose territory native by her own lips, since my folks literally laid down their lives for this very soil. It all added up to cold. Practical logic, low-key honest though. I could totally work with that vibe. Training was supposedly the sole purpose of the magic crystal per the Marquise. Not for cashing out, as she made sure to explain that unattributed top-grade crystals are actually way scarcer than elemental ones out there, stemming exclusively from ancient mines that date back over 3 millennia ago. Ever since the development age kicked off, brand new crystal mines only pop up wherever dragons choose to nest, meaning those spots are always tied to an elemental attribute. Good to know for sure, but little did she realize that my mind was already made up to stash it safely in my infinite inventory. 3 days later, on the crisp morning our caravan was scheduled to roll out for the capital. I got an early start, grabbed the crystal off the desk, slotted it right into my personal inventory, and watched the holographic screen shift to unattributed top-grade magic crystal times infinite. Just to run a quick test, I pulled one out, and it functioned flawlessly. Then I casually rolled back over and dozed off again. Throughout those 3 days, I picked up a ton of insider info on Rose territory, spanning roughly 28 million square kilometers and still expanding. As we speak, the 3 dragons, the 3 sprites, and the Marquise herself make up its 3 most prized possessions. Word on the street is she's hailed as the absolute jewel of the Southern Empire, with droves of admirers lining up left and right. That morning I threw on my clothes, slipped my parents' signature rings onto my fingers, stashed the bank card, along with the communication token deep in my inner pockets, and tossed the magic crystal, without a care, straight into my outer coat pocket. That thing was basically dead weight to me at this point, seeing as I had infinite backups. Young Master was the title all the manor servants greeted me with now. By this stage, 3 days of living large as the Marquise's surrogate little brother will definitely make that happen. After finishing breakfast, I headed straight for the Rose Garden Plaza, where everyone bound for the capital had already assembled. Families with children were busy bidding emotional farewells. Others stood completely by themselves, mostly everyday commoners hailing from beyond the city walls. Suddenly a familiar voice yelled out, "Wang, over here," which turned out to be Sakate, an old buddy from our war orphan days, who somehow managed to hit 6 feet tall by age 12. He yanked me straight toward our crew of over 100 fellow displaced war kids, announcing my presence like I was total royalty. "Ladies and gentlemen, the main man has finally arrived. Behold the future big shot himself." I low-key cringed inside, knowing my soul isn't wired for that level of cringeworthy hype. Yet everyone around treats this chaos as normal. Sake is basically a certified social terrorist. The guy radiates such aggressive friendliness that 2 years back, he actually forced a kid who just lost his parents into bursting out laughing right at their gravestones. Wildly messed up, yet honestly impressive. He immediately grilled me for insider intel. Since word got out that I was crashing at the Rose Manor, I spilled whatever I knew since none of it was classified. Just baseline facts everyone learns at the academy anyway. I briefed them on the 3 main institutions: Knight Academy, Elemental Wizard Academy, and Lord Wizard Academy. Then I switched gears, dropping 2 strict rules they needed to lock in. Firstly, once you step foot in the academy, grind your way to absolute strength. That is priority number 1. Secondly, in 25 years, the territorial assignments cycle back down to the south, right over where Rose territory sits. If you guys genuinely view me as our collective leader, then train like beasts. Because I refuse to watch any of your future kids end up trapped, living in the war. Orphans District of my upcoming domain. Long story short, stay alive. Get overpowered, and don't make me mourn you. The exact same way we mourned our folks. My words landed with heavy impact. Silence swept across the whole group, as old memories of lost parents hit home. Breaking the heavy quiet with his signature fearlessness, Sake chimed in. Obviously, I am totally evolving into a 7th level Holy Dragon Knight. No way I'm kicking the bucket out on some random frontier. That tension instantly melted away in laughter, though I could clearly tell they had digested my warning. Out of nowhere, the Marquis showed up to drop the news that we had 10 minutes left before liftoff. One final time, I dropped my parting words. Do not fall behind in these next 25 years, folks, and turn my back to start walking toward her. A loud promise echoed from behind me as Sake swore to keep up. Before long, voice after voice chimed in to join him. My inner Chinese soul was cringing so hard at all the dramatic main character shouting, yet I still threw my hand up in the air to wave. Without even looking back, I quickly ducked behind the marquee to catch my breath. With a smirk, she teased me right away. You were low-key giving off major inspiring leader vibes just now. Are you hiding behind me because you're actually low-key embarrassed? I shot back that it had zero to do with leadership. I simply didn't want folks who shared my exact background to get wiped out there on the harsh frontier. Then she pulled out a tiny little, palm-sized airship and tossed it high into the open air. Right before our eyes, it blew up into a massive 5-story vessel, stretching a full 1,000 meters and draped in rose decorations. A dozen knights marched aboard first to secure the perimeter. Right behind them came 12 maids to handle reception. Only then did all 700-plus students start filing in. Using her floating ability, the Marquis hoisted me up to the top deck. Gazing down at the crowd, I counted roughly 700 kids and asked if absolutely none of them possessed double top-tier talent. With a soft laugh, she explained that throughout the entire history of the Rose territory, only 3 individuals had ever managed to awaken a double top-tier talent, making me one of them, out of a staggering 1 billion souls. She let me know that a double top-tier talent surfaces maybe once across several billion people, leaving it exclusively to territories governed by dukes or higher, with stable populations to yield just 1 per year. That revelation hit me hard. My unique talent turned out to be way rarer than I had ever thought. Curiosity getting the better of me, I asked about triple top-tier talent. Only one single documented case exists, according to her. John Atlantis, the legendary founder of the Atlantis Empire itself. And get this, he wasn't even from our continent. Word has it that he sailed across the vast ocean, straight from the wizard heartland, known as the Holy Domain continent. That piece of trivia got the wheels turning in my head, making me wonder if the myriad races continent simply lacks the proper environment to ever breed triple top-tier talents. Only a single instance across 1,000 years. And lo and behold, he was an outsider. The airship soared upward. Seeing Rose City fade away beneath us felt low-key breathtaking. It's massive, I dropped. The Marquis just flashed a smile. Just wait until the imperial capital comes into view. We stepped inside the upper level, which featured a cockpit blending into a cozy lounge area, alongside 3 closed doors that were likely bedrooms. Dropping onto a plush sofa, I asked her what the genuine gap was between double and triple talent holders. She broke down how individuals with triple talents possess 0 weaknesses, Given enough time, they end up completely stacked in every category, while everyone focuses strictly on a single path early on, such as a wizard or knight. The real disparity surfaces later, upon hitting a brick wall with your primary discipline, and pivoting over to train, the secondary one. Triple talents make that transition without a hitch, whereas double talents deal with a noticeable gap. A quiet grin crossed my face since my physical talent isn't top tier, yet it still holds a pretty high rank. Honestly, not bad at all. An entire month of traveling, even relying on teleportation arrays, finally brought us right to the Imperial capital. By the end of the trip, I was losing my mind from sheer boredom on that airship. Catching a view of the capital from the sky left me completely speechless. Spanning a massive 100 million square kilometers, it is divided evenly across 4 gates: north, south, east, and west, warning me not to ruin the surprise for myself. The Marquis advised taking my time exploring it over the years. Suddenly, a massive red dragon came charging in our direction, carrying a youthful-looking, armored man standing right on its head. Identifying him as General Derry, the Marquis spoke up. He hailed from the Royal First Knight Order, making him a huge deal before he got straight down to business. His goal was to have his child pledge as my sworn knight, essentially acting as a deeply loyal follower. Genuine shock was evident on the Marquis's face, as she questioned why someone with his high status would assign his kid to trail after a commoner, born talent like me. Instead of a prince, Darius delivered a brutally honest reply. His offspring had only unlocked a low-tier talent, meaning that despite their influential family name, trying to enter a prince's inner circle would just lead to being ghosted, since they wouldn't waste any valuable slots on someone weak. Consequently, he sought out an upcoming rising star who would actually appreciate the partnership. Shifting her gaze, the Marquis turned to me and probed for my thoughts. Silence was my initial response. Instead, I hit Dari with a question about how he even caught wind of me. He broke it down by explaining. The moment our talents were awakened deep within Rose territory, those exact records were automatically forwarded straight to the capital's Awakening Hall. My personal profile and abilities were already locked onto the Academy's enrollment roster, making it totally public info that checked out. I had already come to terms with the fact that running in high circles alongside heavyweights like the Marquis would inevitably draw this kind of heat. And to be totally real, I had zero regrets. Securing that top-tier magic crystal to slide straight into my infinite inventory made all the political drama totally worth it. So, tilting my head back, I looked up at the towering 2-meter general and dropped the only question that actually mattered. What's your best offer for me? Observing me closely, the Marquis wore a pleased grin, feigning casual interest in the surrounding view, while clearly hanging on to every single syllable. Taken aback by my bluntness, Derry seemed genuinely surprised, though he bounced back fast, dropping an offer that practically blew my mind. A sprite? Representing that rare magical entity born anywhere within a 3-month to 1-year span. Even a Marquis looked visibly impressed by that. Her entire Rose domain only boasted a total of 3 sprites, having dealt with a month's worth of exhausting drilling and bombarding the Marquis with endless inquiries. I was far from clueless anymore and knew exactly what a sprite signified. Holding a sprite translates to pure power and major resources, meaning having one by your side is the fantasy equivalent of cruising in a luxury ride. Back in my previous life, you didn't even have to open your mouth to network. Crowds would naturally gravitate toward you. Loyal followers would just flood in like a rising tide. As folks used to say back on Earth, you don't need to speak a word because the Mercedes speaks for you. Operating on the exact same logic, a sprite works wonders in this realm. General Dari's deal was officially accepted by me, with his offspring tasked to deliver the newborn sprite straight to my hands, backed by a binding contract, sanctioned under the watchful will of the Holy Domain, leaving 0 loopholes and ensuring no broken promises can ever happen. Grinning with deep satisfaction, Dari let out a laugh, before mounting his red dragon and soaring away. Curiosity getting the better of her, the Marquise asked why I passed up a chance to refuse. With a confident smirk, I explained that there was nothing to lose and everything to win with a powerful sprite trailing right behind me. Pulling in followers would become a total breeze. With a nod of agreement, she dropped a sharper question. Why didn't I just say yes right then and there? Breaking it down for her, I pointed out that any spoken promise in this brutal game is never locked in. until it's officially sealed. That's exactly why I insisted on a binding deal, backed by divine witness. Derry should honestly find some peace of mind in that. Since it's a solid win-win for both sides, the Marquis flashed a smile, noting I was way more low-key mature than expected. Suddenly, a booming broadcast pierced the cloudy skies above, commanding every single airship to touch down at Eastgate Plaza for the student intake event as our vessel finally descended. The Marquis made it clear I was flying solo. From this point, gently levitating me down to the boarding ramp. Before heading off, I spun around on my heel, pressed a fist against my chest, and gave her a respectful bow. Standing high on the deck, she grinned and called out, "Best of luck, your grind is just getting started." The massive plaza was totally swarmed with kids my age, alongside dozens of buzzing recruitment booths, set up by the various academy branches, ranging from fire element wizards to wood element wizards, and a whole lineup of specialized knights. Yet the elite Lord Wizard Academy claimed its own massive, isolated station tucked away in the back. Striding right up to it, I read the bold warning posted out front. Lord Wizard enrollment requirements. Applicants must flex at least one top-tier talent in spirit or elemental magic. Otherwise, don't even bother entering. That totally explained why this setup was dead quiet. Despite having the biggest footprint, 2 strict rows of armored knights stood guard at the gateway, though they smoothly let me pass. After watching me read the sign and keep my pace steady, stepping inside, a young woman and a young guy were stationed at separate desks. The woman checked my identity, asking for my name, Wayne. I replied, prompting her to immediately start flipping through paperwork, until the guy cut in, telling her to skip the trouble, because my file was already on his desk, leaving her to pout over her bad luck. Introducing himself as Wright, a third-year veteran of the Lord Wizard program, he offered to escort me through the registration process, guiding me toward a colossal, shimmering teleportation array, dominating the center of the hall. He began to explain. It looped straight into the Lord Wizard Academy grounds, giving me a fast pass to hop over to any of the 4 city entry gates. A second later, his badge gave off a bright flash. The magic array fired up, leaving my vision totally hazy. As soon as my eyelids fluttered open, I found myself standing dead center in the Academy Plaza. My head was still spinning hard while Wright stood there grinning away. Pretty rough, huh? Every freshman has to take that little initiation beating. Once you snag your own official badge, you won't have to deal with this sickness again. He gestured toward 4 massive archway corridors, branching off toward the teaching zone, the dorm sector, the cafeteria area, and the administrative district. We started trekking north toward administration to get my academy badge sorted out. He dropped the bombshell that the badge is basically everything around here, serving double duty as a map and data terminal, plus an all-access pass to pretty much everything on campus. Wright guided me down a glowing blue tunnel heading deep into the administration zone. Instead of feeling dizzy, a cool wave of energy refreshed me. He dropped some knowledge about how every pathway across the academy comes packed with mind-restoring potion particles. No matter if you're coming or going, your mental stamina gets totally recharged. What a sweet perk as we stepped out on the far side. My jaw literally dropped in sheer disbelief. Skyscraper-like mega buildings stretched out endlessly, as far as human eyes could possibly scan. Wright hoisted us both up into the open sky and cruised us fast toward our final stop. He casually threw out the fact that the entire academy spans a massive 1,000,000 square kilometers, taking up a solid 1% of the capital city. That is honestly the size of a whole major province. Back home on Earth. No wonder teleportation corridors are an absolute must here. We finally touched down at the tallest tower right in the center, known as the General Administration Building, where Wright escorted me straight up to the penthouse floor housing just one room, the dean's office, where an elderly man wrapped in traditional wizard robes, named Dean Leon, sat waiting, already fully clued into who I was. The legendary double top-tier talent holder, welcome to my office. He flicked a gleaming golden badge over to Wright, who then passed it right into my hands, serving as my official ID, security key, and data terminal hub, all bundled into one, right on our way to grab some lunch. Curiosity finally got the best of me, so I confronted Wright about his sudden attentiveness. With a sheepish grin, he confessed that pure altruism had nothing to do with it. Scouting me out actually netted him some sweet contribution points. As for how he snagged this exact gig, Dean Leon just happened to be his grandfather. He tried to flex and play it off like it was no big deal, claiming it was nothing. Yet his expression was low-key begging me to pry further into it. Talk about a total show-off vibe. Turns out flexing is a universal language across dimensions. For the next 2 hours straight, right? Walk me through the ins and outs of the contribution point system. It serves as the Academy's internal economy, carrying just as much weight as top-grade magic crystals. 10,000 points converts directly into a single crystal, and grinding out Academy tasks is the only way to farm them. They can only be spent on 3 specific things: dragon eggs, sprites, and exclusive one-on-one mentorship sessions. Wright thought paying for tutoring was a total waste, though I quietly logged that info away for later. He hauled in 1,000 points just for showing up to greet me, which really highlights how much the Academy values. Double top-tier talents. Right after finishing lunch, we headed straight over to the dormitory sector. Housing D. McKeach laid out 2 distinct living arrangements for me: a standard apartment or a spacious villa. Without skipping a beat, I locked in the villa, with a quick tap on the glowing crystal orb resting on his desk. A sharp beam of light flashed straight into my badge. Villa number 66 in Zone 7 was secured, with my badge pulling double duty as the master key. Honestly, it was that straightforward. Dropping me off at the doorstep of Villa 66 in Zone 7, he gave a quick wave goodbye as I stepped right up to the front entryway. The built-in scanner read my badge and smoothly slid the doors open. Not gonna lie, that was pretty slick. The entire pad spans 3 massive stories. An expansive gathering hall dominates the ground floor, while the second floor comes equipped with a living room, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and even an indoor soaking pool. Seriously, it's top tier. Up on the 3rd floor sits a quiet study, completely untouched and waiting to be set up, resting right on the desk. A trio of welcome packages awaited any incoming student. A pair of slim paperbacks, alongside a gadget that looked identical to a tablet. From my old homeworld, I spent a solid hour flipping through the first handbook, which broke down the Academy's core rules and lore. Here are the major takeaways worth noting. Mandatory courses make up the entire first 3 years here. During that time, crushing 2 major goals is my main mission. First, leveling up to a first-tier official Lord Wizard. And second, getting every single required class out of the way. Once I pass that final test, total freedom is pretty much mine to run my own schedule. Knights and regular elemental spellcasters have it totally different, dealing with yearly exams and endless mandatory classes forever. We only have to survive that one brutal 3-year test, and after that, it's all pure self-discipline. Turns out this sleek tablet is just a light version of the actual badge, hooking straight into the Academy's intranet, with a shared forum spanning all 3 campuses, plus a chat app that gives me major WeChat vibes from back home. My official badge won't unlock full features until I officially hit first-level wizard status. So this tablet is my only lifeline for now. Suddenly remembering the comms token handed over by the Marquis, I eagerly tried plugging her contact info into the tablet. With zero hesitation, a pop-up notification flashed instantly, clearly pre-recorded by her. Ah, missing me already? My unmatched beauty must be hitting you hard. Too bad, this is strictly restricted to the internal network. She even tacked on a fake terrified emoji for extra sass. Glaring at the glowing display, my face went pitch black. Just you wait, I muttered before grabbing the second tome, the basic meditation manual, and grinding through its pages until 6 p.m. Every ounce of my mental stamina was totally fried, but I finally cracked how Lord Wizards actually train, while regular elemental spellcasters meditate simply to imprint individual runes onto their minds. Hitting 36 runes makes you a senior apprentice, which sounds pretty straightforward. Lord Wizards operate on a whole different level. We are essentially low-key array masters. Instead of just casually collecting isolated runes, we have to stitch them into a full-blown magical array, locked deep within our mind's eye. Mastering a single base array bumps you up to a junior apprentice. Keep stacking those arrays through the middle stages, and by the time you reach senior apprentice rank, you've got 3 instant cast basic arrays ready to roll. Now it finally clicked why Lord Wizards are heavily hyped as the absolute main characters of this era, even if they can't spam tons of random spells, the way elemental wizards easily do. Yet a mere trio of instant cast arrays can totally flex on multiple elemental wizards simultaneously. That level of sheer destructive juice is low-key insane. Expanding your mental realm remains the core principle, stretching all the way up to 7th level True Spirit Lord Wizards, which is all about growing that mind sea. You gotta have enough cognitive bandwidth to pack in all those arrays, leading most apprentice tier Lord Wizards to prioritize nurturing type arrays right out the gate. We're talking about setups like the neutral nurturing array, or that specialized gold nurturing array, which constantly buffs and expands your mind sea. Once you've got that imprinted, you simply lock in whatever matches your elemental affinity. This journey was shaping up to be a marathon, yet the road ahead looked crystal clear to me. Now, that gold nurturing array was a total no-brainer, given my own natural gold element affinity. Still, I wasn't about to rush things. Getting the whole picture was an absolute must. Before making any major plays, building a rock-solid foundation is pretty much like laying down base structural concrete. Screw it up, and everything built on top comes crashing down. So I locked myself in the library for 3 days straight, burning through 100 purple gold coins using the Marquise's bank card, just to get unrestricted access to every research paper I needed. And now I've finally got a total grasp on the 3 distinct Lord Wizard paths. Path number 1 is the Elemental Array Wizard route, where you dump all your focus entirely into offensive elemental arrays. At the ultimate peak of 7th level True Spirit power, you end up wielding something absurd like the Billion Golden Light Array, where a single flick of your wrist unleashes total devastation, sweeping across millions of miles. It sounds epic, and honestly speaking, it looked pretty tempting, though it felt way too one-dimensional. The Functional Array Wizard path makes up option number 2. Instead of combat-heavy builds, you spend your time imprinting utility setups like teleportation networks and alchemy arrays focused purely on support. These utility wizards always engineer the richest, most booming territories back in peacetime, making it easily the go-to-meta choice right now. Even if it's completely not my vibe, I stepped into this chaotic world knowing damn well that settling for a pathetic 100-year lifespan was never an option. Living forever is totally my endgame, and chasing eternity low-key means this chill era isn't going to last forever, you know? War is bound to pop off eventually. Having deep roots as a Chinese soul, I would never casually leave my safety, totally at the mercy of some random person. If other options exist, that leaves the 3rd path open, known as the All-Rounder Wizard. Splitting the mind sea right down the middle is what this build does, carving out half for combat arrays and half for functional arrays. Back in the early and middle stages, it's insanely cracked, crushing battles while staying super versatile. Yet once you hit the 7th level, it basically becomes mid at everything. The mind sea, frankly, just isn't massive enough to house 2 complete top-tier array systems. Your combat can't touch a pure elemental wizard's raw damage, and your utility gets totally outclassed by a pure functional wizard. That explains why people call it a jack of all trades at the bottom, and a master of none at the top. But plot twist, I actually vibe with this path the most. Limited mind sea capacity is the universal bottleneck here. But what if you could scale the mind sea up to a massive size? Suddenly, this worst path flips into the absolute meta. It becomes a direct highway straight to the heavens. 2 burning questions need answers from me right now. Will my secret theory actually pan out? And why can't even 7th level True Spirit wizards expand their mind? See enough to host dual systems? Pinpointing the root cause behind that restriction means I can finally test if my theory holds water and forge a custom path that is truly my own. Putting my theory to the test step by step became my mission. First off, I grabbed the gold nurturing array straight out of the meditation manual, since it clicked with my top-tier gold element. Affinity and spirit talent like a glove, sinking into meditation with closed eyes for barely 15 minutes. I breached my mind sea for the very first time. A soft, silvery white glow illuminated the ethereal space, where a small puddle sat dead center, roughly the scale of a basketball, brimming with transparent liquid. That puddle is my spiritual power materialized physically. Having lived through 2 lifetimes hooked me up with about 50% more spiritual juice than other kids, boasting top-tier talent. Focusing heavily on the very first gold rune, I began meditating, pulling tiny droplets of spiritual power inward like drops of ink. As the tracing continued, the rune slowly materialized before me. At first, just a fuzzy silhouette before sharpening into crisp focus. Right as the process wrapped up, I was ready to flex. That was totally smooth, but a brutal wave of burnout blindsided me. And I completely passed out, thinking as I crashed that this was absolute trash. I dragged myself up the next day at noon and instantly checked my infinite inventory grid, where 2 slots sat instead of just the original one. My bold hypothesis was officially 1/3 validated, making the jump from a total civilian into the supernatural. Definitely counted as hitting the next level up, gaining precisely 1 slot per rank. Exactly like the original system prompt stated. Diving right back in my mind's sea next. I found that golden rune hovering steadily there, while my mental energy was fully recharged, summoning the inventory grid deep within my psychic space. Revealed 2 distinct floating slots right there, one securely holding the magic crystal, while the other remained empty. That brought my theory to 2/3 proven, since the original description explicitly claimed that absolutely any item could become infinite. And if any truly meant without exception, then psychic energy should work as well. Though I decided to hold off on testing that final phase, because another pressing question needed answering first. After taking a hot shower and hauling my dead weight up to grab some grub, I headed straight for the central academic tower, making a beeline for the top floor, the 26th, to track down the head dean of teaching, if anyone possessed the answers I needed concerning the dreaded all-rounder path. It had to be an elite Lord Wizard who made it big. I finally reached the office and knocked on the door. Seated inside was a young woman draped in pristine white robes, named Luna, who looked like she was low-key glowing. And I don't mean romantically. I mean literally radiating a saint-like aura. She looked genuinely shocked to find a total rookie standing at her threshold. So I cut right to the chase and asked why even 7th level True Spirit Lord Wizards fail to expand their minds enough to juggle both combat and utility arrays on the all-rounder path. She stared back in utter disbelief, her eyes widening with genuine astonishment. While most freshmen are still wandering around campus, completely lost like headless chickens, you've somehow planned this far ahead. Then she dropped the bombshell revelation that changed everything. The old saying that a jack of all trades is master of none was basically just an understatement. Back in the day, a total legend who picked the jack of all trades path somehow hit the 7th level, even though he hit a temporary rough patch right after, while his mind's sea was still lagging behind. A bunch of his rivals, guys he low-key bossed around for years, decided to jump him during that exact window. The academy low-key kept that story locked in the library on purpose, just to test the students' street smarts and judgment. The real tea is, once an all-rounder wizard finally locks in at the 7th level and keeps expanding their inner mind sea, they low-key become the most built wizard out there. To be real, those other 2 paths eventually merge straight into the all-rounder route anyway. Elemental wizards start adding functional arrays to their arsenal. Once their mind sea starts leveling up, functional wizards throw in combat arrays right after. The only actual difference is that the all-rounder guy has been walking that combo road straight from day one. Hearing that was basically the exact vibe check I needed. Before heading out, I dropped one final question on Dean Luna. What are the absolute core foundations needed for a Lord Wizard? She told me there are 3 big ones. First up, resources like sprites and dragons. Secondly, constantly leveling up your mind sea, which is basically a lifelong hustle for every single Lord Wizard out there. And third, stamping as many heavenly runes into your soul as you can, because more runes literally means more custom arrays to build. Back in my cozy villa, I decided to look her up on the Academy forum. Turns out she's straight up a white wizard, which explains why she had that subtle glow. It wasn't some kind of crush, it was just pure energy radiating, kind of like how you can instinctively vibe with the warmth of a good person, or get bad energy from a snake. Now came the real moment of truth. Diving straight into my mind's sea, I summoned my infinite inventory, fished out a thick blob of spiritual power, roughly the size of half a basketball, and dropped it right into the second empty slot. Instantly, the display shifted to show spiritual power multiplied by infinity. My final theory was officially locked in. Infinite spiritual power was successfully unlocked. Without wasting time, I started flooding my mind's sea with spiritual juice. Blob after blob. Since it was already my own energy, there was zero pushback or need to purify anything. Barely an hour passed before a slick layer of spiritual liquid completely coated the floor of my mind's sea, and over the next 3 days, it rose up a full meter deep. Diving deep into this whole process, I found out my mind's sea spans a full kilometer in every single direction. That's just what top-tier spiritual talent hooks you up with. Low tier gives you 0.1 kilometers, while medium sits at 0.3. High reaches 0.5, and top crushes it at 1.0. The gap between high and top might seem pretty small on paper, yet actually translates to several extra arrays worth of space. Imprinting runes was my next move. Each single one demanded about 6 hours, factoring in 12 runes needed for the basic gold nurturing array, plus taking breaks to eat and sleep. I managed to knock out 3 runes per day. For days, sorted all 12 runes, and 1 extra day assembled the array. A total of 5 days was all it took to become a junior Lord Wizard apprentice. Other students would typically take weeks or months, simply because they were forced to wait around for their spiritual power to recover between every single rune, but honestly, I didn't deal with that headache on day 5. After fueling up with a solid breakfast, I sat down to piece the array together. Setting up those 12 runes required precise positioning, right inside my mind's sea, locking down the right half, while leaving the left half totally open for future functional arrays. Staying true to the all-rounder path, I shifted all 12 runes smoothly into their designated spots. Vibrant golden light flashed across them, while glowing energy lines zipped around to link them up. A complete golden array materialized instantly, humming with raw power the absolute second it formed. Magical particles from the outside world started rushing into my senses, turning into colorful streams of energy. Only the unattributed and gold element particles vibed with me, flooding straight into my physique, beefing up my body and pouring endlessly into my mind. See, the array immediately began channeling that energy outward, pushing the boundaries of my mind's sea, and automatically harvesting a massive wave of spiritual power. Just like that, I officially leveled up to a junior Lord Wizard apprentice. Roughly an hour after the array took shape, my eyes fluttered open. My physical body was easily 3 times sturdier than before, feeling like I could literally punch a bull straight to extinction. Though I knew deep down that was just the adrenaline of sudden power. That intense magical energy had also purged deep impurities right through my pores, leaving a sticky, greasy film coating my skin. A long, steaming bath completely fixed that issue. Diving back down into my mind's sea, I started studying all the massive changes. 2 key functions were being handled simultaneously by the gold nurturing array. Magical particles were pumped across the entire space to gradually widen the boundaries, while spiritual power droplets were generated to keep my personal reserves maxed out. Yet that expansion rate was painfully slow, low-key crawling, barely pushing past a centimeter of growth. No wonder people constantly run out of space at higher levels, even with much better arrays later on. The overall expansion compared to the massive area needed is just ridiculously small, totally minuscule. I crunched some numbers on normal progression. A total of 36 runes across 3 arrays is required for an apprentice. Running at 2 runes per day, that shakes out to roughly 20 days. Stepping up to a first-level official Lord Wizard, however, demands a minimum of 1,000 runes, meaning 500 days absolute minimum, or about a year and a half. Once you factor in downtime and mandatory classes, making the Academy's 3-year deadline tight, super intense, though totally doable if you stay disciplined. After that threshold, advancement takes so long that the Academy basically cuts you loose to work at your own pace. None of this stressed me out since infinite spiritual power is totally my vibe. With 0 recovery time needed, I crushed it over the next 2 weeks, powering straight through to senior apprentice level by completing 3 additional arrays. The 10 blades array was built for offense, unleashing 10 golden blades slashing from every angle, followed by the golden light array for defense, featuring a solid gold elemental shield and the flight array, allowing myself or others to soar within range. By combining these with my original gold nurturing array, attack, defense, support, and mobility were completely locked down. Best of all, No more shelling out cash for flying taxi rides across campus. Yet a sudden slowdown was forced upon me. First level arrays demand at least 1,000 runes minimum, and even with unlimited spiritual power backing me up, hours of intense, focused meditation are still required for every single rune. Actual first-level array diagrams also had to be tracked down, since the basic meditation manual only covered apprentice-level arrays, prompting my walk over to the teaching district to lock in my mandatory courses. Over 100 options flashed brightly across the massive screen, though only 10 stood out marked as required in striking red ink. Dragon Information Basics, Elf Information Basics, Holy Domain History, Introductions to Wizard and Knight Ranks, Sprite Information Essentials, Rune Fundamentals, and 3 Great Races Dynamics. Holy Domain Power Hierarchy, alongside Contract Array Basics. These elective courses were mostly geared towards students who lacked strong spiritual talent, covering basic meditation, mind-seeing, and layout guidance, which were totally useless for anyone flexing top-tier potential. I ended up choosing Sprite Information Basics, since it was starting right away, and I'd be claiming my own sprites soon. Time to vibe check what I'm dealing with. I headed over to Building 127 for my first period. Sprite Information Basics. There were only 8 heads in total, with me included. A shy dude named Hart rolled up to say hi. He hailed from Rose territory as well, just a commoner who had spotted me. Standing beside, the Mark was back at the gathering. Keeping it chill, we swapped names briefly, before I wave him back to his desk prior to the bell. No biggie, being decent literally costs $0. The instructor stepped in and got straight to work. 1 hour broken into 3 parts. 0 breaks, with lectures first, and Q&A taking the second half. Part 1 focused on sprite origins. 3 millennia ago, following the Great Expansion's close, the Holy Domain's world will craft its sprites, using the elven species as a blueprint, alongside the sacred life trees, and life laws acting as their core soul. Once these sprites were brought to life, every magical plant across the globe gained the capacity to birth one, meaning wheat sprites sprout from wheat plants, herbs from herbs, and so on. Part 2 covered what sprites actually do, and honestly this blew my mind. A single Tier 1 wheat sprite can cultivate 1 million acres of wheat, pulling off 2 massive harvests a year. Crunching the numbers immediately at roughly 700 gene per acre. That totals 1.4 billion gene of wheat annually, enough to sustain roughly 10 million folks for a whole year. And that's just courtesy of one sprite. My inner Chinese farmer genes literally went wild with joy. How could anyone not low-key obsess over these little legends? Part 3 covers sprite tiers, scaling all the way from level 1 up to 9, with dope form evolutions along the way. Little sprites are what you get from levels 1 through 3, while ranks 4 to 6 step up to great sprites. Dragon sprites are evolved into right at level 7. A mighty sprite queen is what they turn into by level 8, though not ruling all of sprite kind. Mind you, their absolute sovereignty covers just their specific plant type, meaning an 8th level wheat sprite, for instance, would rule over every single wheat sprite out there globally. Once the floor opened up for questions, silence hung heavy as nobody else raised a hand. So I jumped right in, firing off 3 quick questions first. Can sprites actually be crafted artificially? Yes, it takes 1,000 top-tier magic crystals seriously, along with a custom array and the correct plant, plus a grueling 3-year wait just to hatch a single Tier 1 sprite. Comprehensive documents sit tucked away on the library's 9th floor, within the restricted special section. Secondly, how do these entities level up? Simple, bro. They chow down on magic crystals, absorbing more and more energy to continuously push their rank higher. And third, how do you bind a sprite as your partner? By forging a contract using the mandatory contract array, while Fundamentals class thoroughly covers the exact binding process for both mystical sprites and mighty dragons. 1,000 top-grade crystals just to manufacture one sprite? I nearly busted out laughing right there, given that my inventory holds infinite top-grade crystals. Endless farming possibilities were making my head spin wild. Suddenly, a girl in the lecture hall blurted out that 1,000 top-grade crystals felt insanely overpriced, merely to produce a sprite. With a warm smile, the teacher countered that it was totally worth it, since sprites share the incredible lifespan of actual wizards. Even a baseline level 1 sprite naturally lives for 1,000 years, meaning if it yields just a single crystal per year, you will break even eventually over time. And as the companion's level scales up, return on investment happens way quicker for me, whose production overhead sits at literally zero cost. The instructor also reiterated that deep lore, Grundordning Sprite Krisischen Mechanics, remains archived on the library's 9th floor, inside a restricted alcove, having been restricted previously to the ground floor. Due to my low student rank, those hidden library zones were totally off my radar. Plenty more low-key surprises waiting to be unlocked. Making my way to the library's 2nd floor right after class wrapped up, access to the actual reading zone was blocked off for me, since holding a first-level wizard status was a strict prerequisite. Yet tossing questions at the front desk was totally fair game, where a senior student was posted up pulling guard duty, just to grind out some extra contribution points. My need for a first-level array diagram was dropped right in her lap, eliciting a pretty shocked reaction from her side, as I apparently turned out to be the freshman year's very first requester. The mechanics of the system were broken down for me by her. Every single rookie gets hooked up with one complimentary first-level array diagram, served up as a welcoming perk from the academy before any rank up. Hitting that first-level wizard milestone unlocks the door, allowing you to step inside the floor and sift through in-depth archives. While anything past that single freebie demands cold hard crystals, or hard-earned contribution points, and look, buying your way into tiers way above your grade is a total no-go. The academy actively stops overzealous students from biting off way more than they can chew. A thick catalog was slid across the desk toward me. Every single printed array blueprint contained a rune count ranging strictly between 1,000 and 1,568 symbols, purposely scaled out so that at a steady clip of 2 runes per day. Even the beastly hard ones are totally conquerable inside a 3-year window. My final lock-in was the 100 Blades array packing a solid 1,200 runes, acting as a smooth, logical step up from my old apprentice tier. 10 Blades array, not trying to bite off a vibe that's way too sweaty, nor picking something too babyish, keeping my daily output at 3 runes flat, and burning right through without needing 0 downtime days, putting my finish line at roughly 400 days out. She logged the chosen blueprint straight into my ID badge database, before handing over the manual accompanied by a stern heads-up. Sharing array charts with outsiders is an absolute crime. The holy domains low-key track everything, get caught slipping once, and your entire network profile gets slapped with a glowing red flag, prompting the Truth Tower, the supreme overlords of wizard society, to dispatch strike teams to lock you down. While descending on the humming elevator shaft, my mind kept chewing on the motive behind why the academy hooks every tier up with a complimentary diagram, functioning partly as a welcome gift, but heavily as a forced push, driving students to level up their grind at warp speed. Amidst an era totally devoid of internal or external warfare, that intense pressure has got to originate from somewhere deep. There is definitely a bigger picture regarding Lord Wizards that remains entirely off my radar so far. Some hidden, shadowy reason, explaining why the academy forces us to speedrun our progression. Stepping off and heading straight for the library's 9th floor. Entering the special section, a middle-aged dude was posted right at the doorway, fiddling with a crystal ball. He gave me a heads up that everything inside costs either contribution points or crystals, so I should bail if my wallet was empty. Giving him a nod of thanks, I stepped inside anyway. The room was pretty tight on space, featuring just 2 aisles with a pair of bookshelves, one marked for dragons and the other for sprites. Making a beeline for the sprite section. After grinding through 3 books for an hour, I picked up a ton of info about how sprite values fluctuate, depending on the plant they hatch from. Sure, a wheat sprite has its uses, yet one born from a rare medicinal herb is obviously packing way more value. Finally, I tracked down my main objective, the layout used to artificially whip up sprites, known as the Miracle Array. It was forged by the Holy Domain's very own will. While it remains unattributed, it flexes and adapts to whatever crystals you feed it. Feed it fire crystals, and boom, it becomes a fire tribute array, clocking in at only 1,300 runes. It's essentially a first-level array. The setup requirements are pretty straightforward. 1,000 top-grade magic crystals, a single magical plant alongside 3 years of incubation. Matching the crystal type to the plant's element is ideal. Fortunately, unattributed crystals can step in as a universal substitute. Thank goodness. The Marquis hooked me up with an unattributed crystal. Had I ended up with an elemental one, my choices would have been super limited. Glancing quickly through the dragon section too, I found nothing compelling enough to purchase. That sprite creation array was the absolute MVP worth grabbing. Retracing my steps back to the entrance guy, I inquired about buying the miracle array diagram. He stated it would run me 1,000 contribution points, or a single high-grade crystal. Yet realizing I didn't have the spare bandwidth to imprint the array myself at the moment, I asked if he stocked pre-made array discs instead. Flashing a grin, he confirmed yes at the exact same price per disc, though adding that it was strictly his side hustle. No way, not the Academy's. Reaching deep into my spatial ring, I pulled out a top-grade magic crystal and slid it right over to him. 1 array diagram and 99 array discs were the deal, since a single top-grade crystal equals 100 high-grade ones. The math checked out completely. Instantly jumping to his feet, he suddenly acted super respectful. "Ha, what a crazy generous young man you are." He even threw in a bow while introducing himself. "Linus is the name, at your service. Cash really does make the whole world go round." Next up, he did something that completely blew my mind, summoning a wizard array out of nowhere. He whipped out 10 metal discs, tapped every single one once, and they lit up in a flash. Sweeping those aside, he grabbed 10 more and repeated the whole process. In less than 3 minutes flat, 100 finished array discs were hovering right there in the air. That extra one was tossed in as a free gift, he claimed. "Wait, is that really it?" I asked. Letting out a laugh, he replied that this was a Lord Wizard's unique signature ability. It looks simple, and honestly, it totally is simple. Yet it is a skill he genuinely earned. Feeling zero regret, I told him I didn't get scammed at all. It is pretty much like hiring a locksmith back on Earth. You are never paying for the 30 seconds of actual labor. You are paying for the years of experience behind it. Massive amounts of time were saved for me, making every single crystal totally worth it. Some fascinating info was dropped by Linus. Array disc pricing is strictly regulated by the Array Association. Undercutting the market is an option for nobody, since that would screw over every single array maker out there. Lord Wizards are rare enough that their creations will always maintain solid value. Stashing all 100 discs into one of my parents' spatial rings, I finally took off with the miracle array diagram. Those rings crossed my mind all the way home. Stepping up as an apprentice meant I could finally unlock them, using a mix of my blood and spiritual energy. Not much was inside, around 70 high-grade crystals in total, hardly comparing to even one of my infinite top-grade crystals. Still, finding their clothes and old photos inside hit totally different. Living alongside them for 10 years in this current life, ever since birth, proves I am not heartless. Losing them out of nowhere still really hurts. Arriving back at the villa, fueling up the grind, I snagged some quick fruit and juice from my stash, right before unwrapping the miracle array blueprint. Breaking down cleanly into 3 sections, it featured the main layout, all 1,300 intricate runes, and step-by-step assembly instructions. While the layout and assembly were pretty standard stuff, those runes were low-key hieroglyphs to me, totally unreadable. Not a single one out of all 1,300 made any sense. Having studied this realm script since I was a kid, I found these symbols completely alien to my eyes. Then it clicked when I recalled the text stating that the holy domains very will birth the miracle array. That totally explained why. These weren't crafted by human hands at all. Copying the shapes mechanically and assembling the array was still totally doable, even if I couldn't grasp the deep lore behind why every single rune does what it does, though honestly, that didn't matter right now. Since I already had 100 pre-made discs ready to roll, I shelved the blueprint to lock in on my own personal training, channeling my spiritual power into a single disc to fire it up. A massive data dump flooded my brain instantly, and the whole process turned out way more chill than I expected. There is zero need for a giant ritual space. You just pack the discs. Internal core with 1,000 top-tier crystals. Drop it straight to the bottom of a flower pot. Plant your magical flora right on top, and wait out those 3 years for the sprite to finally spawn. That makes my shopping list super short. Grab a magical plant catalog, straight from the Elemental Wizard Academy. Cherry-pick the specimens I want. Buy them from a wood element wizard, and start farming sprites right in my front yard. And the best part of this whole setup? My villa comes rigged with a built-in illusion array, meaning From the outside, looking in, nobody can actually peep what's going on in my courtyard. They only see a fake projection instead, and unauthorized entries are completely locked down too. Even if teachers try to sneak in, it automatically flags the truth tower. And trust me, no wizard wants to deal with those penalties. Privacy is practically a sacred religion in this world, largely because nobody wants their secret research poached. This pad is locked down as mine until I finally graduate, or pack up to become an official territorial lord. That is exactly why fresh recruits like me get dropped into Zone 7, instead of Zone 1, letting us stay put without ever needing to relocate, so we can safely run long-term projects, like farming spirits without breaking a sweat. Everything is finally locking into place. It's high time I kick off my sprite farm. With a miracle array plan cleared from my mind, I picked up the 100 Blades array diagram. Unlike those totally alien runes on the miracle array, every single symbol here actually made sense to me. Phew, I guess I'm not totally illiterate after all. Then I dropped one high-grade crystal, so a flying taxi could deliver. A ridiculously massive encyclopedia of magical plants. The book was so ridiculously thick, I couldn't even make it past the table of contents. One single morning made it clear I needed a game plan, so I grilled myself with 3 core questions. What do I need? What will my future followers need? And what sells best? After 3 straight hours, I locked down my top 10 types of magical plants, starting with 10 of each strictly for myself. Cloud Mist Tea was my first choice, since it seriously cranks up mental clarity alongside golden pear trees, whose fruit comes packed with gold element, energy that buffs both your body and magical power, with infinite spiritual power already totally sorted out. My main weak spots are physical strength and comprehension. These 2 choices completely cover both bases. For future followers, I selected the Knight's Flower to build up raw muscle and blood energy for knights, alongside the Spirit Awakening Flower, which lets wizards bounce back their mental power in no time. These absolute must-haves are what every single knight and wizard needs. Looking for some serious commercial pull, I picked 4 more. Dragon Tooth Rice. As a staple food that low-key buffs physical fitness, making it awesome for knights. 5-element peach trees that grow gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental peaches. That proves super handy for wizards, knights, and dragons alike. Dragon Bloodgrass, acting as the main ingredient for healing potions. And Celestial Spirit fruit trees, which level up bloodline purity. These fantastic 4 are bound to lure in supernatural beings and wealthy merchant guilds straight to my future territory. Plain wheat was chosen for my ordinary citizens. Low-level, yet massive yields can feed the common folk and feed the nation. As for my 10th and final pick, I went with tulips, unranked. Magical plants carrying limitless growth potential. The Marquise's fancy rose gardens totally inspired this choice. I've got to have a signature flower exclusively for my own territory. Tulips are available in 9 distinct shades, carrying 9 separate meanings. And every single one of them was permanently locked in my memory from past lives. Before long, they'll become the ultimate emblem for both my lands and my household. Flying taxis were hired by me to haul all the supplies over, leaving me spending a solid 3 days getting everything planted. A miracle array disc was slid straight under every single pot, packed tightly with 1,000 top-tier crystals at the base, rich soil layered right above, and a magical plant seedling sitting at the very top, wrapping up with a grand total of 100 pots. That ended up turning my entire courtyard into a lush, vibrant green oasis. As a final tulip was set in place, and I finally backed away, a massive wave of deep satisfaction hit me while gazing at my tiny garden. 3 years from now, 100 sprites are going to pop into existence right here, which lines up pretty much dead on with when I'll breeze through the 3-year exam and unlock that sweet free study period. Having an army of 100 sprites, buzzing and fluttering all around me, would literally feel like pulling up with a fleet of 100 supercars parked in your driveway. Back in the old days on Earth, loyal followers will come rushing in like an unstoppable tidal wave. 100 sprites. Honestly, I can barely fathom how much of a massive ego boost that's going to hand me. Right after finishing up my gardening marathon, I cleaned up real quick and made tracks for the cafeteria. Yet the moment my boots stepped out of the teleportation corridor and straight into the bustling central plaza, a dense crowd swarming around something caught my eye. My inner Chinese radar for absolute tea and drama instantly activated, compelling me to squeeze right through the pack for a look. Regret hit me dead in the face immediately. Right in the dead center stood a young girl looking around my age, standing flush against a sign that blared out, "Lost person notice. Personal, maid has somehow managed to lose her master." The master's given name is Wayne, followed right at the bottom by 3 words. Little sprite, and get this, she'd been planted right there standing guard for 3 straight days. A full 3 days. All around her, onlookers have been busy gossiping about what a total clown this Wayne guy must be. To be irresponsible enough to flat out misplace his own personal maid. Desperate to vanish in a thin air, I forced myself forward anyway. "I'm Wayne," I muttered, prompting her face to break into a wide grin. "Found you at last." Snatch grabbing her sign in a flash. I fired up my personal flight array and zipped both of us straight toward the cafeteria, cutting off the crowd before they could chew on any more juicy gossip. Over plates of food, I couldn't help asking why she hadn't just looked up my address in the system. With a sigh, she explained that even her own father, General Dari, a powerhouse 7th-level Holy Dragon Knight, was completely locked out of student records. That's just how insanely airtight the Truth Tower's privacy walls really are. That was actually low-key good news regarding my secret. Sprite Gardner, whose name happened to be Dari Aurora. I reminded her that the deal with her dad was for a follower, not a maid, causing her to flash a bright smile and say, becoming a maid was totally her own idea. Then she dropped a massive bombshell. "I want to become your woman." I totally lost it, telling Aurora that I'm only 12 years old, which made her roll her eyes. "So, am I? My brother had a son at 12, right?" she quipped. "This isn't modern Earth, after all. It's basically a hardcore medieval world infused with magic." I forced myself to take a deep breath and chill out, asking why, and her response was surprisingly pragmatic. "My talent basically guarantees a cracked future, and she seriously needs resources for her knight training. The Dari family is a brand new house with only 6 core members, while her father is a 7th-level knight. He isn't actually a territorial lord. He holds a merit noble rank, which is basically an honorary title, completely lacking any land or resource production. Everything they get comes straight from imperial handouts, with 3 older brothers, draining all the family's resources dry. Plus her parents' own training hitting a massive plateau. There's simply nothing left for her." She broke down the Empire's 2 distinct types of nobility. Real nobles are powerful lord wizards, owning territories ranked all the way from Baron up to Duke. Merit nobles are seasoned warriors, rewarded for their service and ranked by level, yet lacking any land of their own. They depend entirely on whoever they serve for resources, which also finally made me realize why I was dubbed a merit descendant. Back in Rose territory, that merit tag referred to a formal noble title, not just some honorable sacrifice. I looked right at her, noting that her father really loves her, making her beam with pride as she agreed, of course, though her expression quickly turned serious. The Dari family is small and newly established, meaning she gets treated well as the only daughter, whereas in an ancient, powerful family, someone with her low-tier talent would simply be married off as a political tool and forgotten within a single century. She actually had a point. Strong talent paired with a powerful family guarantees absolute safety, whereas weak talent paired with a powerful family often means turning into someone else's disposable bargaining chip. Aurora finished by asking if I'd accept her proposal. My head shook slowly, not because your gift is lacking in any way, but because keeping romance purely about calculation and personal gain is a total vibe kill for me, and I refused to let it in. A flash of disappointment crossed her face for a split second, before a massive grin broke out across her features. "Hearing you say that actually makes me think we have a chance," she confessed, while I kept totally silent and gave zero response. Sure, I got the soul of a grown man trapped inside this kid's body, meaning I am definitely not oblivious to women. Yet right now, diving headfirst into supernatural power is literally my entire obsession. Etching even one more rune into my soul completely beats out any kind of romance, prompting me to swiftly switch topics, as I leaned in and asked her to break down the exact expenses of raising a knight. Grasping these financial details would seriously help me figure out what kind of gear I'll need to supply my future followers with. Everything boils down to resources before hitting level 7, she explained, laying out the brutal reality of knight training. With a solid stash of supplies and the right matching talent, making it to a 6th level diamond knight takes roughly 30 years of grind. When looking at trainee knights, Their daily upkeep racks up around 15 to 25 purple gold coins. You're spending 5 coins on a single night's flower, or opting for a blood energy potion, costing 10 plus another 10 gene of dragon tooth rice, priced at 1 coin per gene. Running that top-tier setup hits a daily total of about 20 coins, whereas for first-level Black Iron Knights, the price tag scales up massively. A single first-level Knight's flower goes for 30 low-grade crystals. A first-level blood energy potion will run you 120. 10 gene of first-level dragon tooth rice costs 200, and an additional 10 gene of first-level black iron adds another 200 to the bill. That brings the absolute peak daily expense to about 500 low-grade crystals, stretching up to 525 if you factor in a small safety buffer. Just looking at the numbers, the jump in price from trainee to first level is roughly tenfold. Even with the cost of that rice alone, I wasn't stressing over money at all, seeing as my crystal supply is literally infinite. What honestly blew my mind was the absurd, jaw-dropping wealth of Lord Wizards. Seeing how the Rose Marquis effortlessly kept an entire guard force of 3,000 third-level Silver Knights on her payroll, since there is a whole second-level bronze stage sitting right between the first and third levels. Maintaining those forces must cost an astronomical fortune, and she's only a Marquis out of all people. Just imagine the insane resources dukes and royal lords can casually throw around. Though honestly, I loved every bit of it. Operating on a much bigger stage simply means way more space to flex my full potential. Just as our steaming food was finally served, prompting Aurora to ask if I thought those expenses were too wild. I shrugged, making sure she knew it meant nothing to me, before I quickly reminded her that her dad, who happens to be a 7th-level Holy Dragon Knight, should easily be able to cover her early training expenses. I also pressed her by asking if she wasn't stressing over ticking me off with her little stunt and totally messing up her father's carefully mapped-out plans. With total calm, she just stared right at me. Are you actually mad? That deadass left me speechless. Girls are honestly built different, no cap. 1 second she's out here dropping a marriage proposal, and the next she's low-key winning arguments with a single sentence. Once we wrapped up our meal, she finally couldn't keep her cool any longer. Don't you even care enough to ask about the sprite? I kept my expression completely deadpan. So when is it dropping? She stomped her foot in frustration. Do you even grasp the actual flex a sprite represents? Internally, I was low-key dying of laughter, considering I've got a solid 100 sprites growing in my backyard right now. What kind of reaction was she expecting from me anyway? Still, I played along, asking what kind of vibe she wanted me to give. Before we split up, Aurora dropped some actually useful alpha on me. A single sprite generates an annual value that completely matches an entire night order of the same tier, meaning that a first-level sprite equals a first-level night order every single year. I gave her my most sincere thanks for the info. She had no clue, but my brain was instantly doing the math. Having 100 sprites over the span of 3 years translates to the resource equivalent of 100 night orders, which is absolute insanity. I handed back that cringeworthy sign to her and gave her my exact coordinates at Zone 7 Villa 66. However, she clarified that she couldn't actually waltz into the Lord Wizard dormitory zone because security is totally locked down, unless someone is officially registered on record as your personal follower, maid, or butler through the main administration office, and cleared with a legitimate badge. Absolutely nobody gets past the gate, not even a high-ranking 7th-level knight like her father. We locked in a plan to catch up again in 3 months, when a sprite would finally be ready. My sole focus, until then, needed to be grinding hard on my training. She mentioned she'd bring the sprite along and wait for my arrival right at the Central Plaza. Giving a short nod, I bid her farewell and stepped right into the glowing teleportation corridor. Faint echoes of her laughter followed me from behind as I exited. Looks like I'm about to follow a pretty decent guy after all. Later that evening, once I was back at the Dairy household, over dinner, the entire family was busy roasting me. Aurora's mom, rocking it as a 6th-level wood wizard, was low-key stressing about her kid. Meanwhile, her 3 older brothers were totally stacked with insane physical stats, though completely lacking in any actual brain cells, kept running their mouths about throwing hands with anyone who dared mess with their sister. Their mother let out a heavy sigh over having to raise 3 total gym bros. General Darii stepped in and straight up asked Aurora if she had finally dropped that wild fantasy. of trying to lock me down, figuring I would ghost her request. He claimed I was way too mature and too grounded a simp for looks or easy perks. Aurora admitted I turned her down flat, yet she repeated my exact words right back. My true feelings have zero room for any scheming or selfish motives to interfere. Her 3 brothers instantly started hyping it up. Now that right there's a real Chad, while her mom felt it deeply and told Aurora she was blessed. The last time I caught a vibe like that was ages ago, listening to a bard spin a tale in some tavern. Back in my school days, I spent the entire next month trapped in my villa, hard grind, etching runes, and by the end of it all, I had successfully imprinted 100 out of 1,200 runes for the 100 Blades array. That makes it 1/12 finished, leaving around 366 days at my current pace of 3 a day, looking at a solid full year. Way faster than what most students could ever pull off. Once my food stash completely hit zero, I finally dragged my tired self outside. After restocking, I figured since I was already out and about, I might as well pull up to the night rank introduction class. A whole month of nonstop meditating left me super restless. Plus my recent chat with Aurora actually sparked some genuine curiosity about nights, so I checked the schedule board. Class was starting in an hour. Instead of teleporting or flying straight there, I decided to take a chill stroll through the teaching district. While everyone else was zooming overhead in a rush, I just walked slow to soak in the views, and by views, I mostly mean the gorgeous senior girls wandering around. After staring at nothing but dead runes for a whole month, my eyes seriously needed some eye candy. Hitting up building 2 right on schedule, I headed straight there. Room 302 on the 3rd floor was tracked down by me without breaking a sweat. An empty space awaited me behind a tightly shut door. Finding a seat, I kicked back to wait, and roughly 10 minutes flew by. The sharp clacking of heels echoing down the hallway caught my attention. Strutting into the room was a breathtaking woman rocking a fiery red dress. Giving the space a quick once-over, she dropped this line. "Looks like it's just you." Her voice was distinctive. Far from soft or gentle, her tone carried an intense, commanding vibe, giving off total low-key energy that she'd throw hands if you messed up. My name was given to her by way of introduction. Withholding her own name, she just gave a curt nod instead. Cutting straight to the chase, she meant business. A 2-hour session featuring 90 minutes of lecture was laid out. 0 interruptions were allowed, leaving a solid 30 minutes for questions. The night ranking system was broken down by her right then. Passing through a trainee phase split into 3 substages is required for knights. Beginner, intermediate, and advanced form these steps. Following those come 9 official levels. Black iron makes up the 1st level, while bronze takes the 2nd. Silver is assigned to the 3rd level, and gold claims the 4th. Platinum represents the 5th level, with diamond holding the 6th. The Holy Dragon stands as the 7th level. Rule Knight constitutes the 8th level, and Holy Domain Knight caps it off at the 9th. That information constituted merely Part 1. Specific characteristics tied to each level would be unpacked in Parts 2, alongside resource requirements. Delving into the specifics of Knight power, the teacher took the lead. Pure physical strength is the main focus throughout the trainee phase. Specialized resources and breathing techniques drive this process. A force of 120,000 gene is demanded of beginner knights. Intermediate ones require 240,000, whereas advanced ones need 360,000. An uncanny alignment caught my attention as I crunched the numbers. Every single wizard rune maps directly to 10,000 gene. Wizards must master 36 runes during their apprentice stage. Confirmation of my theory was provided by the teacher right after. The distinction lies in the fact that wizards utilize spiritual power, combined with knowledge to harness the fundamental forces of heaven and earth, whereas absolute individual explosive power is what knights lean on all the way up to the 7th level. Breaking through into a 1st level black iron knight requires you to absorb a gene belonging to the 1st level black iron tier and forge it into a solid life seed. Entering the supernatural realm officially begins right there. Feeding that seed an ongoing supply of black iron is your next move. Reaching full mastery means your physique transforms structurally into something as indestructible as black iron, rendering standard attacks practically useless against you. Mental flight is also totally possible for you here. Essentially functioning as a mix of tanks and heavy hitters, knights are absolute units, delivering massive blows while shrugging off damage even more easily. Stages 2 through 6 follow an identical blueprint using different resources like bronze, silver, gold, platinum, or diamond as you progress. Level 7 is where the real glow-up happens though. Known as Holy Dragon Knights, these Tier 7 powerhouses earn their title because the strongest ones form pacts with elemental dragons and absorb their bloodline traits. Though settling for other magical beasts is an option if you lack a dragon, leaving a crazy power gap behind, while your chosen beast ultimately dictates if you can break through to level 8, making a dragon practically mandatory for a rule knight. The true capabilities of level 9 Holy Domain Knights remain a total mystery, since absolutely nobody has ever unlocked that tier. And the exact same goes for level 9 All-Knowing Wizards. Then the resource grind kicks in hard. Every single tier, from 1 through 8, demands 3 daily essentials: blood energy potions, dragon tooth rice, and a training material matching your current level. Minerals are required for tiers 1 through 6, while steps 7 and 8 shift over to elemental magical plants and specialized potions. During the Q&A session, I was flying completely solo as the only student, meaning the teacher's laser focus stayed locked on me the whole time. Firing off 5 questions, I asked about wizards versus knights in a real fight. Lord Wizards completely outshine knights at every stage. Prior to level 7, getting their first major power spike as level 4-star wizards, while knights wait until tier 7 to evolve, creating a massive power gap. That is a huge gap. Elemental wizards are way trickier to measure, due to their overall strength fluctuating, based on individual foundations. Yet Lord Wizards leverage instant cast abilities to completely dominate everyone else in their bracket. Once you hit level 7 though, all bets are completely off. Anyone reaching that tier brings their own hidden trump cards to the table, allowing even the weakest level 7 fighter to effortlessly smoke an entire crowd of tier 6 opponents. Foundations form the core of my absolute favorite question of the day. A solid breakdown was handed to me by the teacher. Training with run-of-the-mill, first-level black iron leaves a knight totally basic. Yet stepping up to refined steel or even a matching elemental metal changes the game completely. That kind of fighter easily outclasses a standard elemental wizard. At the exact same rank, resources dictate everything. That revelation totally aligned with my master plan. Endless top-tier crystals are sitting right in my pocket, meaning my future crew won't be caught leveling up on standard gear. Every remaining question was cleared up by the teacher. Knight recruitment officially kicks off after the 3-year exam. Annual showdowns are hosted by the Elemental Wizard and Knight Academies, where Lord Wizards can scope out and draft top-tier followers. Academy-bred knights virtually always crush outsiders due to their massive talent advantage. Rare exceptions are basically once-in-a-century miracles. As for why dragon contracts hold the key to hitting the 8th level rule knight threshold, it all comes down to tapping into heaven and earth forces, while wizards channel those energies right from the apprentice stage. Knights are locked out until level 7. Elemental dragons provide knights the smoothest shortcut. For sensing those cosmic forces, pick the wrong beast, and you're permanently stuck at level 7. Though, she dropped a note that dual wizard-knight talent could theoretically unlock another backdoor to level 8. A respectful bow and thank you earned me a faint, knowing smile. With a parting shot about me having actual manners, she strode out without a backward glance. While sitting there processing the whole debrief, my schedule got mapped out. 1 mandatory class per month, knock out all core requirements, and hit first-level wizard status within roughly a year. When it comes to leveling up future disciples, using absolute top-tier gear, my bankroll can definitely handle it. Still, a strategic approach is required here. Flaunting elite materials out in the open would definitely raise some serious flags. Even elite Imperial Knights probably don't score perks like that. Classic ancient wisdom preaches staying low-key. My crew gets leveled up with god-tier gear in secret, while maintaining a totally low-profile aesthetic. My training was kicking into overdrive, too. By the second month, a solid 100 runes were being etched by me monthly. Surging mystical energy constantly flooded my system, making my physical form steadily tougher. So powering through several consecutive days and nights without downtime became totally doable. A single quick slumber would leave me completely recharged. Sitting at 1,000 runes, roughly 10 months remained at this current pace. Wizard rank introduction was the next lecture I opted for. Roughly 50 attendees showed up this time around. The instructor, a low-key young guy who kept his identity under wraps, since our official enrollment was still pending, broke down the wizard hierarchy. It all kicks off with the apprentice tier spanning 3 sublevels, followed by 9 official ranks. First level official wizard, second level elite wizard, and third level grand wizard. Fourth level star wizard, fifth level full moon wizard, sixth level great sun wizard, seventh level true spirit wizard, eighth level rule wizard, alongside the ninth level all-knowing wizard. Wizards undergo 3 major transformations. The initial one takes place at the 4th level star wizard stage. The subsequent one arrives at the 7th level true spirit. And moving past the 7th level, every single advancement turns into a full-blown transformation. He was right on the verge of breaking down what those transformations actually entail, and suddenly it all clicked why. Knights stand 0 chance against wizards sitting at the same tier. Wizards simply boast a higher number of transformations. Knights secure just 1 at the 7th level, while wizards claim 3 at the 4th, 7th, plus every single level following that. Advancement was then detailed by the instructor. Reaching 1st level wizard status requires imprinting enough runes to construct a single 1st level array, yet that serves merely as the starting line. 3 arrays are demanded at each individual tier. To completely master that phase, 2 distinct paths lie ahead. Merging 3 arrays into one flawless, unified system yields maximum combat output, or imprinting 3 standalone arrays grants peak versatility, at the cost of weaker combat potential. Transformations were the next topic covered. Spatial travel opens up at the 4th level star wizard rank, alongside spearheading invasions into lower-level planes. At least back during the Great Expansion era. At the 7th level True Spirit Wizard tier, a pair of major shifts take place beginning with. A true spirit is forged when your physical shell and soul fuse together, which you then permanently brand onto the core blueprint of a universe. And boom, immortality is unlocked. You basically vibe right alongside heaven and earth for eternity. Next up, total dominance over your specific elemental path gets handed to you on a silver platter, where a single stray thought can effortlessly wipe out reality. No cap. That word hit me like a massive freight train. Ever since I first spawned into this wild realm, living forever has low-key been my ultimate endgame. Now I finally have the exact coordinates to the finish line. A level 7 true spirit wizard status. Level 8 rule masters. Well, those wizards aren't even classified as human anymore. They're basically walking, talking embodiments of universal laws. Our professor dropped just a single sentence to sum them up. While level 9, the all-knowing wizard, remains totally untouched by anyone so far. During the open Q&A session, some hyped-up kid practically shouted out, asking how many years it takes to hit level 7. The teacher deadpanned that it totally varies, taking anywhere from a few hundred to a couple thousand years, before shutting down any more questions along those lines. I immediately stepped up to drop 2 very practical questions. First off, is there a standard baseline rune count for each tier? Yep, for the first level, you're looking at a solid 1,000 to 5,000 runes. Just multiply any level's base array rune total by 3, and boom, that's your grand total. Secondly, how can people spot a wizard's rank? It's a 2-step deal. The Academy badge automatically flashes your current rank. Once you unlock it, plus your actual array range gives it away. Apprentice arrays cover a modest 12 meters. First level arrays stretch across a full kilometer, and the pattern scales up from there. Right after class let out, I tracked down a secluded corner to map out my notes for 30 straight minutes. Key takeaways. 1 rune translates to exactly 1 meter of range. Every single level demands completing 3 full, distinct arrays, instead of just 1, and most importantly, becoming a level 7 true spirit wizard literally means securing immortality. My master plan is crystal clear now. Phase 1 is grinding my way to a level 7 true spirit wizard, and Phase 2 is living forever. Let's kick things off with that first minor milestone. 3 months down, 300 runes locked in, with another 900 left to grind. And today happened to be the day I was supposed to link up with Aurora. I spotted her standing by the bustling plaza, draped in a striking white dress. Upon asking if she brought along the sprite, a quick head shake was her reply. Carrying and bonded sprites around is low-key too risky. Binding with only one human is their lifelong deal, throughout their entire existence. Should someone snatch it pre-contract, taking out the thief still wouldn't bring it back. Fairpoint society might keep things peaceful. Yet greed never dies, she noted, grabbing my arm and dragging me right toward the teleporter. Flashing her badge, we warped out instantly. Curiosity got the better of me, wondering how a non-wizard operated the array. So she flashed a special bloodline badge at me, crafted by the Imperial family for talentless kin. Just drop some blood on it, and it totally works. We popped up right in the capital's heart. The streets were packed with storefronts, buzzing with humans, dwarves, and even elves. Hovering cars drifted past like futuristic cabs. I was genuinely mind-blown. This sector of the capital far outclassed anything I had ever witnessed. Hopping into a ride, Aurora just called out dairy residents, and the vehicle automatically navigated there. Any household boasting a 7th-level powerhouse gets their estate pinned on the city map automatically, taking in their massive, sprawling estate, guarded by armed knights at the entryway. That familiar, deep-rooted craving hit me hard. Land, a home, property. It's literally in our DNA. I'm owning this one day. I promised myself. Guiding me forward, Aurora led the way to the North Garden, where a solitary, glowing plant stood tall. A dragon blood ginseng featuring one main stem, 3 distinct branches, and 5 leaves, bathed in a gentle blue-green radiance. My studies instantly helped me identify it. Capped at a maximum limit of 6th level. Her dad had stumbled upon it decades ago while traveling. Aurora explained. That soft glow meant a sprite was nearly hatched. Her mom confirmed it would happen today. Suddenly my heart skipped a beat. Glow signifies a sprite being nurtured. Right now, I've got 100 plants incubating in my courtyard. If anyone ever dropped by my villa and spotted 100 glowing plants, I panicked and quickly asked, what if that glowing effect kicks in right at the start? Giving me a quizzical look, Aurora explained that no. Flora only begins to illuminate about 100 years, prior to the sprite reaching full maturity. Since my vegetation runs on a rapid 3-year artificial cycle, that light should surface roughly during the final 100 days, meaning about 2 years from now. I exhaled a sigh of relief, as by then, I'll already be rocking 1st-level official wizard status, with way more tricks up my sleeve to handle the issue. Worst case scenario, I'll just lock my villa down and ghost everyone. Throughout that home stretch, shaking off my anxieties about the luminous crops, I turned my undivided attention to the dragon blood ginseng right in front of me. Based on my prior reading, it serves as nourishment for dragon-kind beasts, and a key ingredient for brewing bloodline-boosting potions. It totally vibes well with those celestial spirit fruit trees, which I'm already cultivating to purify lineages, while this new one cranks them up to max. Talk about a massive W I didn't even see coming. Leaning in with a grin, Aurora asked if I knew the ropes of contracting a sprite. Confessing honestly, I meant to look that up today, only to get teleported here instead, prompting a quiet chuckle from her. She had already called it, and fished out a master-servant contract disc that she had prearranged beforehand. What a total mastermind. As I channeled my spiritual signature into the disc, I pressed her for details on the different contract types. Breaking it down for me, she listed 3 options. Master-servant contracts, heavily favored by spellcasters. Partner contracts, which are also a huge hit among wizards. And symbiotic contracts, typically reserved for knights. Upon reaching the 7th tier, knights must share a beast's bloodline if they want to perceive the cosmic forces of heaven and earth. Her old man forged a symbiotic bond with a fire-type variant, dragon, known specifically as a flame dragon, thus absorbing its fire element lineage, and successfully break through to the 7th level, making him a legit holy dragon knight then. Blinding crimson rays suddenly burst forth from the heart of the garden. The dragon blood ginseng tore itself free from the soil below and drifted gracefully into the open air to display its true form. It stood palm-sized with a distinct humanoid silhouette, complete with miniature features etched onto its face. Raw vitality flooded in from every imaginable angle, surging right inside it. Witnessing a fresh existence sparked straight out of raw, untamed nature totally left me speechless. The birth of life, I whispered under my breath. As the blinding radiance faded away, a pint-sized sprite hovered right in front of me. And honestly, she was drop-dead gorgeous. Cascading long red hair framed her face, alongside a fiery red gown embellished with golden dragon motifs. Matching little red high heels complemented her bright red eyes darting around with bewildered fascination. She was barely larger than the palm of my hand. Suddenly, Aurora snapped me out of my trance. Contract her right now. Clutching the contract disc, I stepped forward. The tiny sprite nibbled thoughtfully on her finger, while curiously watching my approach. Activating the magic array, I watched mystical energy rush in from every direction to wrap both of us inside a glowing circle. Next, I pulled a top tier magic crystal straight out of my infinite inventory and brandished it as bait for our contract. Sign this with me, and I'll hook you up with as many of these as you could possibly want. The absolute second she laid eyes on the crystal, her gaze lit up with pure, unadulterated desire. Passing it over, I watched her fly straight toward it, hug the object, which looked nearly as massive as her entire body, and sink her teeth right into it, biting straight through. My jaw dropped in disbelief because I had previously tried smashing those crystals without leaving a single scratch. Yet her tiny teeth sliced through it like butter. Following about a dozen crunches, she finally stopped, let out a cute little burp, and bashfully covered her mouth. Seriously adorable, she turned her gaze toward me and spoke, completely taking me by surprise. If we form a contract, will you actually supply me with an endless stash of those yummy stones? Baffled, I asked how on earth she could speak, to which she replied that the holy domains Mother blessed her with foundational world knowledge at birth. Hey, I always stand by my word, I assured her while guaranteeing a limitless supply. Giving a quick nod, she agreed. All right, then I'll contract with you, master. A soft red glow washed over her body, and a microscopic droplet of her blood materialized in the air. Pricking my own finger, I let a solitary drop of my blood fall too, whereupon the contract array instantly reeled both droplets together, blended them seamlessly, and drew them deep into the formation. The master-servant pact was officially locked in, no cap. Right as the bond finalized, my very first sprite spawned. A low-key psychic link formed between me and the tiny spirit. Her raw vibes were completely transparent to me. She was low-key stoked, because a bomb-ass snack had just been devoured by her. Strolling over with a bright grin, Aurora addressed me as master. Taken aback by this, I got a quick clarification. Given that a holy domain contract hadn't been signed yet, she already viewed herself as totally belonging to me. Urging her to use young master instead was my counteroffer. Plain master just didn't hit right for her vibe. Her pupils literally started glowing with pure hype. You're actually giving me the green light to be your maid? Gazing from the little sprite over to Aurora's radiant face, I processed it all and mentally analyzed the entire situation. Operating with an adult consciousness locked in a kid's shell. Reading between the lines was a total breeze for me. General Derry should have totally been in the room during a milestone as major as a sprite's birth and contract. Instead, he intentionally kept his distance to give me space, granting me privacy and a chill environment to make my choice without any pressure whatsoever. That level of heavy-duty consideration definitely deserves props. When someone drops that kind of genuine respect on you, accepting it gracefully is the only move. FR. Starting today, you're officially locked in as my maid. She cheered with such high energy. It genuinely made my cold heart melt a fraction. She guided me directly toward the family estate. The entire Derry clan was gathered right there. Introductions for everyone were handled smoothly by Aurora. First was her dad, the seasoned general. Then her mom, Marola, a stunning powerhouse and a level 6 wood wizard, alongside her 3 brothers, Andrew, Wiggins, and Naruto. All 3 of those guys looked straight up genetically modified, as if they'd been chugging growth hormones since toddlerhood. The shortest one towered at least 6 feet tall at just 12 years old, standing right beside them. My frame looked about 2.5 times skinnier. A respectful bow was offered by me to the general and his wife. Uncle Andy, it's an absolute pleasure meeting you both. The general let out a booming, hearty laugh. and declared that he knew I was built different from our very first encounter. Looking right at me, he asked that I watch over Aurora. Without hesitation, a solid promise was given by me, and I offered to put it down in the contract, guaranteeing her a solid future. Then I brought up the holy domain contract myself out of nowhere, instantly lighting up the family's faces. They had been low-key holding back from pushing for it, so my voluntary offer totally meant the world to them. A blank scroll was handed to me by the general, leaving me to write all the terms completely on my own. His sneaky play was crystal clear to me right off the bat. He's giving total Zhang Fei vibes straight out of the old legends. Rough around the edges, yet playing it low-key sharp inside. Handing over the pen looks like a generous flex. But if I wrote anything extra ruthless down, would he actually let his daughter sign off on it? Even so, I totally appreciated the gesture. It's honestly tough to hate a guy like that. Ideas for contract terms had actually been brewing in my head for years. Ever since my parents first taught me about holy domain scrolls. Back then, alongside the pension deal back in Rose territory. So I quickly pinned down 3 specific clauses. First off, I'll train Aurora right up to the absolute max of my capability. Secondly, I'll hook her up with top-tier resources for her daily training sessions. And third, whenever there's no active conflict going on, Aurora is forbidden from harming me or anyone in my inner circle, by any means possible, as the general read it out loud. Total silence fell over the room, before everyone stared at Aurora with complete disbelief. The written terms were wild levels of generous, basically securing her the ultimate future imaginable, while placing practically zero restrictions on her side. The general threw a glance at his daughter, as if she had just cast some sketchy dark magic on me. His youngest brother straight up voiced that exact thought out loud. "Dear sister, you didn't put some black magic on him, or something, right?" Aurora stomped her foot in annoyance, reacting to her family low-key, accusing her of using dark magic on me. She quickly pointed out that the Academy audits contract terms every time followers get registered, meaning anything sketchy against the Lord Wizard gets flagged instantly. She would never take a risk like that. General Derry gazed at me with a noticeably softer expression than before, and asked if I fully grasped just how unusually generous my terms actually were, compared to standard ones, so I gave it to him straight. "I'm a descendant of merit. You really ought to know what that entails." Caught completely off guard, he arched a brow as that detail about my past dropped like a low-key plot twist. Speaking as a seasoned military general, he understood all too well the brutal struggles war hero descendants faced. That pension agreement we had locked in was hands down the most restrictive, stringent contract across the entire empire. So the fact that I drafted something so chill and basic, after surviving that ordeal, definitely got his gears turning. He fell deep into thought for a long moment, before picking up his pen to scribble in a 4th rule himself. Aurora was strictly barred from leaking any of Wayne's personal business, under any circumstances whatsoever, sending an instant shiver down my spine. Clearly, he had caught on to something fishy, most likely my offhand remark about training Aurora well within my capability. To an outsider listening in, that statement heavily implied I was packing some secret heat, some hidden ace up my sleeve. I had slipped up big time, not necessarily on actual security, but simply by showing my cards a bit too early. Moving forward, I definitely needed to play it much safer. Even so, the general wasn't coming at me with threats. He was actually covering my back. Right after that, he whipped out another holy domain scroll, making his entire household, wife, 3 sons, the whole crew, sign a binding contract, pledging never to spill the secrets of my arrangement with Aurora. One by one, they pressed bleeding fingers onto the parchment, witnessed by the absolute laws of the world, before the scroll went up in literal flames and vanished into ash. That gesture low-key touched me, paving the way for me to finalize my pact with Aurora. She pricked her finger to dab her own blood onto the paper, causing the scroll to flare brightly and burn away to nothing. Just like that, our holy domain contract was officially locked in. Shortly after, the general's wife, Marola, whispered to him in private that while I seemed like a solid kid, I was still pretty green when it came to worldly matters. Nodding in agreement, the general pointed out that exact lack of corporate polish was precisely why Aurora managed to score such an insane deal. They ultimately decided to double down on their investment, planning that within 3 years, all 3 of their sons would be shipped off to follow my lead as well. The general even went so far as to announce that he and his wife would temporarily put their own training on hold to funnel elite, top-tier resources straight into the boys, making sure they wouldn't just blend in as total NPCs among my future followers. Sitting inside the hovering car as we cruised back, I finally decided to ask the little sprite for her name, standing completely at attention with a proud little puff of her chest. She piped up, "I'm Mia," looking ridiculously adorable. By tuning into our talks, she already picked up on my moniker. An introduction was also made to Nia by Aurora, and watching them vibe together was honestly low-key wholesome. Then I got down to business, inquiring with Aurora about housing options for sprites, along with the gear required for her personal training, and what her elemental affinity was. Sprites dwell in many alchemical homes, she explained to me, and light is her element. Truly one of the rarest affinities out there. Every single supply we needed could be secured over at the capital's commercial hub, down in the South District. We made our way toward the South District's commercial hub. Aurora was totally hyped about shopping, especially once I dropped the hint about buying apparel. "I'm gonna make you look so pretty," she declared. "Handsome," I corrected her with a smirk. Even though the shopping street was massive and buzzing with energy, we couldn't stroll very far before people began locking eyes on us, with Nia drawing most of the focus. Rocking a sprite on your shoulder pulls stairs like crazy, prompting Aurora to suggest a hovering car straight to the center instead of hoofing it, rather than walking the distance. The central zone was absolute eye candy, featuring a giant circular plaza ringed with endless storefronts and roads spanning 20 meters wide. It resembled an entire metropolis rather than just a retail sector. Navigating the area like a pro, Aurora dragged me straight into a 3-story clothing boutique. A sales associate welcomed us, cast a quick glance at Nia, and maintained her cool like an absolute pro. My list of requirements was laid out: formal wear, casual outfits, and sleepwear, with 20 sets of each for both guys and girls. Then I followed up by asking if sprite-sized clothes were carried here. Nia's face lit right up, exclaiming, "Nia gets clothes too? You bet she does." As the sales clerk started glowing with excitement, realizing the commission on this haul had to be massive, an entire section was dedicated to tiny, palm-sized gear designed specifically for sprites, ranging from battle armor to evening dresses, and casual fits splashed in bright, popping colors. While resting in the lounge area, I watched Aurora and Nia team up to pick out various outfits, while spotting quite a few other sprite owners around us. Shopping nearby, so sprites aren't as rare as I thought. Low-key, they're everywhere. At least not here in the imperial capital, not even close. Then I had an idea. I asked the saleswoman about shorts and short-sleeve shirts. She gave me a weird look, dead-ass judging me. In this world, short clothing is associated with farm slaves, total cringe for the locals. I quickly clarified that I wasn't talking about rough work clothes and described exactly what I meant, breaking it down step by step. Sleeves ending just above the elbow, breathable cotton fabric, and shorts reaching about 7 to 10 centimeters above the knee. With a drawstring waist, she understood, finally catching the vibe, and said they didn't have anything like that in stock, but could make them on the spot, straight up custom-made. She took me upstairs to a replication array, basically a magical clothing printer, futuristic wizardry at its finest. You design the shape using elemental energy, feed in the fabric, and the finished garment appears in minutes, totally seamless. She showed me 3 fabric options. Regular cotton, a white material, with invisible micro holes for breathability, keeping things extra airy, and a sky blue, a silkworm fabric that feels cool to the touch, absolute perfection for summer. I ordered 10 sets of each, stacking up big time. She asked if I wanted patterns. Dragons were popular. My eyes lit up, totally hyped. You can customize patterns, she demonstrated, by adding a dragon design to the prototype. And it looked amazing. I clapped. Perfect. Major W. Can I get other designs too? Of course. What would you like? Roses, tulips, tigers, and horses. She smiled, clearly thinking I was just a kid with eclectic taste, totally amused by my weird requests. And got to work. Nia loved the custom clothes and demanded fire dragon patterns, making sure she got the coolest aesthetic. Aurora wanted some too, then whispered that she hadn't realized I was into this kind of thing, low-key acting sus about my style choices. I flicked her forehead. She didn't get that. Short sleeves and shorts are just normal where I'm from, totally standard back home. Then Nia chimed in with zero filter, completely unhinged. You're just saying he wants a mate, right? The Holy Domain Mother's memories told me about that, spilling all the wild lore. Aurora's face went dark and she chased Nia around, absolutely mortified, trying to cover her mouth. These two are going to be a handful, total chaos generators. By 4 o'clock weed, moved to the real. Right in the heartbeat of the commercial district lies the zone dedicated entirely to supernatural goods. 3 massive structures were pointed out by Aurora, forming a perfect triangle: the Elf Commerce Guild, the Dragon Commerce Guild, and the Human Alchemy Guild. Magical plants are the specialty of elves, while dragons dominate minerals and ores, and humans excel in crafted goods, such as alchemical weapons and potions. Among the trio, virtually any gear a wizard or knight needs can be tracked down. We checked out the Elf Commerce Guild first, as Aurora broke it down. Since sprites were born from the elven lineage, and their sacred tree, elves treat sprites like distant family members, making them stock the most sprite-friendly products. Stepping through the entrance, we found the interior mind-blowingly massive due to space folding magic, actively at work. A gorgeous elf saleswoman greeted Nia first with genuine warmth, and when her gaze shifted over to me, I let her know I wanted a top-tier sprite house, along with anything else that would seriously benefit Nia. Guiding us straight to the premium section, she showcased 3 options via crystal ball projections with a flick of her wrist. A villa house built for 3 to 5 sprites, a manor house holding 10 to 30, and a massive castle house capable of housing up to 100, all functioning as alchemical items with folded space inside. Crossing my arms, I frowned. You're organizing these houses by capacity. How does holding more sprites automatically mean top quality? She calmly clarified that I had completely missed the point. The outer shell is just the surface. Taking the manor house as an example, it packs a folded interior space of 3,000 square kilometers, giving every single sprite their own separated home, with at least 100 meters buffering them apart. The leftover land serves as a dedicated zone for sprites to practice, cultivating plants at the maximum capacity of 30 sprites. Roughly 100 square kilometers is allotted to each occupant, plus built-in teleportation arrays comes standard with the house. Alongside energy gathering arrays and defensive protection, it essentially acts as a portable territory. That clicked and made total sense. So the displayed model is just the exterior projection, while 30 individual manor-style homes wait inside, alongside massive stretches of farmland. Curious about the upkeep, I asked how many magic crystals it burns through annually. Chỉ cần đúng một viên tinh thể cao cấp là đủ để vận hành Power One. Cô ấy đáp lại một câu ngắn gọn. Sự kinh ngạc hiện rõ trên gương mặt và tôi chẳng thể nào giấu nổi. Khoảnh khắc tiếng cười khúc khích vang lên trước khi mức giá hời ấy được nhắc đến. Anh bạn giàu có thật đấy, nhưng kiến thức vỡ lòng của anh thì kém lắm nha. Viên tinh thể này chỉ là hàng khởi đầu thôi. Và ngay sau đó, hệ thống thu năng lượng tích hợp sẽ tự động hút sạch linh khí từ môi trường tự nhiên xung quanh, giúp mọi thứ vận hành trơn tru. Nghe cũng hợp lý phết. Cảm giác như tôi đã tự đâm đầu vào trong mất rồi. Thế là option khủng nhất được tôi chốt luôn không ngần ngại. Đó là một dinh thự lâu đài đủ sức chấp cả trăm tiểu tinh linh. Phần ngoại thất cùng khâu trang trí nội thất bên trong được Nia trực tiếp tút tát theo đúng sở thích của mình. Cô bé cứ lăng xăng hớn hở bám sát chỉ nhân viên bán hàng ao, nhờ tư vấn tường tận từng ly từng tí một. Một viên ma tinh thường hàng là cái giá phải trả cho giao dịch này. Và tôi vứt thẳng tay ra quầy mà chẳng thèm chớp mắt. Căn nhà quá khổ nên không thể nhét vào nhẫn không gian, chỉ nhân viên giải thích. Đồng thời nó cũng cần chút thời gian để gắn kết với chủ nhân mới, nên họ sẽ cử người giao tận nơi ngay khi địa chỉ được cung cấp. Khu học viện Đại Pháp Sư vùng 7. Biệt thự 66 chính là địa điểm khiến ánh mắt cô ấy bỗng thoáng hiện vẻ sửng sốt. Rõ ràng là chẳng mảy may dự đoán được một tên tân sinh viên lại dám vung tay quá chán đến thế. Dù vậy cô vẫn nhanh chóng ghi chép lại đầy chuyên nghiệp. Đống đồ cần mua tiếp tục được chúng tôi hoàn thành nốt. Tại 3 đại hội quán lớn, hội quán ao chuyên chỉ các loại thảo mộc ma thuật, hội quán long tộc độc quyền khoáng sản quý hiếm, cùng hội quán luyện kim nhân loại lo toàn bộ các món đồ chế tác, như đan dược hay vũ khí. Điểm mặt gọi tên cả 3 nơi này thì món đồ siêu nhiên nào anh em cũng săn lùng được hết. Đúng 6 giờ tối, tụi tôi ghé tạm một quán rượu đẹp bù năng lượng. Ô tô ra thì quất luôn dòng cồn chính hiệu nặng đô, trong khi tôi chỉ trung thành với ly nước ép. Câu trêu chọc liền được cô nàng thốt lên rằng tôi nhìn ngoan hiền cứ như em bé sữa. Tôi quẩu nhẹ đáp trả em bé á hả? Ý chỉ là em bé 146 tháng tuổi hả cưng? Cơn cười ngạc nhiên gần chết bộc phát từ cô ấy sau câu nói đó. Trước khi một lời thốt ra khiến tôi đứng hình mất vài giây ở đoạn sau. Cô công nhận tôi là một người bản tính cực kỳ tốt bụng, rằng một kẻ sở hữu thiên phú đỉnh cao, chỉ đứng sau mỗi hoàng đế quyền uy. Vậy mà vẫn rộng lượng đầu tư tiền tấn để bồi dưỡng một người có năng lực hạng trung như mình. Thú thật là tôi chưa bao giờ nghĩ ngợi theo hướng đó cả. Và đúng lúc ấy, một câu nói quen thuộc từ kiếp trước bỗng vang vẳng trong đầu. Only when deep affection fills your heart completely do you finally stop being stingy with it. Amidst endless crystals, generosity just feels like second nature to me. A gruff voice broke into our conversation abruptly, standing nearly 2 meters tall with an absolute unit of a physique and muscles ripped straight out of an anime. A weathered stranger asked to share our table. He low-key looked like a living legend straight out of an anime. Our chat had totally reeled him in, as he explained, sharing his own backstory with us next. A 6th-level Diamond Knight was what he actually was, hauling 645 years of life on his back with only mid-tier talent. He had trained strictly at a tiny local academy, never once making it big in the capital. Over 6 full centuries, he had watched prodigy knights soar majestically through the skies on dragons, while barely scraping by, yet he stubbornly refused to settle for a knockoff 7th-level status by bonding with some weak monster. Instead, he spent 600 grueling years saving up for a round trip, teleportation passed straight to the Dragon Continent. Tomorrow, he was finally shipping out to claim a real dragon partner. His eyes lit up with pure hype as he spoke. Then he quickly apologized for letting his emotions show. 6 centuries of keeping this massive dream locked away inside. And tonight marked the very first time he had ever opened up about it. Raising my glass of juice in support, I said, "Major props for keeping that youthful fire alive inside you. Here's to chasing that dream. Cheers." Lifting her wine glass, Aurora chimed in with, "Good luck, sir." Cheers to that. The old man downed his massive cup in one clean sweep, stood tall and bowed, adding that this chance meeting was something he would cherish for the rest of his days. Without casting a single glance backward, he turned and walked right out of the dim tavern doors. Following the old man's sudden departure, Aurora called him her absolute role model. Despite having the exact same mid-tier talent as her, he climbed all the way to a 6th-level Diamond Knight. Stepping in, I corrected her perspective immediately. His grit completely overshadows most top-tier prodigies, surviving 600 years of crushing loneliness, while never once thinking about giving up. Curious, I asked Aurora about the financial cost of journeying to the Dragon Continent. She explained that Academy students get complimentary passes after 12 years, but buying one independently runs a steep 3,000 high-grade crystals round trip. That honestly felt like pocket change to me. Yet Aurora quickly checked me by pointing out that not everyone is rolling in dough. Knights don't manufacture anything, unlike wizards who can effortlessly flip alchemical gear. When a 6th-level knight from a tiny local academy has to hustle against countless, overpowered grads from the capital's academy just to secure gigs, those 600 years of grinding suddenly made painfully crystal-clear sense. Pulling back into the academy grounds, I locked in a game plan. Today had totally exposed how my perspective was still way too basic, until I officially ranked up to a 1st-level wizard. Setting foot outside campus was completely off the table. It was definitely time to ghost the outside world for a couple of years. We made our way toward the administration building, with the mission of getting Aurora registered as my official follower. The officer had us step right into a glowing detection array, designed to scan our holy domain contract. After 3 intense minutes, he stepped out, casually shaking his head at Aurora. "You seriously scored a top-tier master. Only 4 contract clauses, and every single one is completely harmless to the Lord Wizard." He was so shook that he hit me with a straight-up question, asking if General Dari had low-key blackmailed me into this. He even argued that a basic 7th-level knight should never be able to pressure a Lord Wizard Academy student, urging me to spill the tea, which honestly warmed my chest. This academy really is a bulletproof sanctuary. I reassured him that the whole contract was 100% voluntary. He went ahead and registered Aurora, synced her data straight to my badge, and handed over a brand new follower's badge. Then, as a quick vibe check apology for doubting us, he dropped some super useful alpha. The Lord Wizard Academy actually houses some high-tier, light element breathing techniques ready for the taking. Aurora's face literally lit up instantly. She had been stuck grinding basic breathing methods forever, simply because she could never find one matching her ultra-rare light affinity, so I immediately asked him the prize for the insider info. He flashed a grin, dropping one high-grade crystal as the fee for the lead. I tossed it across the desk before he could even finish his sentence. That light element breathing technique is currently with Linus, up on the 9th floor of the library, Linus being that exact same guy who hooked me up with a miracle array discs. Giving Aurora a knowing nod, I muttered I know him. I'll guide you there tomorrow. As we started strolling away, I could hear the officer chuckling to himself behind our backs. A single sentence traded for one high-grade crystal. What an absolute W as we finally reached the dormitory entrance. Beaming ear to ear, Aurora flexed. I'm legit your maid now. Giving a nod, I dropped a question about whether she was curious regarding that light element breathing technique, and Nia chimed in too, obviously fishing for more magic crystals. Tilt her head back, Aurora shot right back. Why even ask when you already promised to hook me up with it? That kind of trust genuinely felt low-key wholesome. Then my grin completely vanished as I reached my villa door, where, standing with a Sprite Castle house, was a stunning woman rocking a red dress. None other than my night class teacher. Acting as the delivery person from the Elf Guild, she demanded I unlock the door, so she could set the whole thing up inside. Hell to the no. My courtyard was currently housing 100 Sprite incubating plants. Awkwardly changing the subject, right then, I slapped a high-grade crystal into her palm as payment, grabbed the castle house, and bolted inside alongside Aurora. As the door slammed shut behind us, she must have thought I lost my mind, though Academy rules technically kept her from barging in. Aurora gave me a hard time, teasing, is she some spicy ex you're running away from? Flicked right on the forehead. She was then told by me to check out the courtyard, since this was my ultimate secret. Scanning over the 100 potted plants with a blank stare, she just shrugged and muttered, so what? My finger pointed straight at Nia next, who was happily munching on a top-grade magic crystal that I had just handed over, and Aurora's brain finally caught the drift. Wait, are those all incubating sprites? Her voice shook as she frantically did the math in her head. 100 pots multiplied by 1,000 crystals. Each equals a staggering 100,000 top-grade crystals, amounting to 10 billion low-grade crystals, or a mind-blowing 10 trillion gold coins. Brushing it off, I replied, I'm totally good on cash, so let's go set up this castle house. Striding inward, I left Aurora standing frozen, staring at my back. Suddenly she understood why I had been so chill when she first brought up the dairy family sprite, since I simply didn't need it with 100 more on the way. Gazing up toward the starry night sky, she whispered a soft prayer. Holy domains will forever thank you for your blessing. An hour later found me, freshly showered, and finally chilling in my custom shorts and t-shirt. Lounging on the couch, I chilled out, while checking out the holographic map of the Sprite Castle, featuring 10,000 square kilometers of internal space, and 100 individual castles right in the middle, each equipped with its own teleportation array that hooks up to the surrounding farmland, split evenly among 100 sprites, which low-key breaks down to 1.5 million acres per sprite. Way more than enough space for my academy years. Out from the bathroom stepped Nia and Aurora, rocking those custom shorts and t-shirts. Nia's fit sported fire dragon prints, while Aurora's white outfit featured light dragon patterns. Aurora totally admitted they felt super comfy, though she swore she'd never wear them out in public. Way too embarrassing, I teased her. They're just for home, no pressure at all. Then I pulled up the Sprite Castle map for them, showing 100 castles, each hooked to a teleportation array, connecting straight to 1.5 million acres of land. Getting super hyped, Nia begged to test her powers inside. She zipped right into the castle house and fired up the teleportation array, using the crystal I placed inside it, before materializing on a totally empty plot of land. Crossing her arms right after, she glowed red and started scattering seeds in every single direction. A warm and gentle red light swept across a 10-kilometer radius. Feeling soft and cozy, the seeds buried themselves deep into the soil naturally. I was honestly mind-blown since she literally hatched yesterday. It could already cover this insane amount of ground. Give her a little time, and she'll easily crush that full million-acre capacity. Nia then unlocked a second ability, known as an information domain. As another 10-kilometer red field expanded outward, tiny red dots started rising up from every single sprouting dragon blood ginseng seedling. The dots zipped straight back in her body, leaving her wrapped in red light for about 15 solid minutes. Right before the glow faded and she bounced back out, buzzing with absolute excitement. There was so much cultivation data to unpack. Every single red dot held info about a plant status, tracking which ones thrived, which struggled, and what each individual specimen required. Armed with all that data, she could steadily breed much stronger seeds over time, pushing those plants way past their natural limits. Aurora broke down why this mattered so much. Cultivating magical flora is crazy difficult. Even common ones like night's flowers would sometimes fail to sprout when planted by human hands. Yet Sprite completely bypassed that hurdle. Every single seedling Mia put in the dirt had already popped up successfully. That brutal grind of just getting things to grow at all was totally gone. From then on, it's just a matter of time and leveling up. Now I totally got why. Lord Wizards are the main characters of this era. Everyone else is stuck grinding away at step 1, while Sprite owners just flex right past it. And Nia's info-gathering perk isn't useless at all, honestly. It's basically the magical version of hybrid crop R&D. Better seeds equal better plants equal better resources. The agricultural revolution back in my past life proved just how crucial seed quality really is. We shot the breeze a bit more before I called it night. Nia fluttered right into her castle. Aurora retreated to the guest room, and I hit the sack. Tomorrow the serious training kicks off all over again. The following morning, I slept straight through until noon. Upon waking up, the sharp sound of air being sliced apart echoed across the courtyard. Aurora was wielding a great sword that towered over her height, drenched in sweat and clearly grinding for hours. Down inside the Sprite castle, Nia was intently analyzing her dragon blood ginseng seedlings. So I guess I'm the only lazy one here. I tossed Nia a top-tier crystal and told her to holler for more whenever she wrapped it up. Post-lunch, I wandered over to Building 177 for the Holy Domain History Lecture. I picked it strictly because it was the first one starting up. History isn't exactly my vibe. Roughly a dozen students felt the exact same way. Judging by the sparse crowd, the instructor was an old-timer radiating pure academic energy for 3 straight hours, with 0 breaks and questions saved exclusively for the final 30 minutes. He kicked things off that night with the graduation keepsake, featured in the Wizard Academy handout, focusing on that great expansion era, which I'd already skimmed back in Rose territory. Yet things took a wild turn as he dug way deeper. And out of nowhere this boring history class flipped in a low-key the sickest lesson I'd ever sat through. Here is the actual lore on world history I picked up. Back 30,000 years ago, the Holy Domain was flexing as a top-tier medium plane cluster, following the massive Great Expansion, and 3 decades of conquering endless worlds. An absolute torrent of world essence flooded right into the Holy Domain, pushing it straight up to an upper-tier plane cluster, even totally outmatching normal ones in sheer volume. Even though the quality seriously lagged behind, it honestly felt like binge eating way too fast. Totally bloated, but lacking the raw strength to lock it down. To finally stabilize itself, the world will absorb all its subsidiary planes, including the elf plane, alongside the dragon plane and others by merging them straight into its core. And that exact process is how the dragon continent, the elf continent, and the myriad races continent were born, while only the central Holy Domain continent, the original wizard homeland, stood firm before any of this went down. Everything else came into play way later. 7 formidable 8th-level rule class beings, forged in the fires of 30,000 years of war, ultimately brought complete stability to the realm, giving it the space to slowly break down all that absorbed essence. Then with every single race totally battered by millennia of brutal warfare, the world will answer their desperate prayers for healing, sparking off the grand age of development. 3 major blessings were handed out to the 3 races that pulled their weight the most: sprites for elves, companion resources for dragons, and lord wizards for humans. With eyes gleaming brightly, the teacher's voice surged with real passion. You guys better appreciate being born in this timeline. Zero bloodshed, zero chaos. Just endless resources and smooth vibes all around. While most classmates looked totally clueless, I caught on to every single word. He had clearly either survived the brutal trauma of the old era, or read enough dark history to feel its crushing weight. Just like the classic old Chinese proverb says, better to be a dog during peaceful days than a human caught in turmoil. Lord Wizard. Academy graduates aren't getting any traditional keepsake about the Great Expansion. Instead, ours will celebrate the golden age of development, capping it off with, and thus it began. That golden era of growth in the Holy Domain was far beyond a mere textbook history lesson. It actually laid out the raw reality of the world I navigate daily. During Q&A time, someone tossed out a question about the actual size of the Holy Domain. The instructor replied that there are no set boundaries here. Growth happens continuously as the realm processes and absorbs foreign world essences. You could be chilling right at the perimeter one moment, only to find yourself deep in the interior the next. A classmate wondered why it's dubbed the Myriad Races continent, prompting the teacher to break down its three distinct origins. First came populations from subsidiary planes that got pulled back into the primary realm. Next were native lineages like humans already rooted in the Holy Domain, followed by factions from conquered worlds that capitulated without a fight. Throughout that grueling 30,000-year conflict, that revelation totally blew everyone's minds. Even the next-door neighbors you grew up alongside might not even be indigenous inhabitants at all. I chose to keep my mouth shut this time around. That opening segment of the lecture already handed me everything on my radar regarding the genuine history of the cosmos. Once class wrapped up, I made a beeline straight for the library's top-tier 9th floor to catch up with Linus. He was busy giving his glowing crystal ball a fresh wipe down when I stepped inside. I let him know I needed a compatible breathing technique for a follower who happened to possess a rare light element affinity. He instantly started roasting me with a smirk. A follower sounds suspiciously like a low-key side chick. Looks like my VIP client is about to spawn a mini client soon. Before I knew it, he was trying to pitch me some sketchy, stamina-boosting concoction. Reminding him I was only 12 just made him double down. Anyway, I told him I had zero use for it, since my energy levels were already through the roof. The guy honestly possessed zero filter or shame. I noticed he was slapping a high-grade crystal price tag on tonic. That was realistically worth way less. He shamelessly confessed that price-fixing syndicates only ever establish absolute minimum floors, meaning charging a premium above that baseline is totally legit. I'm not scamming anyone here. I'm just legally stacking paper off folks who didn't even realize they could keep their cash. Utterly shameless, yet technically bulletproof in his logic. We finally pivoted back to actual business. We locked in on a light element breathing manual, costing 3 top-grade crystals for a single legitimate copy. Stepping back slowly, I couldn't ignore how sketchily cheap that was. Comprehensive systems are what night breathing techniques really are, spanning every single tier, unlike wizard meditation. We're figuring things out. On your own is technically an option. Normally, a legit high-level breathing technique should cost a fortune. Don't play me. 3 crystals for a high-tier light breathing technique? Whoever sells it has got to be out of their mind. And buying it makes me just as crazy. Linus clarified that it's incomplete, though not because it stops after just a few tiers. It actually scales all the way up to the 7th level. The catch is that reaching the 7th level demands forging a bond with a light dragon. To be specific, light dragons are basically dragon royalty straight out of the egg, possessing insane levels of pride from birth. They refuse to be tied down. Not a single knight has ever successfully contracted one. Only a tiny fraction of wizards have ever pulled it off. And even then, only through partner contracts. Never the symbiotic kind that knights require. So basically, it's a full-on technique leading straight to a dead end, right when it matters most. No wonder it was dirt cheap. Grabbing the light breathing technique for 3 crystals meant I also caved and bought that ridiculous potion from Linus for a single high-grade crystal. Don't ask me why. Let's just say I bought the thing, and letting it go to waste wasn't an option. It tasted surprisingly fine, and 10 whole months just flew by, with Aurora taking care of all daily chores and errands. Stepping outside the villa was off my radar. Classes were gone, replaced by pure, uninterrupted grinding. Aurora and Nia managed everything around the house, while I sat in my room stamping runes day in and day out. Finishing the final of the 1,200 runes for the 100 Blades array happened a week ago. Assembly day arrived today, triggering a major event deep inside my mind. Guiding all 1,200 runes downward from above, I watched them lock together, right around the pre-existing apprentice level 10 Blades array, situated in the combat half of my consciousness. As the very last piece clicked securely into position, the entire array lit up and everything shifted instantly, where the apprentice phase felt like a tiny spring. With a meager trickle, this new setup was a roaring stream, flooding my mind with continuous magical energy, and endlessly strengthening it, while low-key leveling up my spiritual energy as a total bonus. Outside in the open air, Nia and Aurora watched spellbound, as glowing golden magical particles materialized out of nowhere, and rushed straight into my physical vessel, with Aurora confirming that this epic phenomenon marked a wizard leveling up. She pointed out that only an absolute genius with top-tier elemental affinity could ever manifest such a massive, visible surge of raw energy. Nia totally chimed in to flex that she'd grown up too, after snacking on top-grade crystals for 10 solid months, leaving her massive domain expanded to a crazy 1.2 million acres. Then she started low-key flexing about herself instead of my milestone, prompting Aurora to scold her right on spot. 15 minutes later, when I finally fluttered my eyes open, I felt the insane difference immediately. My entire physical shell felt ridiculously stronger, though the real glow-up was deep inside. The legendary 100 Blades array was fully locked and loaded, with just a single fleeting thought or snap of my fingers. Everything within 100 meters would get utterly obliterated if you stacked it against my old apprentice self. The power gap was straight up absurd. I could easily crush 1,000 clones of my former self, without even breaking a sweat. Mia told me Aurora had sprinted downstairs to hit an intense training session the second she laid eyes on my breakthrough, declaring out loud that she refuses to lag behind me, which was so totally her vibe, while that light element breathing technique I had hooked her up with 10 months ago turned out to be an absolute perfect fit. She had completely restarted her entire trainee phase from scratch, using it as her foundation, and already rocketed up to the advanced trainee level, matching the insane training speed of someone with high-tier physical talent, even though her natural stats are only mid-tier. In about a month, she's totally going to evolve into a first-level Black Iron Knight, standing now as an official first-level Lord Wizard. 22 months deep into my academy journey, passing my dreaded 3-year exam was practically guaranteed. At this exact moment, I sat back down and stared at my shiny badge. 1 year and 2 months. That was the exact timeline it took for me to rank up into a first-level official Lord Wizard. My overall lifespan just skyrocketed to a full 1,000 years, marking the first genuine step toward true immortality. Pressing my spiritual energy firmly onto the badge's surface, I watched it trigger and activate fully. The Holy Domain Network is basically functioning as the ultimate fantasy internet packed with epic tools. Everything is totally run by teleportation controls out here. My own profile popped up featuring my name, along with my talent, profession, and rank. Aurora's follower info was visible to me as well, even though her stats hadn't refreshed yet, because she hadn't hit first level. A congratulatory message was sent over by the Academy. My eyes caught the prefix for myriad races, Continent Lord, and Wizard Academy, meaning other continents definitely have their own academies too. Next, I whipped out the communication token, handed to me by the Marquis, and linked it straight to my badge. A preset message immediately flashed on screen. Little Wayne, congrats on finally becoming an official wizard. Big sister is super proud of you. Moments later, a video call started ringing in. I picked up, and her full holographic projection materialized, right in my living room, armor and all. It turned out to be a spiritual energy projection. As she explained while we briefly caught up, she was totally vibing with my leveling speed, and dropped the news that she'd be heading to the capital for the next recruitment cycle in about 7 months, meaning we'd link up. Then she spotted Nia on my shoulder and asked who she was. I told her it was a present from General Dairy, a dragon blood ginseng sprite capped at the 6th level. She totally approved, and once she hung up, I let out a massive sigh of relief. Realizing the call was a spiritual energy projection had low-key put me on edge. Given my courtyard filled with 100 incubating sprite plants, was sitting right outside, even though she's been solid to me. When it comes to my secrets, less is definitely more. Later that afternoon, Aurora, Nia, and I threw a legitimate celebration dinner. Lying in bed that night, I reminded myself that the grind to immortality is a marathon, so stay humble and keep grinding. The next morning, I walked into class 3. 4 Great Races Relations, where the instructor, a young guy named Riley, did something totally unexpected. He introduced himself, sending a wave of confusion through the room, since past teachers never bothered doing that. He explained, it was because one of the students had already achieved first-level official wizard status, securing an official slot as an elite member of the Lord Wizard Academy. That gesture was his ultimate way of showing low-key respect. Murmurs and gasps instantly flooded the lecture hall. As everyone started scoping out the room, just 1 year in, I just kicked back quietly right by the window. The room got super chaotic, with people low-key stressing over who the first-level wizard actually was. Instructor Riley instantly shut down the noise by dropping a silence array. Not a single person could make even a peep. I couldn't help but notice it didn't faze me at all. Apprentice-level arrays are totally useless against a first-level wizard, and Riley caught my eye with a knowing smirk. The 3 legendary races, dragons, elves, and humans, were broken down by him, along with how their bond shifted across 3 distinct eras. Back before the massive expansion went down, they were bitter enemies constantly taking each other out. Right through the grueling 30,000-year war, they turned into battle-hardened allies fighting shoulder to shoulder. Once the war wrapped up, they became super deeply intertwined. Literal survival became impossible without one another. The concept is pretty straightforward since elves grow magical plants, while heavily relying on raw crystals and gear, while dragons mine minerals but desperately need alchemical potions. Humans bring master-level alchemy to the table, transforming raw materials into high-end goods that both sides need, forming an airtight, closed loop. The higher powers deliberately architected it this way. In the aftermath of the war, as a major payoff for the 3 races that pulled their weight, the absolute main takeaway to remember is to never cross or mess with elves or dragons. It wouldn't just be regular humans coming after your head. The whole world would hunt you down. Dragons have this survival rule coded right into their blood from day one, while elves drill it into every single kid across their academies. Humans strictly teach it only to high-level magic practitioners, though they enforce the penalty way harder. When the floor opened up for questions, Riley locked his gaze straight onto me. I stepped up and asked about the core differences between human-dragon and human-elf dynamics. He clarified that while humans form contracts with dragons, their equivalent bond with elves involves sprites. The moment a sprite's master kicks the bucket, that sprite instantly gets beamed back to the elf continent and will never partner up with anyone ever again. Sprites are actually a core extension of the elf race itself, a branch forged from the very will of the world, stemming from the elves and their sacred tree. Once class wrapped up, Riley rolled up beside me to reintroduce himself. As a senior in his 6th year, though I learned the first 3 years, all blur together as just the freshman phase. Only after crushing that grueling 3-year exam do you actually level up to a sophomore, while every subsequent year simply bumps your grade up by 1. Curiosity got the best of me, so I straight up asked why he was being so low-key friendly. With a chill vibe, Riley dropped the truth. It was because I was already a Tier 1 official wizard. In this academy right here, only certified wizards actually count as legit members. He casually dropped that my name had been riding at the very top of the campus forum since day 1, all thanks to my broken double top-tier talent. Talent really is the ultimate currency that runs this whole game. It hit me then that Riley was tied to Dean Leon somehow, given that he was Wright's older brother, or to be exact, the eldest heir of the main family bloodline. We swapped contact info through our badges real quick, and then split ways. Making my way over to the 2nd floor library, I grabbed a travel log detailing the elf continent and plowed through it from start to finish. The absolute craziest. It's focused on 2 8th-level rule entities, the elusive elf empress the writer never actually crossed paths with, and the legendary life sacred tree. anchored right dead center in the middle of the elf continent. It stands so insanely tall. You can spot it clearly from the continent's outer edge, capable of healing anything, even deep soul damage. Plus, it's a fully sentient being. A wild thought crossed my mind instantly. What if I could score some seeds from a life sacred tree? Could I cultivate one and hatch a sprite straight out of it? That would basically mean mass-producing life-healing trees on demand. Just a wild theory for now, but definitely worth keeping in mind. Shifting gears back to my main mission, I needed to pick out 2 more level 1 array diagrams to round out my wizard training. Sitting at this rank, I whittled my choices down to 3 contenders and spent a good chunk of time stressing over them. The gold nurturing array, acting as a souped-up version of my apprentice-level setup, crucial for pushing the boundaries of my mind, alongside the game-changing teleportation array, an absolute must-have for any upcoming territory down the road. Mobility remains key when you're running a massive domain. Out of the gold shield array and personal protection, since I could only pick 2, the gold nurturing array became my choice, along with the teleportation array. Expansion needs an early start, you see, given that space shortages will hit me later, making teleportation completely non-negotiable for any serious Lord Wizard's territory. Speaking of defense, offense makes the best defense, and having teleportation guarantees I can always bail out. My progression isn't about to get slowed down over a single first-level array. Over at the checkout desk, that same senior student from before looked totally shook finding me back already. Hardly a year has even passed, and you're already hitting first level. Just pure luck, I claimed as she chuckled. Truth-seeking leaves no room for luck. 200 contribution points covered the array diagrams, or alternatively 2 high-grade crystals. The travel journal only set me back 1 low-grade crystal. The catch was, every single crystal I own starts at high-grade quality. Explaining that situation wasn't really an option, so handing over 2 high-grade crystals settled the arrays. While the Marquise's bank card got swiped for the journal, bursting into laughter, she couldn't help herself, flashing high-grade crystals like they're nothing, yet whipping out a bank card for a single low-grade crystal. Ignoring the banter, I wondered what to even tell her. That my inventory literally holds 0 items. Cheaper than a high-grade crystal. That sounds way too absurd. Everything got linked straight to my badge by her, accompanied by the standard warning against sharing array diagrams. Before I walked out clutching my 3 books, dinner time brought a chance to catch Aurora and Nia up on my day. Finding out that only first-level official wizards qualify as actual academy members genuinely surprised Aurora. She readily admitted how little she knew about the inner workings tied to the Lord Wizard Academy, having grown up in the capital city, where urban life and sprites were all she understood, while academy policies remained a totally locked book to her. Then, Aurora brought up something her folks had mentioned earlier, a wish for all 3 of her brothers to roll with me. She stressed that each of them possesses top-tier physical talent. I arched an eyebrow, skeptically. Your family really knows how to breed. 3 top-tier physical talents. So what happened to you, mutation? Caught between tears and laughter, she didn't know what to do. She explained that her father possesses fire element talent, which eventually evolved into a rare variant called flame element, after he contracted a flame dragon. Her mother has what element talent? Fire element was inherited by all 3 brothers, while Aurora wound up with light element instead. This doesn't clash with her parents' elements at all, though it doesn't synergize with them either. Elemental potions can be taken by parents during pregnancy in an effort to boost a baby's talent. Yet it only works if the child actually inherits a matching element, since Aurora's was different. The investment didn't help her out. Could talent be artificially cultivated? I wanted to know. The answer turned out to be yes and no. You can boost it during pregnancy by using the right potions, but you can't control which element the child gets. If talent could be reliably manufactured like that, every lord would be pumping out armies of absolute geniuses. I asked why her brothers would choose me over other recruiters out there. Aurora replied that other options either just wanted to use their father's connections, or simply couldn't provide top-tier resources. With me, the resources are totally abundant, and my interest in the family is genuine, free of politics, so I agreed to take them in. People I can trust are needed for errands, such as purchasing supplies and gathering information. 3 loyal, top-tier talents connected to Aurora make an ideal fit. Aurora went ahead and introduced them. Andrew, age 21, Top tier, physical plus high tier fire. A third level silver knight and ninth year, student Wiggins, age 19. Top tier, physical plus mid tier fire. A second level bronze knight in his 7th year. Naruto, age 12. Top tier, physical plus mid tier fire. A first level black iron knight. In his 2nd year, I told her they could drop off those holy domain contracts whenever they were set. Yet my pad simply didn't have the square footage for them just yet. With a light chuckle, Aurora pointed out that they'd obviously stay put at the Knight Academy till graduation. They wouldn't actually be rolling with me full-time until they finally wrapped up school. The entire academy layout was broken down by her step by step, spanning 25 years total, featuring 12 years of core campus study, followed by 6 years locked into the Dragon Continent, and another 6 years tackling the Elf Continent, then capping it off with one final year back for graduation and deployment. This exact schedule applies across all 3 academies. Curious, I dropped a question about whether her older brothers finishing school ahead of me would cause any drama. Shaking her head, she said no. Lord Wizards are straight up mandated to deploy right upon graduation, since they're the ones driving the whole expansion effort. Meanwhile, Knights and Wizards, who've locked in a Lord Wizard Master, just chill and wait until their master finishes up before deploying together as a squad. So even if Andrew wraps things up years before me, he'll simply hang back and wait. I pressed Aurora further, asking if the system ever ran into issues with veteran followers, pushing around newbie Lord Wizards, or people deliberately stalling their own graduation. She assured me no, noting 25 years is totally negligible against lifespans that stretch across centuries, plus those holy domain contracts completely block any follower from ever backstabbing their lord. Once a Lord Wizard builds up serious power, anyone foolish enough to cross them is going to seriously regret it. I followed up by asking if there were any sketchy forces or hidden enemies lurking in the holy domain. Aurora replied that 0 large-scale threats exist out there, given that the Temple and Truth Tower keep everything locked down. Minor hiccups like rogue wizards, pulling stunts in isolated territories, get crushed instantly, which was absolute music to my ears. Living in a stable, well-regulated world means my cheat ability can totally pop off without some random thug trying to rob me blind. The second I flash a crystal, I told Aurora to go visit her folks back home and have her brothers haul back those holy domain contracts. Her dad could easily draft up the terms, following the exact same deal as hers with top-tier resources across the board. Then a memory from my very first day suddenly popped into my head. The Academy actually has dragon eggs up for grabs using contribution points. Checking that out was an absolute must. Tilting her head, Aurora asked why I was suddenly obsessing over dragons. I broke down how her oldest brother, Andrew, was facing a mere 3-year countdown ahead of his grueling 6-year stint on the Dragon Continent. By securing a dragon egg straight from the source, he could completely bypass that entire trip and flip those 6 years into pure, uninterrupted training mode instead. Backed by top-tier talent and insane resources, all 3 brothers could smash through to the 6th level, Diamond Knight tier, within a 30-year span. There's no way I'm building my territory from scratch without some absolute heavy hitters watching my 6. Plus, honestly, I'm low-key obsessed with getting a dragon of my own. Ever since I caught a ride on the Marquise's Ice Dragon back on Awakening Day, I've been dead set on flexing my own magnificent beast. At the mere mention of the Marquise, Aurora literally lost her cool completely. She's the Rose Marquise, one of the legendary Southern Twin Stars, and rumor has it that this Marquise, alongside someone known as the Golden Dragon Princess, represent the 2 absolute brightest geniuses to ever graduate from the Lord Wizard Academy. Over the past century, back when she earned her Marquis promotion, 20 years ago, the entire capital went wild with celebrations. Vibrant rose petals drifted endlessly across the sky, while her name lit up the city skyline in dazzling neon for a full week. Pestering me endlessly, Aurora begged to be introduced to her, so I casually told her not to sweat it, since the Marquise was rolling into the capital this September for recruitment season, giving us the perfect chance to all link up then. Aurora's eyes literally lit up like fireflies. That very evening, I curled up with a fascinating travel journal detailing the Dragon Continent, where dragons sitting at the 7th level legendary status can effortlessly shift into a human form and cultivate entire civilizations of their own. The Dragon continent is dominated by a single colossal superpower known as the Dragon Empire, alongside the Dragon Commerce Guild, which operates primarily to export raw minerals and purchase rare potions, magical flora, and all those shiny trinkets dragons love to hoard, earning the region its iconic nickname, the Treasure Continent, which pretty much speaks volumes regarding just how obscenely wealthy dragons truly are. They practically generate endless resources simply by existing in a place, leading me to lock in tomorrow's game plan. Step 1 is sitting through the Dragon Information Basics class, and Step 2 is checking my contribution points to cash them in for dragon eggs. Dragons are basically walking, breathing resource gold mines, just like sprites, provided I can actually get my hands on some eggs. My upcoming empire is totally unstoppable now. Once planning wrapped up, I grab my 2 fresh array diagrams and dove straight into studying because the grind never ends. By the next afternoon, I found myself seated in the Dragon Information Basics lecture. The lecture hall was completely packed. Every single one of the 300 seats was taken while latecomers got shut out. No shocker there, since dragons are basically a walking jackpot of power and prestige. Every aspiring wizard or knight low-key dreams of claiming one. An elderly wizard wrapped in pristine white robes stepped inside, spotted me in the crowd, and gave a respectful nod before kicking things off. 5 hours total, with 3 hours dedicated to Dragon Basics, 1 hour covering dragon-related topics, and a final hour reserved for questions, starting off with Dragon classification split neatly into 3 distinct tiers. Lower-tier beasts consist of material dragons, including iron and copper, alongside silver and gold variations. They happen to be the weakest category overall. Middle-tier specimens are known as elemental dragons, anchored by the 5 classic elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with knights requiring at least a middle tier dragon contract to officially earn the title of Holy Dragon Knight, while upper-tier dragons remain rare. Powerhouses like Ice, Space Light, and Darkness dragons, where each individual entity embodies a fundamental rule of the universe. Then you have special variants. General Derry's Flame Dragon stands as a fire element variant, possessing enough firepower to rival upper dragons. A standard copper dragon can potentially mutate into a secret copper dragon, yielding a much superior grade of secret copper, or rather than settling for regular copper. These variants easily punch way above their weight class dragon levels, directly mirror human stages with 9 total tiers, where levels 1 through 3 make up the hatchling phase, while levels 4 through 6 represent adulthood. Upon reaching level 7, a dragon completely masters its innate elemental magic and officially evolves into a legendary dragon. Level 8 indicates they have grasped deep elemental laws, best shown by the Light Rule Dragon, currently bonded to the Temple Grandmaster, an 8th level Light Rule Knight named Arthur. Meanwhile, level 9 remains completely untouched by anyone. The second segment shifted focus to valuable dragon resources, given that dragons function as living conduits of elemental energy. Their very presence, a trio of resources, gets organically spawned right away. Matching mineral veins correspond to their element type. Glowing magic crystals form, alongside enchanted flora sprouting from bodily fluids, like saliva and blood dripping down. Primary Harvest focuses heavily on the first 2. Training doesn't even require crystals for dragons at all. Ambient magical energy gets absorbed with every breath they take. Crystals simply act as a byproduct of massive energy output. During the session, I bring up 3 specific questions. Do dragons exist beyond the upper tier? First off, a negative response was given by the teacher. Each upper dragon embodies a fundamental world rule like light, earth, or darkness. Matching them is possible, though surpassing them is totally out of reach. Written records exist beyond that level. Magic crystals are questioned next regarding dragon training needs. Nope, they function basically as walking energy-gathering powerhouses. Waste products make up their crystal supply, rather than serving as fuel for them. Thirdly, what defines the Dragon Mother? She is born possessing all 5 basic elements inherently, earning her that prestigious title in return. Mastering elemental rules is her specialty, as a true 5-element dragon, making her one of the most overpowered beings alive. Immense value was delivered by this class session. Crystal clear understanding hit me right then. Walking treasure mines are what dragons essentially are, fueling a massive, low-key obsession in my mind. To secure some premium dragon eggs, through the Academy's contribution point exchange system, Nia greeted me with hyped energy upon returning to the villa. Level 2 sprite status had finally been unlocked by her. Her core abilities remained identical, though they hit way harder now. 3 million acres of dragon blood ginseng could now be handled, with that range expanding continuously as time goes on, fueled by extra crystal consumption. Such insane output is totally wild. For a creature barely hitting 1 year old. Family visit duties had kept Aurora busy earlier that day. An enthusiastic positive response was brought back. All 3 brothers planned to show up tomorrow morning, equipped with Holy Domain contracts in hand. 3 firm knocks echoed across the entrance the next morning. Aurora swung the door open to reveal them standing there. 3 absolute units making the doorway look tiny. She guided them straight up the stairs without delay. While I was deep in meditation on the living room couch, Nia occupied her miniature sofa, sipping juice quietly from a tiny cup, gazing over at the 3 towering brothers. I felt personally victimized by their sheer size yet again. Despite these guys supposedly being my peers, they made me look like an absolute stick figure. Permission was given for them to sit anywhere they fancied, so they crammed onto the couch, and low-key started bickering straight away over whose, but was taking up too much space until Aurora dropped a single word, causing all 3 giant brothers to instantly clam up like terrified quails. 3 hulking warriors completely reined in by their little sister. Absolute comedy gold when Aurora told them to produce the contracts. Each guy reached into his fancy tailored clothes and whipped out a scroll. Unrolling them made my jaw hit the floor. The pages were crammed edge to edge with dense, microscopic writing featuring an absurdly high number of clauses. It honestly looked way less like a standard follower agreement, and more like some brutal slave indenture papers. All 3 scrolls were tossed aside by me, without reading a single line further, because these are going to fly. You 3 are stepping up as my core circle. So sign the exact same paperwork Aurora used. Straightforward terms that are totally fair. Massive grins immediately lit up the brothers' faces. See, didn't I tell you Wayne would never sign off on Dad's crazy demands? They started showering me with praise, in the most painfully awkward way possible, talking right over each other. Asking Aurora for blank contract scrolls turned up nothing. She didn't possess any, and neither did the brothers. Pinched fingers rubbed my temples as I realized General Dari had genuinely expected his own sons to willingly sign that ridiculous document. There were 0 backup scrolls in the room, because he never entertained any other possibility. A high-grade crystal was tossed over to Aurora, while one of the guys was ordered to run out and buy blank scrolls. Grab extra copies, since we're definitely going to need them later. Then, breakfast prep was delegated to them while I headed off to take a bath, though I made sure Aurora caught my subtle warning look. Don't let the brothers wander down to the courtyard until those contracts are officially signed. Having them stumble upon 100 incubating sprite plants is a no-go. Andrew departed on his scroll-hunting errand while from the bathroom. Muffled sounds of the remaining 2 brothers echoed through. Aurora was being roasted by Naruto over her ridiculously bougie lifestyle. Endless elemental minerals. Dragon tooth rice. The whole shebang was dropping Naruto deep into his dramatic feels. Sis, we popped out of the exact same factory line. How could you completely ghost your twin brother like that? Their second brother immediately shut that down as total nonsense, prompting Naruto to snap right back. Even Mother's potions get brewed in separate batches. Are you seriously trying to claim? Her level 5 brews hit the exact same as her level 6 ones. I was chilling in the tub with a low-key grin plastered on my face. These dudes were absolute clowns, but they were definitely my kind of clowns. Right after those 3 magical contracts burned down to ashes, I gave Aurora the green light to spill all the tea to her brothers. The resource supply, the hidden courtyard secrets, every single detail before getting them officially registered as followers, and taking a guided tour of the Dragon Egg Exchange. Aurora broke down the sweet deal for them step by step. Unlimited training supplies, custom tailored to their fire affinity, packed with elemental or blood energy potions, plus dragon tooth rice to consume as much as your system can possibly handle, just as long as there was 0 reselling. She then dropped the bombshell about the 100 sprite plants. currently incubating right inside my courtyard, meaning in 2 years, I'd be flexing an army of 100 sprites. The three brothers locked eyes with one another, sparkling with unadulterated hype. Andrew sprang straight up to his feet and swore his absolute loyalty on the Dairy family name. The other two followed suit without skipping a beat, watching three absolute units of warriors pledge their allegiance directly to me. Instantly brought Chow to mind, rolling deep with his legendary bodyguards Dianwei and Su Chu. Except I had 3 of these heavy hitters. I laid down the law using both carrot and stick tactics. You guys are my inner circle now, so don't even think about betraying me. Stay solid, because trust me, you really don't want to find out what happens when you cross a loaded Lord Wizard. Blessed with top-tier talent, they immediately renewed their oaths, this time with way more volume. I checked in to see if any new breathing techniques were needed on their end. They shook their heads no, sticking firmly to their father's signature fire element method, which happened to be a total match. That was when the realization hit me that Aurora had never actually flexed her light breathing technique back to her father for his approval, as she put it. Not even her own dad could get her to budge on showing my assets. Without proper clearance, she was that strict. I facepalmed hard in sheer frustration. Were you seriously planning to raw dog this solo forever, dude? Just hustle home and let your pops inspect the gear. He's literally a 7th level Holy Dragon Knight, for crying out loud. Actually utilized that overpowered connection. Once the brothers were officially logged in as my followers, we made our way over to the contribution hub, heading straight for floor 12. Waiting right behind a door marked contribution point exchange was an older guy kicking back inside. Turns out he already knew my whole deal. Wayne talent, sitting just one rank below the Emperor himself. I've been low-key wondering when you'd finally show your face. Most freshies sprint over here right out of the gate, obsessing over dragon eggs and rare sprites. Yet you actually ghosted us for over a year. I cut straight to the chase without wasting time. So, how do these contribution points actually work? There are 2 main ways to grind them: finish academy quests, or cash in top-tier magic crystals. A single crystal nets you exactly 10,000 points. No other currency is accepted here. He guided us through a side entrance into a massive, echoing vault, an expansive chamber tucked right below the viewing deck. Rows upon rows of colossal eggs, each towering as high as a grown human, sat snug in individual nests, radiating every vibrant hue imaginable in the dim light. Are these seriously all dragon eggs? I asked, eyeing the room in disbelief. Only a powerhouse institution like this academy pulls the kind of heavy strings needed to stockpile this many, collaborating directly with dragon clans across multiple realms. Taking in the whole collection, I shrugged and dropped a casual remark. Is that really it? He damn near lost his mind on the spot. Is that really it? Hundreds of legendary dragon eggs, secured through backbreaking effort over centuries. And you're standing there saying that's it? I just kept moving. What's the damage per egg? 1 million contribution points flat. Doing some quick mental math in my head. 1 million points split by 10,000 per crystal. Comes out to a mere 100 top-grade crystals per egg. That is barely a tenth of what it takes to incubate just one basic sprite, considering these are basically walking resource generators spitting out minerals, rare crystals, and magic flora simply by breathing. That's practically a free steal for someone in my position anyway. Glancing back at my squad with a smug grin, I announced, I'll take the whole lot. Go ahead and process the exchange for me. Throwing me a shady glare, the old man scoffed. You think dragon eggs grow on trees, bro? Massive amounts of effort went into gathering these for the academy, so lords all over the empire could be lured in. Handing them all to just one student is totally out of the question. Flashing a cheeky grin, I replied, bet. How about starting things off with 200 eggs? Building a total beast mode Dragon Knight squad is my goal. With a flick of my wrist, I dumped 20,000 fist-sized chunks of top-tier, unattributed magic crystals right onto the floor. The old man's jaw literally hit the floor. Where on earth did you pull this many from? And why are they all completely unattributed? Ancient relics from a bygone era, you know? Rubbing my chin, right as he expected me to drop lore, I clapped back. You aren't plotting to rob me blind, are you? He practically choked on his own spit. You are seriously sleeping on the Truth Tower's security grid, and totally underestimating how badly I want to stay alive. Dropping some heavy intel right after he explained. Most of these are just lower-tier dragon specimens. Iron copper. and silver types that the Academy struggles to get its hands on. As for middle and upper tier eggs, forget it. Ambitious dragons stay planted on the dragon continent instead, just waiting around for worthy partners. He asked if I had any clue how the Marquise scored her elite. Ice Dragon, and I drew a complete blank. Turns out she bred it herself by pairing her Water Dragon with a variant, Frost Dragon, to hatch that Ice Dragon offspring. That is literally the secret to scoring top-tier dragons anywhere outside the dragon continent. He spilled. The Academy possessed precisely 36 middle and upper-tier eggs total, split between 30 middle-tier and 6 high-end ones. I called dibs on all 36, while for the lower-tier inventory, I wanted 100, but agreed to circle back for them later. Cleaning out the entire stockpile was a hard no from the old man. Other lords are going to need eggs in future years too, you know? So we struck a compromise, deducting 3,600 top-grade crystals straight from my pile. He credited those contribution points right to my badge, before levitating all 36 eggs upward to our viewing platform. Showing off the 6 elite upper-tier eggs first, he listed them: Darkness Dragon, Death Dragon, Soul Dragon, Devouring Dragon, Cursed Dragon, and Undead Dragon, comprising the entire upper-tier collection the Academy owned. Some game-changing knowledge about dragons also dropped on me, along with how wizards match up against knights. Through forging symbiotic packs, knights can smash past that 8th level ceiling, alongside their dragon partners, just like how Knight Commander Arthur hit the 8th level as Rule Knight while bringing his light dragon along. Wizards, on the flip side, rarely bother forming symbiotic bonds with dragons, viewing these majestic beasts mostly as mere resource generators. That is low-key why dragons low-key prefer knights over wizards anyway, explaining why top-tier dragon eggs remain so crazy scarce outside the dragon continent. Good thing I've got high-tier physical talent, on top of being a lord wizard. When I eventually drop by the dragon continent, my dual nature should pull in a dragon. That honestly fits my vibe. I told the old man to stash my remaining crystals away, prompting him to grumble, "Get those out of my sight. They're honestly making me depressed." I couldn't help letting out a chuckle. Is there genuinely anything better than being so rich? It totally annoys everyone else. Gazing at those 6 upper-tier eggs, pulsing with dark energy, made my twitch just a bit. Darkness Dragon, Death Dragon, Soul Dragon, Devouring Dragon, Cursed Dragon, and Undead Dragon. Their very names alone proved these weren't friendly creatures. The old man explained that they had been booted from the dragon continent, not because of their elemental traits, but due to unforgivable acts committed by their parents. The dragon clans auctioned off these eggs, simply to clear them from view. Still, he insisted they were genuinely formidable and totally worth raising. I brought up the Soul Dragon, asking, "Do knights even awaken spiritual element talent?" He laughed before replying, "Spirit dragons align best with wizards, not knights, rare but definitely real." The 30 middle tier eggs broke down into 5 each of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth element dragons, plus 5 variants. Those variants included 2 flame dragons, 2 frost dragons, and 1 swamp dragon. Such variants can easily rival upper tier dragons, warning me not to waste them. He deducted my contribution points, and finally lifted the Academy's seal, while keeping all 36 eggs under protective arrays. 3 months is all it takes for them to hatch. When I brought up storage containers out of nowhere, he just rolled his eyes before Andrew leaned over to break it down. Storage containers are intentionally withheld by the Academy. An announcement gets dropped whenever a student trades for dragon eggs, forcing them to haul the eggs right out in the open across campus. Low-key, it is basically free clout for everyone. As peers spot the eggs, they instantly realize a major Lord Wizard has stepped up and immediately start plotting to become followers. Back 3 years ago, a senior pulled this exact move and reeled in a massive wave of recruits. One final question crossed my mind. Why do premium eggs cost the exact same contribution points as basic ones? With a proud grin, the old man replied, "That right, there is a flex exclusive to the Central Academy. Nobody else has the pull to offer this kind of perk. Bearing the title of a Lord Wizard Academy member should fill you with pride." Turning away, I bowed and said, "It totally does," as we made tracks for the exit platform, with 36 massive eggs hovering all around us. Right before stepping out, I glanced back at the Dairy brothers, eyeing those dragon eggs. Their eyes were literally glowing with hype. Dropping the details, I told them, since all three of you grind your dad's fire-breathing technique, and there happen to be 2 flame dragon eggs here, you guys are a match made in heaven. Whoever hits the 4th level Gold Knight status first claims the first egg, while the runner-up secures the second one. As for the third brother, you can either settle for a standard fire dragon egg, or wait it out for the upcoming Dragon Continent run. Instantly, the trio started roasting each other back and forth, arguing over who would level up first. Classic sibling energy. Shifting my focus to Aurora, I spoke up. As for you and me, things are different. A light dragon is waiting for you, and a gold element variant is my target, so we both have to hold out until the Dragon Continent expedition rolls around. Nothing in this batch fits us well enough. Giving a nod, she thanked me. Shrugging it off, I kept us moving forward, gliding toward the teleportation corridor with 36 dragon eggs orbiting our path. I caught sight of a massive crowd of students gathering down below. Meanwhile, staring straight up at the sky, an official notice was dropped by the Academy Forum, giving huge props to Student Wayne for trading in a massive stash of 36 dragon eggs, which broke down to 6 upper tier and 30 middle tier, plus 5 rare variants, and someone even managed to snap a pic of me, gliding across the open sky with eggs floating all around. That thing went completely viral across all 3 academies in a heartbeat. So much for keeping a low profile that night, huh? A quiet dinner was being shared with Nia, amidst a chaotic pile of 36 dragon eggs, when suddenly my badge lit up because the Marquise was calling. Her call was answered, and a glowing holographic projection of her materialized right in the middle of my living room, draped in a stunning wine-red silk robe laced with rose patterns. She caught sight of the enormous egg pile and let out a loud gasp. So that crazy Academy announcement really was about you. A playful urge to tease her took over me, since seeing the usually chill Rose Marquis caught off guard was a total rarity, but man, talk about a bad move. A dangerous glint instantly flashed through her eyes. Getting a bit too brave, are we? Let's see if you've still got this much audacity. When we finally meet face to face, a cold sweat started breaking out all over me. With our meetup happening in just a few short months, full flattery mode was activated immediately, making her burst into laughter and let the matter drop. She naturally assumed my parents' inheritance funded the whole egg shopping spree. Without overthinking things for a second, a casual question slipped out. Do you happen to need any, big sister? The words rolled off my tongue effortlessly, feeling as casual as asking someone if they've grabbed lunch. She's basically viewed as my ultimate angel investor in my head, stacked against all the insane support she's thrown my way. Dragon eggs are honestly nothing special. Yet her face suddenly went totally expressionless and flat. Her projected finger reached out to gently poke my forehead, as she softly whispered, "You've got such a narrow view of me, little Wong." Right after that, she brought up the advice she gave me back then, down in Rose territory, telling me to stop hiding my true self. This current era is remarkably safe and stable, where even shady black wizards wouldn't dare target native humans. My excessive caution was something she'd already noticed, ever since the very first day we crossed paths, noting how vastly different I was from typical kids. Initial thoughts chalked it up to a unique form of raw talent, but now she realized there was a much deeper layer to it. A overly paranoid Little Wayne isn't giving cute vibes at all, and just like that, she dropped the call on me. I was left sitting there fighting back tears. Testing her was seriously the last thing on my mind. I was merely trying to share, kind of how folks in China automatically throw out, "Have you eaten yet?" whenever they cross paths with someone. She's my ride-or-die benefactor, so sharing is totally second nature. Panic-stricken, I rapidly texted her, "Big sis, are you low-key mad at me?" Following an eternity of sheer agony, a text popped back. "Not mad. Just watch your mouth and pick your timing better next time." I exhaled so hard I nearly passed out cold. Blowing my meal ticket over a dumb misunderstanding would have been an absolute tragedy. Not that I'm dependent on her cash, but freebies are honestly top tier, and that vibe never gets old. Meanwhile, over at the Dairy household general headquarters, Dairy went over Aurora's light breathing technique with a fine-tooth comb and verified it was legit. The single catch being that light dragon prerequisite, which he shrugged off as practically irrelevant given my ridiculous stacks of cash. Aurora, then slid a non-disclosure agreement across the desk for him to sign. He grumbled, "You devour my grub," and turned around to slap a gag order on me. Is this how you show gratitude to your elders? Yet he signed the paperwork anyway. Shifting his gaze to his 3 boys, he remarked, with a hint of envy, "You lucky little punks. At the very least, middle-tier dragons are basically being handed to you on a silver platter. Back when I was your age, I had literally nothing. Now hit those training ground hard, or I'll personally demonstrate what tough love really looks like." All 3 brothers were already grinning from ear to ear like absolute goofballs, completely lost in daydreams about those dragon eggs, and high-end gear waiting on standby for them. Returning to the academy, a solid month flew by. I poured every waking hour into intense training, tuning out all the background noise and gossip regarding the dragon eggs. My gold nurturing array progress climbed to 150 active runes, out of 1,300 total since ranking up to a first-level wizard. My imprinting velocity had surged by 50%. Maintaining this exact tempo, I'd be finished by December. A trio of the water dragon eggs had already broken through their shells, prompting a visit from me to the secret realm house, a portable pocket dimension picked up by Aurora just last month, where she and Nia were busy feeding the newborn blue hatchlings. Measuring barely a meter in length, each one was tiny. Water element energy was already being breathed out by them, acting like mini fire hoses while functioning as living magical entities. Ocean-like waves of ambient magic pulsed heavily all around them, right from the moment of their birth. I told Aurora to keep the hatchlings away from 100 sprite plants, incubating nearby. Protective arrays had been set up by me around them. After doing that, I headed off to class. Strolling through the academy low-key gave me a headache. Random people kept recognizing me and trying to shoot their shot at chatting. A less popular course was picked by me. Holy Domain Power Structure was on the docket this time. My goal was to figure out why the Truth Tower and Temple hold such absolute authority, powerful enough to make a contribution. Exchange officer too terrified to even steal, and enough for the Marquis to call my caution. Overkill, but the teacher himself was low-key terrifying. He was an old man draped in black wizard robes, with a nasty scar slicing from his face down past his collar, looking like he got split right down the middle once. A freezing and dangerous energy radiated off him. A strict warning was given to us that anyone making noise during his lecture would get instantly sealed with an array and lose 6 months of training. He honestly sounded like he was begging for someone to test him. The power structure was broken down by him into 3 distinct tiers. Tier 1 being the one and only Holy Domain Council. Forged back in the Great Expansion era, it used to bring together every single 7th-level powerhouse across the globe. Nowadays, it moves in silence, making it way more terrifying. 7 or 8 8th-level rule class beings sit comfortably at the top. Every single meeting they hold totally dictates the trajectory of the whole world. Tier 2 features for organizations making up the primary echelon. The Truth Tower holding governance over all wizards. The Temple ruling supreme over all knights. The Elf Empire maintaining total control of the Elf continent, along with the Dragon Empire running the Dragon continent. The 3 massive commerce guilds, Elf, Dragon, and Human Alchemy, operate merely as extensions of these 4 great powers, which is why separate listings aren't given to them. Tier 3 consists of everything else, or, as the teacher literally put it, categorized as other forces and dead in its tracks. That was pretty much it. If you missed the cut for the first echelon, you get dumped straight into other, leaving the whole class low-key gagging. Not gonna lie, I literally threw my back out from the sheer audacity of that wild classification. The old man straight up cackled at our reactions like a supervillain, fully thriving off his own prank. Your mental fortitude is honestly failing to keep up with your talent. The old man started rattling off the 7, 8th-level rule powerhouses who literally run the whole world. 2 belong to the Elf Empire. Empress Vivian alongside the Life Sacred Tree. The Dragon Empire claims another 2. The Elemental Dragon, Mother Daenerys, and Light Dragon Wanfu. Knight Commander Arthur holds down 1 spot for the temple, while the Truth Tower is co-managed by 2 water wizards, Atox and Undead Black Wizard Latin. These 7 make up the Holy Domain Council, and their sheer existence keeps the entire world running in order. Not a single soul below 8th level dares challenge this setup. During the 10-minute Q&A session, I shot my hand up real fast and hit him with 3 quick questions first. Can the current peaceful order genuinely never be broken? He answered nope, it totally can't. Not with the Holy Domain Network watching every single move. Plus the Temple and Truth Tower strictly keeping things in check. Though if you eventually hit 8th level rule yourself and match the vibe of the other 7, then you literally become the rules. Second, where does the Atlantis Empire even rank in this massive picture? It is just other. The Central Academy's answer to the truth. Tower and temple instead of the empire. Don't ever mistake academy resources for actual imperial power. Third, can anybody still grind their way up to the first echelon? Giving me a knowing smirk, the old man sent chills down my spine. He claimed that the current emperor shares that exact same ambition. If the emperor manages to unify all myriad races across the continent and achieves 8th level rule, then yes, it becomes totally possible. The biggest W for me out of all this was getting absolute confirmation that our era's order is genuinely stable and fair. The road to the top isn't gate-kept by bloodlines or rigid hierarchies because raw talent, pure effort, and sharp wisdom can carry you straight to the peak. This is genuinely a world of real opportunity. Resting by a tranquil lakeside afterward, standing out on that balcony, I figured it was high time to step up my game. As the cool evening breeze drifted across my balcony, I called up my infinite inventory with a quick swipe. Ever since hitting 1st level wizard status, I had unlocked a 3rd slot, though what to stash in it remained a total question mark. An endless lifespan was what I really craved, low-key, yet longevity isn't some physical item you can just grab and store away since it lacks any material form at all. It doesn't even have a semi-physical vibe like spiritual energy does. That's when my thoughts drifted to that black wizard instructor from earlier today who specialized in curses, necromancy, and all things death-related. They probably know more about life force than literally anybody else out there. If life force has any kind of concrete manifestation, their archives are bound to have it. I'm in zero rush since I'm sitting on a whole millennium of lifespan, but checking it out whenever the right moment pops up is definitely worth it. When it came to putting something else inside that slot, truthfully, nothing came to mind that I actually needed. Cash handles everything I could ever want. Endless crystals. And infinite spiritual power completely takes care of my training routine. Honestly, that's a pretty sweet problem to have. I shut down the inventory interface and dove right back into flipping through my dragon encyclopedia. My bookmark rested on the Soul Dragon page, known as an upper-tier spiritual entity, blessed with immense mental power from birth. The guidebook threw out a warning. Do not underestimate it, or you might completely lose your mind. A satisfied grin crossed my face as I nodded. I've already got one of those exact eggs. Once it finally hatches and grows up, it's going to be one of my absolute best power moves. 3 days later, Senior Riley pinged me about a massive get-together happening at Cloud Sea Peak, over in the capital's North District, which was basically a mixer for students across all 3 academies. That peak stands as the highest mountain in the entire capital, rising so high that its summit literally punches through the cloud cover. When the sun goes down, you get a view of a boundless ocean of fire-tinted clouds, stretching all the way to the horizon. Aurora nudged me to go check it out, and she was totally right. I had been cooped up, grinding training sessions, and seriously needed a breather. Now that I knew the global order was totally secure, keeping a low profile made zero sense anymore. I told her to make sure she brought her brothers along too. Over at the dairy household, Naruto loudly dropped the invite on everyone, only for their mother to catch wind of it and straight up smack all 3 across the back of the head. Your sister's out here trying to vibe with Wayne, and you guys want to tag along like 3 massive third wheels? Get lost. The brothers hauled ass out of the house at light speed, leaving their mom to stare at her own hand and mutter. No wonder Derry low-key loves doing that. The recoil actually feels pretty solid. Talk about those poor boys' bleeding brain cells. One smack at a time, so it was just me, Aurora, and Nia heading out that afternoon. We caught a hover car straight to the base of the mountains, greeted by a massive stone gate at Red Cloud Sea Peak, and an endless white jade staircase winding up into the clouds. Training nights were up there grinding cardio on those stairs, which honestly proves those guys are absolute gym bros on another level. We opted for the cable car instead, and right as I was grabbing tickets, A familiar voice blindsided me from behind like a heat wave. Fancy seeing you again, rude little boy. You wouldn't mind spotting your teacher a ticket, would you? I didn't even have to look back. Because only one person leaves that kind of vibe. After barely 2 meetings. That gorgeous stunner rocking the fiery red dress. My night class teacher. I spun around flashing my customer service grin. Of course not. It's an absolute honor to ride with you. She flashed that breathtaking, yet terrifyingly lethal smile of hers. I quickly diverted my eyes and bought 4 tickets. As we ambled toward the cable car, she casually dropped, "Your Honor." I sincerely doubt that. My entire body locked up for a solid second. She was clearly still holding a grudge over that night at my villa, back when I totally barred her from entering. Thank God, Aurora came in clutch. "Young master, the cable car's here. Hand over those tickets." I dove into that cabin like it was a fallout bunker. Nia, perched right on my shoulder, asked with total innocence, "Master, why are you low-key sweating?" "I'm not scared. Stop making things up." Just look at the absolute menace of a smile she's rocking. Isn't that straight up spooky? What a total waste of a pretty face. Nia tilted her head sideways. "But master, if you're totally chill, how come you froze up twice back there?" "Right on your shoulder is where I'm chilling." Before I could even dodge it, that impact hit me out of nowhere. Echoing from right behind us, a voice suddenly dropped. "Turns out your little sprite is way more honest than you could ever be. Don't you agree? Observant yet totally low-key rude little dude? Baskinging pure elegance." Sophia strolled right into the cable car alongside Aurora. Desperately trying to brush off my earlier cringe, I tried to play it cool. What if I claimed some shady dark wizard mind-controlled me into spewing those facts? Without even blinking, she clapped right back. "So you're seriously trying to scapegoat dark wizards? Right under the nose of the Holy Domain Surveillance Network?" Aurora instantly lost it, cracking up in a fit of endless laughter. Totally mortified, I buried my face in my hands. Sophia went ahead and properly dropped her credentials, identifying as a 6th-year star at the Night Academy. I casually asked if she happened to be an elf. With a completely deadpan correct, she shut it down instantly. The vibe in the room flat out died right there. And then she casually dropped a massive bomb. "You locked me out of your villa solely because of those magical plants. Hatching sprites out in your courtyard, am I right?" My pulse spiked like crazy, though I wasn't actually terrified. Knowing this era is safe, I fired back and asked how she pieced it together. Her deduction skills were completely watertight. Having been my instructor for night class, that one-on-one session made me unforgettable to her. Then she dropped off my Sprite House package, spotting all those wild plant variants right through the gate. Regular Lord Wizards definitely don't cultivate that many species. Combined with my 36 Dragon Egg trade, that flexed my absurd net worth. All the puzzle pieces just clicked into place. My awkward reaction just now totally gave away the game. I was low-key mad at myself for walking straight into her verbal trap. Still, let's be real. I'm barely 31 mentally across 2 entire lifetimes combined, and both rounds were spent as teenagers. I'm no mastermind or cunning old fox. This little mishap proved to me that my EQ seriously needs an upgrade, right alongside my wizard training. Looking her dead in the eye, I admitted, "You've definitely schooled me again." Smirking, she shot back. "What's my motive? Purpose? I literally just wanted answers on why you slammed your door in my face. Is that really not enough? Wow. All that Sherlock-level detective work for just that. Fed up with getting locked out right at the entrance. Women's minds are seriously a total mystery. The old folks were definitely spot on about that. Gazing out the rain-streaked window, I tried to tune her out completely. With a smirk, she asked if I was salty. Losing my cool entirely, I snapped back at her. "I'm taking back what I said about your face being wasted. Your vibe actually matches it." She just chuckled softly. "You've got low-key elite taste," I said, shifting gears fast. "Are you crashing this gathering too?" She threw me a weird, side-eye look. "Did nobody brief you that I'm one of the big 3 organizers?" Then she dropped the ultimate bait. "Don't you low-key want to know what this meetup is actually for?" Fighting hard to ignore her, my brain screamed at me to shut up. My traitorous mouth blurted out, "What's it for anyway?" She pounced like a cat who just cornered a helpless mouse, going, "Wait, wasn't a certain little dude just ghosting me?" She finally leaked the gathering's true objective. It was all about recruiting personal followers for herself. "What?" I yelled out, walking straight into another obvious trap. Flashing a teasing grin, she mocked, "Oh man." The little dude totally fell for it again, pushing me past my breaking point. "Sophia, you absolute menace. One of these days I'll teach you what a real proper teacher acts like. I swore to myself right then and there. From now on, whenever I spot Sophia approaching, I'm sprinting the other way. This girl can flash the sweetest smile, while completely destroying you on the inside. Back in my previous timeline, we had a phrase for people like her. She'll laugh right in your face while playing you to your grave. Lingering by the cable car exit, Sophia dropped a parting line. You're a special breed, kid. With that, she stepped out, leaving me to turn to Aurora with total seriousness. Do you think she's low-key unhinged? Aurora's system froze up for a brief second, before she burst out laughing uncontrollably. She argued that Sophia wasn't lying and I really am special. Writing that off as pure bias, I brushed it off and kept moving. We finally linked up with Riley at a massive hotel perched on Cloud Sea Peak Summit. The entire venue had been totally rented out for the event, packed shoulder to shoulder with people. Every single person, there was at least a first-level wizard, Riley noted, adding that the real madness would kick off during tonight's high-stakes evening mixer, where I was bound to be the main attraction. Rumors of my arrival had already gone viral, and students from the rival academies were swarming in just to catch a glimpse of me, like who even cops dragon eggs by the dozen. He also pointed out that once I cleaned out the exchange, that old school pastor rushed to call an emergency academy meeting to figure out how on earth to keep enough stock on hand. They even went ahead and filed a formal request up at Truth Tower for way more dragon egg allocations. When I asked if it got green-lit yet, Riley drew a complete blank. I told him I wasn't stressing over followers at all, seeing as I hadn't even cleared my 3-year exam yet. Aurora pitched the idea that we check out the trading area while waiting for sunset, right when the cloud sea would totally pop. The massive exhibition hall was absolutely packed with tiny stalls, mostly run by Lord Wizards peddling array discs. Total easy money when you can whip them up with a finger flick. Element wizards were slinging alchemical products over there, while random knights and rival wizards made up the bulk of the shoppers. Aurora grabbed my sleeve and dragged me straight toward the magical plant zone. I had only ever read about these things in textbooks, so seeing the actual specimens in person was low-key surreal. Right then, a shouting match broke out. Some angry customer was laying into a stall owner, an androgynous-looking dude, because he had the nerve to charge a high-grade crystal for a plant with totally unknown effects. The vendor's hand-scrawled sign read, Wood Element Wizard. Hybrid creations below, effects totally unknown. 1 high-grade crystal each, absolutely no haggling. Fuming, the woman stormed away. I casually strolled over to look through his inventory. Most of it was pretty basic stuff, until one weird item instantly caught my eye. A glowing ice blue rose. When I asked what it was crossbred with, he just shrugged and mumbled, Forgot, classic. No wonder people were losing their minds arguing with him. I didn't bother wasting breath arguing further. I tossed a single high-grade crystal right at him, lifted the ice blue plant gently into my palms, and walked off. The second it got close, a crisp, chilling wave of refreshing energy washed over me, making my brain feel instantly sharper and more hyper-aware. Was I just tripping? I honestly couldn't tell, but there was definitely something different about this plant. Totally worth digging into later. Back up at the observation deck, I pulled out the ice blue rose to inspect it under the open sky. As soon as I leaned in for a quick sniff, a stream of freezing energy surged right through my nose and deep into my system, snapping my focus dead center onto my own mind's eye. A faint stirring of my spiritual power low-key woke up inside me. And growing way more active, I had Aurora get a whiff of it too. With her knight's body, she just found it low-key refreshing. Then the familiar vibe clicked in her mind. It's like pacing straight through the academies. Transmission corridors, exactly like a spirit awakening flower. This icy blue rose was apparently a hybrid carrying spirit awakening flower properties, blended together with some random ice element plant. If my calculations were totally on point, this single flora could be worth way more than a single high-grade crystal. It might even swap out the main ingredient inside. Spirit awakening potions, but I couldn't be 100% sure until a wood element plant specialist checked it for flaws. Aurora totally volunteered her own mom for the gig, since she's totally chill and free anyway. I gave her a heads up that her mom would totally smack her for dropping that. Either way, the risk was literally just 1 high-grade crystal. If it works out, massive W, if not, no big deal at sunset. The cloud sea shifted into a boundless ocean of burning red. Absolutely aesthetic and stunning. though it only lasted for roughly 15 minutes. Then the evening bash kicked off. The banquet hall was massively huge, with drinks and snacks lining all the walls, and a stage dead center. I guessed at least 6,000 people were packed in, with even more still rolling up. Riley came over to introduce me to the senior students. Right up at the front of the hall, 11 folks were chilling together, all double top-tier talent holders, basically the absolute goats. From years 2 through 6 of the Lord Wizard Academy, they welcomed me super warmly, calling me the Dragon King of our class. Some music started playing, and the whole hall quieted down. Sophia walked right in rocking a killer red gown, strutting like a proud phoenix while I tracked her movement. Riley whispered, "Pretty impressive, right?" I admitted she was stunning, but added straight up, "She's also low-key dangerous," catching Riley off guard that I knew her. I spilled the tea about our one-on-one night class, making him laugh. Apparently, that was literally the only time Sophia ever taught a class. Sophia took her spot at the center of another group hanging out nearby, representing the Night Academy's elite squad. They had at least double our head count, and then a bridge made of. As the Greenwood element energy stretched down the corridor, a guy rocking a super extra outfit strolled through it, and I spotted him on sight. It turned out to be that androgynous booth runner who had hooked me up with the ice blue rose. "Is he the big cheese of Element Academy?" I asked, and Riley gave a nod. So that explains why he was so chill back at his stall. He wasn't just some struggling hustler. He was low-key just messing around. The dude was literally one of the 3 Academy chiefs running this whole gig. The androgynous guy stepped up to take his proper place, dead center of the Element Academy squad. I turned to Riley and asked who was repping our Lord Wizard Academy as leader. He replied smoothly, "We roll different here. Every single one of us 12 standing right now is a leader." Not gonna lie, hearing that hit pretty sweet. Riley headed up toward the stage as one of the trio in charge, though Sophia snagged the absolute center spot instead of him. I caught that and low-key chuckled to myself. So much for that whole "every one of us is a leader" speech. A senior by the name of Trava rolled up and put me on game about Element Academy's head honcho, a guy named Trent whose backstory was wild. He originally got in with just high-tier element talent, nothing out of the ordinary. Then he somehow engineered a hybrid plant dubbed the Yang Revival Vine, which is basically a version 100 times stronger than standard Yang Revival grass. Essentially a potency herb. Absolutely no one wants smoke with him because his signature move is painfully awkward and humiliating for everyone involved. He even secured official patents from both the plant and potion guilds, and his special vine is now the go-to standard equipment across magical beast breeding programs. Right behind me, he's rumored to be the absolute richest student across all 3 academies combined. Trava called it sheer good luck, but I wasn't buying that anymore. Once the speeches wrapped up, the actual party kicked off. A girl around my age walked right up and introduced herself as Sass, a sophomore at Lord Wizard Academy. Without missing a beat, she dropped, "I want to be your partner." Just like that, super deadpan and straight to the point. I pointed straight toward the exit and said, "The Daydream Lounge is that way out the door. Take a left." Suddenly, Trent materialized right behind me, remarking, "Looks like us rich guys deal with the exact same problems," with little groupies buzzing all around us. Clearly spooked by his presence, the girl backed off in a hurry. Suddenly, Tran's hidden cards were laid right out on the table. "You actually owe me 2 thanks, not 1, he dropped with a smirk. As the ice rose caught my eye, everything clicked instantly. That whole stall was a trap he pulled off on purpose. Low-key betting I would stumble over those forgotten hybrid ingredients. That chill vibe of his was totally calculated all along. He was low-key checking if I was vibe check material for friendship. Right then I mentally crossed out Travis's lucky guy tag for good. Some dude who can casually breed a hybrid plant with 100 times the potency. And right after I bought my dragon egg, whips up a custom ice rose design just to snag my attention. That ain't just luck. That's honestly next-level terrifying mastery over plant cultivation. His real flex isn't that embarrassing little vine at all. It's his absolute genius-level grasp of magical botany. He admitted he had already looked up my background info online, seeing I'm straight out of Rose territory, holding talent sitting just 1 step below the Emperor's own. The Rose Marquise was bound to drop major investments on me, especially since everyone in my graduating class is getting deployed directly to the southern region, where she runs the show. Tran explained, breaking down his game plan. That ice blue Spirit Awakening Rose he put together was custom-made, specifically to appeal to anyone tied down to the Rose marquees. You want to see if I'd spot the real value hidden inside, and if I was the type of person who actually pays back favors. Just a small test to see if I was worthy of his circle. He hadn't locked in anybody to follow yet and was chilling without any rush. We'll see about that, he stated, lifting his glass high. I tapped mine right against his in agreement. Fair enough. I'm vetting people too because nobody picks a lord just based on some magical aura of authority floating around them. It goes both ways, right? Right after Tran walked off, Sophia showed up, letting me know she still hadn't tracked down anyone worthy of following. The Lord Wizard she actually looked up to had already graduated by then, or simply didn't exist yet. I guessed out loud that she was aiming for the Rose Marquis, but she shook her head no. The Marquis is still caught up in her 100-year growth phase, and is always down to recruit, whereas the person she really had her eyes on was the Golden Dragon Princess, standing as the other half of the Southern Twin Stars. Sophia went on to explain that the Golden Dragon Princess is secretly a lord too, a wizard who crushed it at our academy. She rocks a Duke-level title. Technically, she should be rolling as Golden Dragon Duchess, but since she's a woman and gets paired with the Rose Marquis as the ultimate power duo of the South, folks just vibe with calling her Princess. Curious, I pressed why the Princess title instead of the Marquis. Sophia's backstory was deeply personal. Her grandpa was an elf hailing from the elf continent, who bumped into the Golden Dragon Princess while traveling around. He ended up setting up camp in her territory, and Sophia grew up listening to endless tales about her. That's her whole reason, pure childhood obsession. I couldn't help but tease her a bit. So if you popped up in Rose territory instead, you'd be standing the Marquis, right? It's honestly not about who you back. It's all about your stomping grounds. She threw a long, awkward stare right at me, then grabbed her wine glass with a smooth grin. What a petty little guy. Cheers, I totally got it. This was her slick way of clearing the air completely. From a cable car jabs to my blunt comebacks, all water under the bridge. I hoisted my juice and tapped it against her glass. So are we cool now, she asked, making me pause to think. Tran's calculated friendliness, you know. Sophia's intentional shade were both low-key tests. Just different flavors of the game, obviously. I always back up whatever I say. And catching friendly vibes is just chapter 1. She caught my drift instantly. I was throwing back to my earlier mic drop about showing her what teaching really means. She allowed a gorgeous laugh, then challenged me. I'll be waiting to see you back that up. Her eyes scanned the bustling room. I've totally hogged you for way too long. There are tons of people here tonight, dying to meet the main character of the night. Go soak up the spotlight, kid, she said as she pivoted away. And a massive crowd swarmed me right on cue. The rest of the evening was about to get super chaotic. I also pocketed some actually useful intel from her. Throughout the 100-year development phase, Lords can still pull recruits straight from the big 3 central academies once that century lapses. They're strictly stuck training their own roster. Definitely good to know for long-term grinding. Roughly 30 days after that Wild Cloud Sea Peak party, Sophia and Tran have been low-key camping out at my villa every few days. Finally reaching my breaking point today, I had to ask if they didn't have any actual training to grind. For an entire month, you guys have been popping up nonstop, and last time I checked, this place isn't your crib. Sheepish looks were instantly exchanged. They had completely blanked on the fact that while their own progression had hit a painfully slow crawl at their high level, I was still a newbie riding a massive exponential growth curve. Literally every single hour counted. Trent gracefully bailed out, dropping a quick line about swinging back after my 3-year exam. Sophia, on the other hand, tried playing the friendship card. Right to her face, I shut it down, telling her she meant 0 to me, until she was locked in with me exclusively. Grinding beats hanging out every single time, no cap. She called me totally heartless. I just replied that we were strictly casual friends for the time being, nothing extra. Without putting up a fight, she turned and left. A massive sigh of relief escaped me once they were gone. Sure, networking has its perks, but I refuse to let distractions throw me off. The mindset here is pretty basic. If you make your flower look stunning enough, the butterflies are bound to show up on their own accord. Intense training happens to be my ultimate flower. Aurora brought some great news next, sharing that her mother had verified the ice blue Spirit Awakening Rose was completely viable for use. It works like an absolute charm specifically for ice element wizards. Promptly, I told her to secure it and grab a sprite incubation. This from Linus down at the library. That meant one more awesome sprite for my growing roster. My gold nurturing array progress had officially climbed to 672 runes, out of a total 1,300, clearing the halfway mark. Carrying on at this exact pace, I'd easily wrap up stage 2 before the year wrapped up, while other incoming students were just barely scraping into first-level wizard status. I'd already be finishing up my first-level fundamentals and potentially stepping foot into elite second-level wizard territory. That sensation of consistent, self-earned progress felt genuinely addictive. Needing a quick breather from a non-stop grind 3 months later, I made my way over to building 888 to sit in on the Elf Information Basics lecture. An authentic, pure-blooded elf was running the class. You could spot her instantly by her signature pointed ears and the soft green aura shimmering around her. She made it a priority to point out that only elves carrying the purest bloodlines displayed such prominent physical traits. 2 primary classifications were used to break down elves, with elemental elves bearing one of the 5 foundational elements, or whatever you want to call their variants. Blessed with world-tier affinities like ice, wind, or raw nature, natural elves are low-key overpowered. And the pecking order is super straightforward, no cap, with the elf empress running the show right at the peak, while natural elves pull up right behind her, followed strictly by elemental elves, and then your average, everyday, ordinary elves. Every single natural elf gets officially registered straight with the empress herself the moment they are born. Should one of them actually kick the bucket, a massive full-scale investigation goes down. And get this advice. If you happen to cross paths with a natural elf, you either vibe with them as a friend or keep your distance. Just don't start any drama. Unless you're dead sure you can hit 8th level status and actually deal with the messy aftermath. My brain instantly went into overdrive with a million questions bouncing around. Like, do elementless elves even exist out there? Or could there secretly be a time element natural elf floating around? Before I could really marinate on it, though, the teacher totally moved on. It honestly blew my mind that elf social standing has zero to do with fancy bloodlines, and everything to do with whatever element they end up unlocking. It's basically a total meritocracy where the strong flex and rise up, while the weak just take an L, kind of like an epic fantasy version of promoting pure talent regardless of where you came from. Laying out the entire elf ranking ladder right in front of us, the teacher showed us. There are 9 total levels mirroring wizard tiers, starting with elf, elite, elf, elemental elf, and star elf. Then climbing to full moon elf, great sun elf, and legendary elf. Topping off with rule elf and the all-knowing elf. She made a point to highlight that natural elves are way more cracked and hit significantly harder than elemental elves chilling at the exact same level. When the floor opened for Q&A, I fired off 3 quick questions. First off, do elves have to grind through a training stage? Nope, absolutely not. Even ordinary elves casually flex first-level knight strength the second they hit adulthood, while elemental elves automatically start at first level right on awakening. Humans are the only ones stuck needing a trainee phase, simply because our mortal bodies are built much weaker. Second question. Are ultra-rare elements like time actually a thing among natural elves? Totally, they pop up across all 3 major races. Though anyone messing with the time element can barely wrap their heads around their own powers before reaching the 7th level, which is precisely why nobody famous uses it today. And third, why were sprites completely left out of the official elf hierarchy list? The teacher gave us a wholesome, beautiful answer. Sprites hold 0 official rankings, simply because they are way above the whole ranking system. Every single elf treats every little sprite like their own flesh and blood child, especially right after a sprite's bonded master meets their end, and that same lonely sprite finally finds its way back home to the elf continent. A steady stream of resources is kept flowing for the elves by it. Sprites have a way of melting even the coldest, most ruthless elf into a total softie. Across all of elf society, they're low-key the absolute most elite beings. Catching wind of the class that evening, Mia totally geeked out over it and hit me up with a question about tagging along to the elf continent someday. For sure, absolutely. Having your backup there is totally going to make things run way smoother. Chilling out on the balcony later on, my nose was buried deep in my dragon encyclopedia, with my focus locked entirely on the upper tier. and variant dragons that had already hatched by this point. My attention was instantly grabbed by the swamp dragon profile. As a water-earth hybrid, it has the insane ability to flip whole landscapes straight into murky swamplands. An old tale recounted how a lord once morphed his entire territorial border into a toxic swamp zone, acting as a heavy-duty defense, and the manual summary pretty much said it all. It all comes down to how you play your cards. Flipping over, I started checking out the Cursed Dragon, which is basically an upper-tier assassin class. Why even bother deploying an assassin face-to-face when you can wipe targets out from 1,000 miles away? This is peak meta for surviving frontier territory life, where the real threat isn't other humans at all, but rather the non-stop territorial brawls with rival races. A Cursed Dragon could seriously cut down on the bloodshed, while keeping me completely shielded from incoming enemy curses. Both the Soul Dragon and Cursed Dragon made the cut, and got locked into my personal contract shortlist. My final 2 mandatory classes were also slated to be crushed by me: Rune Fundamentals and Contract Array Fundamentals, to be wrapped up over the next couple of months. Future training sessions heavily rely on mastering the first one, while the second one breaks down the exact mechanics of contracting dragons and sprites properly, making it absolute must-know info for what lies ahead. By the time early September rolled around, months of intense emotional conditioning had already been put in by me, following that major wake-up call at Cloud C Peak, proving my emotional game was seriously lacking. A completely left-field strategy was devised by yours truly, locking eyes nose-to-nose with the Soul Dragon hatchling, while it put on a performance pretending to ambush me. For this specific drill, the Soul Dragon was an absolute vibe, living up fully to its legendary status as a certified master of psychological warfare. It picked up the skill in no time flat, to project genuinely heart-stopping pressure, lunging forward abruptly with its razor-sharp maw, wide open right inches from my face during those opening trials. I totally lost my cool back then. Months later, my combat arrays triggered automatically out of sheer reflex. Most of those crazy tricks barely fazed me anymore, even though my heart was still beating super fast. Total serenity is the ultimate goal, and hitting that mark means phase 1 my mental conditioning is finally wrapped up. The biggest glow-up? Whenever I shut my eyes now, my brain goes completely dead silent. Zero random thoughts floating around. That single perk alone totally made up for months of low-key, dragon-induced terror, until my badge suddenly flashed with a text from the marquise. 3 hours until I touched down in the capital. So get your game face on to greet your big sis, she messaged with a grin. Having been my ride-or-die benefactor in this crazy realm, I was genuinely hyped to catch up with her. Texting her right back, I immediately headed out the door. Aurora was low-key stressing over her fit the entire time we waited at the airship docking platform, constantly asking if she looked presentable enough. Assuring her she looked totally fine, I repeated it more than once. She was basically buzzing with pure excitement over getting to meet the legendary Rose Marquise face-to-face. Calling the Marquise her absolute idol, she explained that she was easily one of the most badass women of the past century. Someday I want to be a role model for other women too, she added. That genuinely touched me deep down. 2 things should never be shaded, I told her seriously: your humble roots and your wildest dreams. We don't get to pick our background, but chasing our goals is totally on us. Besides, you've got me riding shotgun to back you up. Or do you doubt my ability to make it? Giving a vigorous shake of her head, she replied. Of course not, young master, never that. You've got crazy talent and a crazy work ethic, so you're definitely destined for greatness. Gliding down from the clouds, the rose-adorned airship touched the tarmac. From the high observation deck above, I could feel the Marquise keeping tabs on us. As she scanned our positions with a sensory array, her voice drifted down from above in a murmur. Not bad at all, little Wayne. Seeing that you've already hit the 2nd stage of first-level training. By next year's exams, you'll easily finish stage 3 or perhaps even take your first steps toward becoming a 2nd-level elite wizard. That's a milestone even I never reached back at your age, she noted. As soon as the platform crowd thinned out, I fired up my flight array and levitated Aurora right up to the upper deck, stepping right into the cool presence of the Marquise. Flashy face, I flashed a massive grin. Hey, big sis. It's been forever. And the Marquise greeted me with open arms. I introduced Aurora right after. She was totally shook, barely able to string 2 words together. She confessed to the Marquis that she seriously wanted to be just like her. Giving a soft chuckle, the Marquis replied, "Don't try to be me. Be the one and only you, because you're nobody's replacement." Then she dropped, "Since you're basically Wayne's person, showing this much love is just how it goes." I totally caught on her game right there, handing Aurora some solid mentoring as a favor to me. Farming major, good vibes through my name. She laid out her upcoming agenda, recruiting knights tomorrow, and wizards the day after that. Afterwards, she'd bounce right back to Rose territory. The 100-year development period was drawing to a close, and her boarders were getting super restless. When I offered to back her up, she just laughed it off. "Don't sleep on your big sis," she teased. "Your main quest right now is just leveling up, but today, your side quest is keeping me company." The next morning, we pulled up to the Knight Academy's recruitment grounds. It was a sprawling grassland, packed with tens of thousands of assembled knights. Yet, what really grabbed my attention wasn't the troops. It was the mounts. These weren't your average horses. They rocked actual dragon heads, looking straight out of classic Chinese mythology drawings. Measuring 5 meters long with thick powerhouse legs, they had cool cloud patterns swirling around their hooves. With epic dragon manes and tails, I honestly couldn't look away. The Marquis broke it down. They're called dragon horses. Beasts snatched from a dragon-type plane, conquered way back during the Great Expansion. They come in various elemental builds, depending on their skin color. The icy blue ones are pure ice element, hitting level 6 easily, or maybe even level 7 if they get lucky, because they breed in crazy high numbers. The Academy hands them out as graduation gifts to knights. I was totally confused, figuring knights were supposed to form contracts with actual dragons. She corrected me right away. Tens of thousands of knights graduate every single year from the Central Academy alone. If every single one of them bonded with a dragon, the Dragon Empire would start an all-out revolt. The brutal reality is that only a tiny fraction actually manage to contract dragons throughout their 6 years on the dragon. Continental dragons pick their companions, just as much as the knights select them. Proving your worth is an absolute must, where you gotta bring something to the table that catches their eye. Glancing down at the sprawling masses of tens of thousands of knights below, each of whom was settling for a dragon horse instead of the real deal, low-key disappointment hit me hard. My mind had totally pictured 10,000 majestic dragons, dominating the skyline with brave knights on their backs. Catching my vibe, the Marquise read my expression instantly. Bummed out that the supernatural path isn't as epic as you thought, she asked as I gave my head a slow shake. It wasn't the path itself letting me down. I was just low-key salty I wouldn't witness 10,000 epic dragons soaring in strict formation, prompting a soft smile from her. For spectacle like that, you'd gotta head over to the Dragon Continent, or kick off another massive military campaign. Then she dropped some real talk that totally stuck with me. Never take everything you've witnessed and own for granted. For anyone ranking below top-tier talent, and honestly, even for those with just a single top-tier talent, what you possess is an absolute flex they could only dream of. Asking about lower dragons and success rates was my next move. Even a lesser dragon, the Marquis pointed out, can bankroll a family legacy for thousands of years. Only elite talents have the luxury of being picky here. The vast majority of these knights simply don't have the clout to attract a true dragon. Talking about the success rates on the Dragon Continent, it sits around 1%. Yet that tiny 1% consists entirely of future Tier 7 powerhouses in the making. An earth-shattering roar ripped right through the heavens. A colossal dragon stretching over 1,000 meters completely blocked out the sun, belonging to none other than Knight Academy Dean Memphis, a veteran Tier 7 Holy Dragon Knight who had survived and fought in the Great Expansion. Addressing the massive crowds of knights gathered below, he spoke up. "Go ahead and claim your partners. These dragon horses serve as the Academy's graduation gift to you, while acting as your ultimate test. Time to show the assembled lords what you are truly made of." Most knights effortlessly mounted their dragon horses, with the beasts putting up next to zero resistance, having already surrendered to their destiny as subdued entities. However, the Marquis made sure to let me know the real main event was the Dragon Horse Kings, standing proudly right at the center of each elemental herd, while radiating an intense, dangerous aura all around them. Out of nowhere, a striking water-blue Dragon Horse King lunged upward, letting loose a thunderous cry. flying through the thick crowd like a razor-sharp blade. All the knights scattered, leaving just one behind. A lone rider suddenly broke out of the pack, lassoing the dragon's head and holding on for dear life, matching the beast's insane velocity, stride for stride, right before leaping onto its back. Every trick in the book was used by the horse to shake her off, yet she stayed ice-cold, riding with absolute poise, and slowly bringing the giant beast to heel. They vanished together deep into the horizon. The Marquis broke it down, explaining that every single year, a dragon horse king shows up to test the graduating class. If nobody manages to break it in, all remaining kings run wild across the grassy plains as free spirits. It's basically a sacred pact between the academy and the beasts, serving as a low-key test for hidden prodigies. An hour later, absolute hype erupted in the arena. She pulled it off, flashing a brilliant turquoise streak back toward us, pulling hard on the reins. The horse stood tall on its hind legs in a dramatic flex, while she finally lifted off her heavy helmet, revealing aqua hair, fierce features, piercing blue eyes, and sweat dripping down her flushed skin. Without even thinking twice, I blurted out, "Absolute fire! Who says women can't outshine the guys?" Then it hit me. The Marquis had magically broadcasted my voice across the entire open field. Literally tens of thousands of people heard every word. Before I could even process what happened, she totally weaponized my quote as her main recruitment pitch. "You just heard young Wayne's honest review. And that's my vibe too. Who's ready to roll with Rose territory?" Every single set of eyes snapped between the Marquis up high and the victorious knight down below on the turf. As the knight rode forward, her dragon mount dropped to one knee, and she slammed a fist over her heart, declaring, "My lady, I pledge to serve you until my very last breath." Watching that scene planted a massive ambition deep inside my chest, swearing that one day I'd pull off something even more epic. The Marquis officially accepted her oath right then and there. Following that, all the remaining dragon horse kings bowed out, while lords across the entire grounds instantly kicked off their own hiring sprees. Mounted knights began swarming in waves, straight toward the central platform. Glancing down at me with a smirk, she asked, "How was that?" Complaining, I shot back, "You could have given me a heads up. What if I had blurted out something totally embarrassing?" With a proud, teasing grin, she ruffled my hair and said, "Well, you didn't, did you? Keep today's hiring tricks fresh in your mind, fam. You'll definitely need them for yourself down the road." That evening up on the airship, a customized set of shorts and a fresh tee were handed over to the Marquise by me. Slipping them on, she glanced down at her legs and shot me a brutal side-eye, convinced I was low-key trying to catch an accidental peek. Honestly, my only vibe was getting her to test some comfy drip. Once she finally caved and admitted they were cozy, she muttered under her breath about me being a total airhead who drops the watermelon just to chase sesame seeds, deciding not to overthink what that shade meant. Our chat got cut short by a rap on the door. It was Londai, the legendary knight who actually tamed the water dragon horse king. Her request was permission to swing by her hometown during the return trip to scoop up her mom. Having been raised solely by her mother, with zero father figures around, her mom worked as a seamstress, bringing in a single gold coin monthly, while Landy had spent a grueling 25 years away at the academy. With her mother turning nearly 50 now, Landy was dead set on blessing her with a peaceful retirement. Before I could filter it, out slipped, "Can one gold coin actually keep someone alive?" Sighing deeply, the Marquis delivered a swift reality check. My entire existence had been pure luxury. First supernatural parents, followed by a sweet war orphan pension, then her hefty investments, and finally the academy, meaning real life was a total blind spot for me. As she broke it down, outside the capital, regular folks typically burn through roughly 30 silver coins a month. A single gene of wheat runs about 10 copper coins, with one silver grabbing you 10 gene. Standard meats like chicken and fish are super cheap too, meaning Landy's childhood, funded by 1 gold monthly, was actually way above average for commoners. My pricing scale had totally been warped by supernatural standards, given that magical beast meat and enchanted crops at the academy cafeteria naturally cost an absolute fortune. The currency system isn't broken at all. Everyday goods are super budget-friendly, and it's only the mystical gear that breaks the bank. Plus, thanks to sprites boosting food production sky-high, most normal people live quite comfortably. as long as they aren't slacking off. 3 days later, once the Marquis had shipped back to Rose territory, I headed over to my next mandatory lecture, Contract Array Fundamentals, where the lecture hall was completely packed. Obviously, since everybody has got to figure out how to bind dragons and sprites. The instructor, a dude rocking gilded threads, got straight to work. 3 hours total, split into 2 for lecture and 1 for Q&A. The 3 main categories of contract arrays were laid out by him. Master-servant pacts take the first spot. Employment agreements come in second. And symbiotic bonds round out. Period. That's literally it. Every single contract across the globe fits into one of these 3 buckets. Each type of contract was broken down thoroughly by the teacher. Total dominance over the summoned creature's life is granted through master-servant contracts, making them hardcore. Yet super common because loyalty is basically guaranteed. Paying a price to summon extraplanar beings to do your bidding sums up. Employment contracts, which dark wizards lean on the most. Power is shared mutually between both parties in symbiotic contracts, mostly utilized when knights bond with dragons. The dragon's bloodline is absorbed by the knight, while the dragon scores faster leveling and major growth potential down the road. 3 specific types matter most for Lord Wizards: Master-Servant, Equal Partnership, and Symbiotic. All of them can be found on the library's 2nd floor. 3 questions were brought up by me during the Q&A. First, where do equal contracts even fit in? They act as a subcategory under employment agreements. You pay them to work, but status-wise, they are completely your equal. Wizards frequently roll with these when dealing with dragons, supplying growth resources in the early stages to reap the rewards of the dragons, resource output, and combat strength later. Second, do servants kick the bucket when their master bites it? Yes, unless the contract gets severed beforehand. Sprites are the ultimate exception, though, because the world's will personally cancels their binding right when a master dies and teleports them straight back to the elf continent. Seriously, sprites are basically the planet's favorites. Third, are undead summons like skeleton knights also categorized as employment contracts? Nope, those fall strictly under master-servant contracts. Had they been employment contracts, the mana cost for keeping that many summoned would be totally impossible to handle. After class, all 3 contract arrays were unlocked by me from the library. Each one features around 600 runes, roughly 1,900 total, which is low-key over a whole year of grinding. Given that I am currently deep in a critical growth phase and still have to wrap up my gold nurturing array alongside the teleportation array, the contract phase got pushed back because I can easily just purchase pre-made contract discs whenever the need arises. My personal advancement comes above everything else. Nothing can ever replace raw personal power. While unwinding that evening, I flipped further through the Dragon Encyclopedia until the Frost Dragon entry totally grabbed my attention. It is classified as a mid-tier variant wielding the snow element. The official assessment described it as naturally weak in direct combat, while warning that it acts as a total walking natural disaster. Brutal winter follows wherever it roams, instantly freezing everything in sight and wiping out all vegetation, meaning if you fail to take it down fast, it will simply outlast you through pure attrition, effectively turning the entire landscape into a lifeless frozen wasteland. That was when I remembered the Marquise actually owns a frost dragon, which is most likely her ultimate deterrent weapon. Should any outside force genuinely threaten Rose territory, she has the power to freeze everything beyond her borders into a dead ice field. Having 2 hatched frost dragons of my own right now, I made up my mind to contract them personally. A weapon boasting this much devastation cannot be trusted to anybody else's care. Once I finally establish my own territory someday, I need to be the one holding the ultimate doomsday button. Right as the 2nd school year came to a close, the gold nurturing array was finally finished by me. All 1,300 runes locked into place, and the moment it fully formed, I could physically feel my mind expanding at a noticeably faster clip than before, not with an insane burst, but through a steady, non-stop progression where every second delivered tiny gains, completely wiping out those endless waiting periods from the apprentice stage. Stage 2 of first-level wizard training is officially in the books, leaving only the teleportation array standing. Before I could say I was totally done with the entire first level, Aurora suggested throwing a get-together to celebrate with everyone. Figuring it was a solid plan, I invited Sophia, Trend, and the Dairy brothers over to my place. This marked the very first real gathering hosted at my villa, where Sophia was visibly shocked to discover that the 3 Dairy brothers were actually my loyal followers. Word had it that multiple princes had previously tried recruiting them, only to get curved completely, while Trend openly commented on my insane luck, prompting Andrew to step forward and firmly state, "We are actually the lucky ones here. Our father always taught us that true geniuses are a dime a dozen, yet finding eyes that can genuinely spot them is rare. Our young master possesses those exact eyes, which honestly felt low-key fire. It finally clicked for me. Why the wealthy heirs back in my past life always kept a squad of ride-or-die homies close. When someone hypes you up like that, you simply cannot help but vibe with it." Sophia urged me to stop holding back all my good energy. A major breakthrough paired with loyal followers equals a total W. So I completely let loose and burst into genuine laughter. Everybody immediately joined in. Then right in the middle of our after-dinner chit-chat, Andrew abruptly shot up to his feet. "Young master, I'm finally breaking through." He effortlessly vaulted over the terrace railing and leaped down into the courtyard. Before anyone could even process what was happening, his brother Wiggins yelled out after him, "You absolute beast. You literally said you still needed way more prep time." We all rushed over to the balcony railing to watch. Crackling silver-white energy surged wildly around Andrew as he swung his heavy greatsword. After 15 intense minutes, Sophia murmured softly, "He is right on the verge of breaking through." Andrew quickly pulled out a fist-sized chunk of fire element gold or glowing with a fierce crimson light. He melted it down, using the blazing battle energy in his palms, then inhaled the entire shimmering liquid through his nose in one massive, reckless breath, sending the heat flooding through his entire physique, before channeling it straight toward the life seed at his core. Sophia looked visibly panicked. Is he out of his mind, trying to level up like that? Wiggins calmly stepped in to steady our nerves, explaining this was actually their late father's signature technique. While ordinary knights normally absorb minerals slowly via their skin, General Dairy's secret method forces the potent energy directly through the respiratory system, dispersing it across every single part of the body first. It is excruciatingly painful, yet it reinforces everything, both inside and out, before the inner life seed transforms. The ultimate payoff is that the exact second the breakthrough finishes, you are instantly just as formidable as a seasoned veteran of that same tier, and sometimes even stronger. Andrew's growing life seed was bound to mutate into a rare variant, a blazing inferno element gold seed, seamlessly blending the standard might of the gold stage with the legendary flame affinity of the Dairy family bloodline. It turns out life seeds come in different tiers, as explained. Standard gold seeds are what ordinary knights get, while talented ones unlock a secret gold seed. An elemental seed is reserved for the absolute best. Something even rarer was about to be crafted by Andrew's method. A hybrid packing both fire element properties and gold stage power. Breathing a sigh of relief, I realized he wasn't just chasing clout over those promised dragon eggs. Backed by legit family technique, this was no joke. Andrew stood right on the verge of becoming a 4th-level gold knight, and the first Dairy brother to actually secure a flame dragon egg, as Wiggin broke it down. Wiggin explained that Andrew's breakthrough method grants him an edge, totally foreign to other gold knights. The game-changing ability to directly unleash flame element energy, pulling off moves similar to actual wizards. Instead of borrowing elemental energy from the outside world, he generates it straight from his transformed life seed on the inside. That secret technique is the Dairy family's ultimate flex, and it's the exact reason General Dairy managed to successfully contract his flame dragon back in the day. The dragon itself spotted the massive potential in this method to level up. Bursting past the threshold, Andrew's aura completely blew up. A blinding silver-white light shifted into brilliant gold as a fierce roar escaped his lips. Right there in my own courtyard, my very first follower hit 4th-level gold knight status. Gazing up at me from below with those hopeful puppy dog eyes, I couldn't help chuckling at the pure vibes. No hidden agendas. Just honest hype over the dragon egg, I promised him. I take this over endless scheming any day of the week. Massive congrats on hitting 4th-level gold knight, man. A deal's a deal, so get your butt up here. And let's go lock down that dragon contract right now. He practically speed ran his way upstairs. Making our way inside the secret realm house, we headed straight for the volcanic zone, where a pair of flame dragon hatchlings hung out. Feeling totally satisfied, I checked in while Andrew struggled to chill. This is an actual dragon, I muttered, pulling out 3 contract array discs, covering master-servant, equal partnership, and symbiotic bonds. Before handing him over, I double-checked with Sophia to make sure a 4th-level knight could safely vibe and bond with a 1st-level hatchling. Giving me the green light, she confirmed it was totally fine, since that usual 6th-level requirement only applies to adult dragons. Handling a baby dragon's energy was an absolute breeze for Andrew. Without missing a beat, Andrew locked in that symbiotic contract. The magic disc flared to life, engulfing both him and the flame beast in a blinding array. And just moments later, a fierce juvenile roar shook the entire chamber. Andrew stepped out, completely blazing with raw fire elemental aura, dripping with pure dominance. Sure, it was only a 1st-tier dragon power for the time being, yet his ultimate grind toward a 7th-tier holy dragon knight was now totally set in stone. His bros rushed over to hype him up, with Wiggins calling him an absolute animal for securing the bag first. Right after the contract went down, Sophia low-key slid over to ask me, "So teaming up with you literally comes with a free dragon, huh?" I told her someone packing her stats and background could probably bag a dragon all by herself. She confessed she only had about 80% confidence when dealing with adult dragons. Still, the effortless way a hatchling was locked down right here was a whole different vibe. She low-key dropped hints about wanting to roll with me. I just shrugged and said losing out wouldn't be on my end. That evening back at the majestic dairy estate, General Dairy, along with his wife, watched Andrew soaring across the starry night sky on his young dragon. The general remarked that their call was totally the right move, because the Dairy household now claimed yet another future holy dragon knight, with more on the way. Then his wife dropped a bombshell that caught even the general off guard. Once Wayne finally graduates, you know what? I'm thinking about packing up and following him to his territory too. There's literally no telling how far that kid's potential goes. Who knows? One day his domain might even turn into a massive empire, or something way crazier half a month down the road. I rolled up to my final mandatory lecture, Rune Fundamentals. Turns out this session ended up being way more clutch than I ever expected. The instructor broke the whole subject down into a trio of topics: rune evolution, rune types, and rune applications. The backstory was honestly mind-blowing back in the early days. Wizards didn't just stamp basic symbols straight into their mental sea. Instead, they had to sketch out entire natural landscapes. If you wanted to master the mountain rune, for instance, you were literally drawing an actual mountain range right inside your brain. It got the job done, but man was it slow. So what changed everything? In a word, civilization. As soon as humanity started developing a written language, some genius came up with the game-changing concept of using stripped-down glyphs to capture the essence of nature's vibes. Instead of sketching out the whole scene, clean text swooped in to replace messy drawings. And boom, modern heavenly runes finally dropped. Way speedier and infinitely more practical. These mystical symbols are cleanly split into 2 categories. Civilization runes take the crown as the first type, representing the daily drivers we use constantly, born from written language that breaks down the natural world. While origin runes stand proud as the second group, acting as raw manifestations of holy domains and the world's very will. The exact moment the teacher brought up origin runes, everything suddenly clicked in my head, making total sense. Those completely unreadable glyphs glowing inside the miracle array were none other than origin runes crafted straight by the cosmos, responding directly to the prayers of all living races. Right after that massive universal expansion, leaving them as the rarest, one-of-a-kind origin runes in existence, backed by a complete, unbroken system that has been locked in since the dawn of creation. The entire Holy Domain realm is low-key built out of one colossal set of origin runes. The power gap between these 2 variations is massive. Civilization runes get the job done, yet remain low-key incomplete. Human history simply hasn't grinded long enough to flesh out a totally comprehensive system just yet, whereas origin runes stay flawless and ancient. Shifting gears to the practical side of things, The instructor dropped knowledge on how runes power up literally everything, from supernatural alchemy and weapon enchantment to wizard level-ups, and high-tier spellcasting, even unlocking deep cosmic comprehension once you hit level 7 and up. Every single rune you manage to lock into your mind's eye instantly buffs your overall completeness as a wizard. It's a lifelong hustle with zero finish line in sight. His parting words honestly hit different and stuck with me. Every drop of daily grind is just stockpiling strength to secure your future bags. Never sleep on your prep and wait until the moment arrives, only to realize you're totally unprepared. A student piped up and asked if the old-school method of hand-drawing natural landscapes was actually more OP than modern runes, but the teacher firmly said nope. Modern runes won this meta because they are way more efficient. Those old techniques were ditched for a very good reason. As for whether anyone out there still messes with that ancient sketching style, he couldn't give a definitive answer. Not a single soul across the myriad races, continent touches it anymore, except maybe deep within the holy domain. Some forgotten continent or secluded islands, perhaps. The entire layout of my training finally clicked for me. Civilization runes served everyday growth, while origin runes stood as the ultimate mystery waiting to be unlocked. And the ultimate mystery waiting to be unlocked down the road, driving the non-stop grind to pack in as many runes as possible, because every single piece levels up your entire existence. When a mentor turned to ask for any queries, I hit him with 3. First off, if origin runes are totally OP, why aren't they taught to us? He claimed the answer was pretty obvious and honestly kind of no-brainer to ask. Origin runes are locked away as the cosmos' deepest secret, meaning the holy domain would never just leak them. The fundamental reason those basic ones inside the miracle array are public knowledge is simply because the worlds drop them out of sheer gratitude toward the 3 races. It's just like somebody's most heavily guarded diary. Nobody willingly lets outsiders take a sneak peek at it. Second, given that civilization runes stem straight from written script, could inventing a totally fresh writing system spark brand new runes? The teacher stated it was a low-key maybe, though a writing system by itself falls short, since massive populations need to adopt it widely before it can transform into true heavenly runes. Then he dropped a massive plot twist as an afterthought. The actual motive behind the holy domain fabricating Lord Wizards, sprites, and dragon resources wasn't just a token of appreciation. It actively benefits the world itself by having Lord Wizards manage and develop their territories. An organized system gets built where that invisible force of order feeds right back to the world's will to help it process all those planetary essences it swallowed up during the massive expansion phase. That revelation laid bare the brutal truth behind the age of development. My mind felt like it got zapped by a sudden bolt of lightning. So we Lord Wizards aren't just riding the gravy train. We're literally tools for the world's digestion system. Talk about a sneaky setup. Third, did conquered realms throughout the Great Expansion feature matching rune systems? Nah, distinct worlds operate on completely different supernatural foundations. And even if they did happen to have them, nobody would dare risk imprinting foreign realm runes, in case those glyphs concealed hidden traps hazardous to the holy domain. The planetary would instantly brand you a traitor, and a furious worlds wouldn't just take you out cleanly. It would make you wish you had never even woken up that day. A thought sparked by the lesson had me deep in reflection. The ancient technique of mapping out natural landscapes inside the mind sea triggered memories of visualization methods from my past life's novels, plus real-world memory palace strategies too. This led to a wild idea of leveraging that old sketching trick to make full use of the sky space above my mental realm. Right now my setup is strictly ground level. By projecting celestial objects like stars, a moon, or a sun overhead, I could low-key double my available mind. See capacity compared to peers at my tier. Attempting to visualize the moon during my commute home ended in total failure. Knowing what something looks like isn't enough. A profound inside-out understanding is required. Without a proper technique in place, even infinite spiritual juice cannot bridge that chasm. Tomorrow I am scouring the library for references. Failing that, Linus is my next stop. He's greedy, yet packed with knowledge. And if even he comes up short, I'll drop contribution points on one-on-one mentor guidance. Someone around here has got to know that old sketching trick. Sitting out on my balcony that night, gazing at the actual moon, I made another attempt to picture it mentally. 10 empty minutes later, I figured. Epiphanies are exclusive to cultivation. Novel main characters, I mused with a smirk. The Dragon Encyclopedia became my reading material instead. Tonight's feature profile, the Devouring Dragon. Classified under the upper tier Devouring element. It's essentially the dragon race's ultimate glutton and tank. Unlike the Darkness Dragon's energy annihilation approach to eating, this beast literally consumes everything and converts it into pure power, so don't sleep on it. Give enough time, and your landscape gets reduced to absolute rubble. Definitely another beast to add to my future roster. Finishing the teleportation array marked the end of my third school year. Capping off my final first-level array, a deep sense of completion washed over me. The exact moment the last rune locked into place. First-level wizard training is officially wrapped up with 3 arrays. And 3 stages checked off. Next up is second-level elite wizard. A buzz from my badge flashed the exam alert. Just 3 days left until the rookie test hits us. Aurora wanted to know if I was stressing, but I just laughed it off because if I can't ace this, then literally nobody else stand a chance. After an entire year of nonstop grinding and countless library marathons, this exam was no sweat, and I crushed it with a straight 100. 10 days went by in a flash. Before that long-awaited moment finally dropped. Deep inside the Secret Realm house, I found myself perched on a boulder smack dab in the middle of a lake island, while 100 magical flora items bathed the air in a dazzling neon glow. Every single one of them was primed and ready to pop, and over the next half hour, 100 miniature sprites materialized one by one straight out of their plants and soared right toward me, chanting master in perfect sync. They already knew my whole deal because the holy domains. Consciousness had whispered to them from the moment of birth that I was the one who cultivated and cared for them. When I asked if they retained any memories from their plant days, they replied negative, explaining that the world's mother merely briefed them about my existence. They were fully aware I potted them in a courtyard and helped them level up, quickly pulling out the master servant contract discs that I had prepped beforehand. Line up in a single file and let us bind these contracts one by one. And make sure to drop your names as we go. Kicking things off was a tiny sprite rocking a violet dress, accented with purple tulips, who boldly declared, "I am Diana," with a proud smirk. Contracting all 100 took a solid hour of nonstop work, though drawing a vial of blood in advance was the only thing that kept it from taking even longer. That brings my total sprite count to 101, which means pairing them up with my dragons will make our upcoming Dragon Continent Expedition in 9 years an absolute walk in the park. And once I finally set up my own territory, the base will be completely unbreakable. 3 days later, the Academy threw a massive ceremony inside the Grand Hall to celebrate everyone who passed the boards, drawing a crowd of over 2,000 heads, including 800 brand new official members, alongside their families and homies. The Dairy family pulled up and showed out in full force, with General Dairy and his wife low-key bickering over who got the honor of draping my first-level wizard robe over my shoulders. Meanwhile, the 3 brothers stood frozen like scared little quails. Ever since their mother figured out that smacking heads together was weirdly satisfying, getting double-teamed by her daily beatdowns had basically become their lifestyle. Leaning in close, Aurora whispered to me that they aren't fighting because they're mad. They genuinely adore you, which is the real reason they're arguing. I offered her a reassuring smile, knowing full well that I'm low-key grateful for every single thing you've done, having caught wind of other students gossiping about the ceremony tradition. She went ahead and arranged for the Dairy family to show up as my honorary family, though she'd been stressing that I might feel super awkward about it. It was actually the total opposite, and I was genuinely touched. Stepping onto the stage, Dean Leon congratulated everyone before dropping a totally unexpected announcement. Word had it that 2 distinguished graduates had been invited to speak about the future ahead. Andrew whispered loudly while clapping his massive hands, "Father, didn't you say there's only one guest speaker? Why are there 2? As General Dairy had explained to me, the ceremony's guest speakers weren't really there to paint a rosy picture at all. Instead, they were brought in to deliver a major reality check, because the Academy is way too comfortable meeting students badly need someone from the real world to shake them awake." 2 figures walked onto the stage, causing my eyes to go wide in shock, and turning out to be none other than the Rose Marquise. She had zero business being here right now, seeing as this wasn't even recruitment season. Yet she had traveled thousands of miles just for the ceremony. And based on Andrew's earlier slip about only one speaker being planned, I instantly knew the truth. She had come specifically for me. Taking the floor first, the marquise painted a stunningly beautiful picture, featuring majestic dragons soaring through endless skies, elves effortlessly displaying their natural grace, knights wielding massive swords against rival races, and lord wizards commanding everything right from the center. Every single student's face lit up with wild dreams of glory, before she stepped aside for a woman with golden hair, and striking dragon-slit pupils who stepped up and said, "I'm Elizabeth, though you probably know me better as the Golden Dragon Princess." Dropping the cold truth on everyone, the princess declared that Lord Wizards might be the main characters for the 3 great races, yet for the thousands of other races out there, we're nothing more than invaders stealing their land, where blood and fire become your constant companions, where you might be celebrating with someone 3 days ago, only to watch them drop dead right in front of you 3 days later. Backing it up with her own grim statistics, she pointed out that out of 1,023 Lord Wizards who graduated alongside her, a mere 608 actually survived to establish territories, which basically means roughly half of us sitting in this hall are going to bite the dust during the frontier. With a heavy heart, Expansion Dean Leon spoke next, his tone carrying a deep, unfiltered sorrow. As far as the Academy is concerned, you're all our kids, so please don't let tragedy claim any of you. Around me, every student looked visibly rattled, yet totally locked in, though I watched the whole spectacle play out through the sharp lens of my Chinese soul. The entire playbook had already been cracked by me. First, you bait the newbies with grand visions. Then you drop the brutal reality check. And finally, you pull right at their heartstrings. It's just the ultimate hype blueprint. And honestly, no kid could ever dodge that combo. Naturally, exposing their little strategy wasn't on my to-do list. Plus, his speech was completely unnecessary for me anyway. When you've been ripped from a mundane world with zero magic, and dropped straight into a realm overflowing with it, armed with god-tier talent and an overpowered cheat code, only an absolute clown would refuse to grind like crazy. Moments latte. Dean Leon instructed everyone to go grab their official wizard robes. Yet my feet stayed glued to the floor, since the Marquis had just snatched up a robe, and was marching straight toward where I stood. Just behind me, General Dari and his wife had been bickering back and forth over whose turn it was to dress me. But the second they caught the Marquis heading our way, the defeated general slumped his head right into his wife's shoulder. "Looks like it's an L for both of us," he sighed. A soft, radiant smile lit up the Marquis's face as she stopped before me. "Get over here, little Wayne. Big sister, what brought you all the way here?" "For you, obviously." Gently, she draped the wizard robe across my shoulders, then meticulously buttoned it all the way down to the waist. Hearing those 3 simple words, "for you," hit me like a sudden burst of warm sunlight piercing through storm clouds. Right then and there, her spot in my heart shot up to a whole new level, surpassing anything I could ever measure. Looking down at me, since I was practically as tall as her now, her voice took on a distinctly nostalgic ring. "When we first crossed paths, you were just this tiny little thing, and now, just 3 years later, you've pretty much caught up to my height. Huge congrats, little Wayne, because you are officially a registered wizard of the Truth Tower now, standing shoulder to shoulder with me. Thank you so much, big sister, for making this whole journey just for me. Just call me sister from this point on. And remember, I only came because your folks gave their lives while defending Rose territory. If not me stepping up, then who else would?" Right then, something caught my attention. A subtle hint of Sundara's fiery spirit is clearly embedded deep within the Marquise's bold personality. Countless citizens are scattered across Rose territory, skipping everyone else's ceremony completely. She refused to show up for anybody else. Exclusively for me, she made her grand entrance. Right after that, she spun a totally polished excuse regarding my parents to smooth things over. Calling her out on it wasn't my vibe, because I'm definitely not foolish enough to mess up the absolute highlight of my academy days. Calling her out on it wasn't my vibe, because I'm definitely not foolish enough to mess up the absolute highlight of my academy days. Making my way over, I offered a sincere apology to General Dari and his wife regarding the whole robe fiasco. All this way they had traveled, genuinely expecting to do the honors, when out of nowhere the Marquis swooped right in. Bowing low with total sincerity, I laid out the truth. She happens to be the very first soul who genuinely put her faith in me. Holding a special spot in my heart, she was my ultimate choice for that reason. A warm, understanding smile spread across the general's face, and he assured me everything was cool with zero hard feelings left behind. Leaning in, the Marquis asked if her sudden appearance had made me happy. Totally, was my chill reply, and when the next day rolled around, the Marquise threw her massive triennial bash for Rose territory grads inside a super fancy luxury hotel. As my personal guests, I brought the Dari family along with me, mostly as a peace offering for yesterday's awkwardness. Curiosity getting the better of him, General Dari asked about my game plan concerning my upcoming territory. Having him drop a sound barrier first was my immediate move, and then I spilled all the details. My foundation is already locked in and totally solid, featuring over 100 sprites alongside 36 dragons providing raw resources. Next up on the agenda is gathering elite followers because I'm low-key trying to build an entire knight order where every single member rides a dragon. That's going to be my ultimate core military force. Logistics forms the final phase of the operation, handling basic supplies like food and raw materials, plus scooping up some slaves to seriously boost our population numbers. Saving this step for the very end is intentional because I refuse to let anything distract my followers from grinding through their golden years of rapid growth. Once graduation hits, Andrew and Wiggins are stepping up to run this department as a temporary fix for our population settlement. Asking the Marquis for a slice of land in Rose territory is my plan. It is wide open, barely populated at all, and situated right down south where my official assignment is taking me. My rundown finished, Dari and his wife quickly exchange a knowing glance, leading Marola to step in with a sweet offer. Every single bit of the logistics workload would be handled by her, backed by her practical chops as a 6th-level wood wizard. With a confident grin, she added that both she and the general fully believed my future destiny could literally eclipse the empire itself. Utterly stunned by this half-investment, half-family arrangement, I listened as she smiled and dropped the line, "All my kids are locking in to follow you. Am I seriously supposed to just kick it here all by myself, like a total empty nester?" The general chimed in instantly, echoing, "Same goes for me, no cap. Once my post is clear, I'm pulling up too. Do you honestly think I want to be the only one left in the dust?" Before I could even process it, a wave of shock completely paralyzed me. Unbeknownst to myself, I had low-key built an entire squad of overpowered allies. With a 7th-level Holy Dragon Knight, a 6th-level wizard, and 3 elite knight sons alongside Aurora, I gladly said yes. We would lock in the Holy Domain contract right after the banquet, and iron out all the fine print later. Marola dropped some seriously invaluable advice on me. Never let your current lack of juice trick you into feeling unworthy of holding real authority. Your absolute baseline is a 7th-level true spirit wizard. So start acting like the main character and keep this in mind. Rules exist because order is literally their middle name. Inside any serious force, only one person can hold the steering wheel. Being too soft during peacetime turns totally lethal when war breaks out. An old Chinese proverb suddenly echoed deep within my mind. When you're marching in the army, fathers and sons don't exist. She urged me to pick up leadership pointers from General Dari, seeing as he had steered the Imperial Knight Order for decades, and brought a wealth of priceless wisdom to the banquet. The Marquis proudly introduced me to everyone as the head of the Rose territory among the current roster of students, practically branding me her little bro right in front of the entire crowd. While she didn't force anyone to follow my lead, her heavy endorsement carried massive weight. Most folks in the room were already leaning toward my side purely due to my raw talent, and her words simply sealed the deal. Standing high up on the stage, the Golden Dragon Princess playfully roasted the Marquis for going totally extra over a kid like me. The Marquis defended me by describing me as a rare catch, possessing a certain unique vibe she couldn't even put into words, rolling her striking dragon eyes in disbelief. The princess scoffed that she'd rather test me out herself. Just then, drama ambushed me as Sass, that girl from Cloud Sea Peak, showed up uninvited and demanded I accept her feelings. She proudly flexed that her father was the Black Mountain Count, a 3rd-level lord wizard holding down the Western Territories, as if that flex was supposed to blow my mind. Fed up, I shot back. "I already turned you down, and my vibe check on you is abysmal. Catching feelings and confessing should be a wholesome vibe. But your approach is just straight up cringe. When she aggressively asked what gave me the right to reject her, I casually pointed right at General Derry. That right there is the commander of the Imperial Knight Order, a certified 7th level Holy Dragon Knight. Those 3 guys right there are my boys, my ride-or-die followers. Each one possesses top-tier talent, which made her face totally ghost-white. Unfiltered truth was dropped right then and there by me. 3 whole generations are required for a genuine noble family to properly cultivate real character and actual grace. Total new money energy with 0 manners is totally screaming from your vibe. 0 class and an absolute lack of basic respect define you. Public spectacles like this are never made by real nobles to humiliate themselves. My rejection wasn't strictly about her toxic attitude, as I quickly added. Romance was simply not on my radar at this point in time. Hustling with training comes first. Amidst the cheering crowd on stage, she stormed off looking totally pressed. A low-key whisper was passed to the Marquis by the Golden Dragon Princess. Pure logic and 0 emotional impulse, right there. Your kids have got some serious game. Then Aurora asked me out of the blue, "So you genuinely have 0 plans for dating?" A casual shrug was my reply. Who can really say for sure? Supernatural power is undeniably a whole vibe. Yet if someone way more captivating rolls around, saying no would be impossible. Like who? I hesitated for a second. The Marquise was almost pointed at by my finger, but the fear of getting smacked stopped me dead. Instead, the Golden Dragon Princess became my sudden target. Every single pair of eyes followed my pointing finger just like that. Staring at me in absolute awe were the Derry brothers. Giving me a solid thumbs up, Andrew shouted out, "Young master, you are operating on another level." Totally fearless. My Golden Dragon Princess comment needed clearing up, so I explained it was pure hypotheticals. The main point was that a ridiculously cinematic fairy tale romance will be the only thing capable of distracting. My grind from training, like a literal dream, come true. Naruto instantly jumped into flex about his own first encounter with a beauty, but Aurora quickly shut him down. "You're just being outright creepy right now. That isn't even close to what young master meant." A question regarding my realistic preferences was thrown my way by Aurora. Answering with a counter-question, I asked, "What is the exact formula to become a general's wife?" Instinctively, all heads turned straight toward Marola. A warm smile was flashed at General Dari by her, radiating an energy that made her look like she was literally glowing. You lock it down with him back when he is still a total nobody soldier, before a scarred guy, sporting mechanical limbs, suddenly stomped over, dragging Sass in tow to aggressively challenge that exact answer. What if he remains a nobody forever? Marola didn't even flinch. Wrapping her arms tightly around her husband, she declared, "Then being a soldier's wife is my forever reality. Whether he'll end up a general is totally up in the air. Nobody knows for sure. That fancy general title is nothing more than a minor accessory anyway. He is the husband I picked out for myself." With a sudden shift, the scar guy locked his eyes right onto me. Before any words could escape his mouth, the Marquis materialized right behind us. "You haven't changed a bit. Always finding someone else to blame for your own mess." Putting the pieces together, it clicked this was the other. Double top-tier talent. Hailing from Rose territory, whom the Marquis had totally shut out of investments. Bitter and wired with clunky mechanical prosthetic limbs. He clearly had been through pure hell. Bursting with rage, he spat out, "Why shouldn't I be salty with the exact same talent? You backed him instead of giving me a shot? Had you just helped me out, this whole crippled state could have been avoided." Maintaining a freezing expression, the Marquis replied, "My refusal to invest in you came down to your toxic character. The second your unique talent finally unlocked, you completely ghosted your own family. You started looking down on all your peers, making fun of the friends you grew up with, and whenever drama hit, you instantly dumped the blame onto others. Would any sane person ever invest in someone like that?" Sneering back, he rattled off a list of excuses. His family was utterly useless to him. His peers were too low tier, and his old buddies couldn't keep up with his pace. Cutting him off short, the Marquis hit him with a savage reality check. "Would you dare sign a binding holy domain contract, swearing on your life that you genuinely back an exact clone of yourself?" He stood there completely speechless. Turning on his heel to storm off, General Dari's voice froze him dead in his tracks. "What makes you think you can just walk away after disrespecting my wife?" Unleashing a heavy 7th level aura wave, the general forced the guy straight to his knees. Grinning broadly, Dari said, "I'm not dumb enough to risk executing a registered lord and wizard, but giving you a brutal beatdown and public humiliation is 100% legal. Glancing over at Marola, he added, "Honey, I'm gonna go hang this guy up by the East Gate real quick. Be right back." He blinked out of sight, leaving Marola to shout at his vanishing form. "Don't forget to strip those fancy wizard robes off him first." Got it echoed a distant voice from afar. Stepping away from the noisy crowd, the Marquis led us up to the hotel rooftop. She confirmed that the scarred intruder was indeed the other. Double top-tier prodigy from Rose territory. The very same person she had blacklisted from funding, and his daughter Sass had simply been carrying out his dirty work. He assumed I'd jump at a high-key aristocrat's funding like he did. My personal standards simply threw him off guard. The Marquis clearly broke down her line of reasoning. His actual character had nothing to do with her investment. The moment he gained any talent, his birth family was instantly ghosted, acting like everyone else was beneath him, while constantly pointing fingers whenever things went south, backing a toxic individual like that is basically inviting drama. Genuine appreciation would quickly morph into bitterness, leaving him with cybernetic limbs, as totally self-inflicted baggage, coasting smoothly through the academy by riding on high society coattails, instead of actually putting in work. A brutal frontier skirmish left him severely battered, and he only scraped by because his financial backer refused to let her capital completely go to waste. She used his cautionary tale as another solid lesson meant for me. I assured her I'd been grinding nonstop for 3 straight years, so constant warnings were totally unnecessary. She just flashed a smile and mentioned how glad she was that I actually grasped the deeper vibe, instead of brushing it off as mere entertainment. A formal introduction was then made for the Golden Dragon Princess Christine Stewart, who stands as the founder of the Golden Dragon Duchy. Without missing a beat, Christine immediately claimed me as her little brother too. The Marquis immediately protested, asking if she was trying to swipe him, but Christine simply laughed it off. "What's yours is totally mine anyway." Leaning forward with her striking dragon pupil, gaze locked directly onto mine, Christine asked if I wanted to marry her. That kind of intense pressure might have totally fried me a year ago. Yet following months of holding eye contact with an actual soul dragon, I just kept my cool and replied, "Would you actually say yes?" "Not bad, good guts," was her remark before dropping a totally random question. "Would you ever love a clueless kid?" Before my brain could even process it, the Marquise jumped in and cut her off. Pouting slightly, Christine let the matter drop. That weird inquiry kept looping in my head for days afterward. Every single day, she'd message me with that exact same riddle. Not a single clue crossed my mind regarding its meaning, and the Marquise refused to spill the beans, so I approached her directly, asking for land plots inside Rose territory to house my upcoming followers, and by residential populations. She completely shut down any talk of renting, saying I'm your actual sister, so drop the formal act, and just hit me up whenever you're ready, so I can curate a solid list of options for you. 3 days later, Marola finally showed up to step into her role working for me. Stepping outside personally, I went to greet her right at the main entrance. She was genuinely shook, seeing an upcoming lord waiting at the front door to welcome his subordinate. I casually let her know that both she and the general had totally left a major mark on me. Props to basic etiquette. When I caught Aurora's footsteps practically bouncing, with pure joy behind me, a grin crept onto my face. Low-key, basic social grace genuinely works anywhere. Upstairs, the official Holy Domain contract was signed by us. Marola scanned through the terms and slowly shook her head. Not because they were too strict, but because they were wildly generous. I broke down my entire mindset, noting that the only rule that actually counts is stopping followers from hurting my people. Other than that, I'm fully betting I'll always be the biggest powerhouse in the room. Plus, since my ultimate vibe is hitting 7th level immortality, all those petty little contractual fine prints become totally irrelevant on that kind of timeline. She stared at me intently for a long beat before giving a slow nod. It totally makes sense now why your contracts pull in so many loyalists. This level of trust is seriously rare. And low-key magnetic, I nodded back and laid out my logic behind a contract to Marola once more. Sure, better structured contracts are out there in the wild, but this specific one gets the job done because when followers see how crazy fair it is next to everything else, they'll literally be down to die for me. Aurora suddenly brought up a valid worry. What if I disappear into seclusion for too long, and my kids fail to keep my followers in line? I totally laughed that off, figuring that as long as I'm breathing, Not a single soul would dare step out of line, and if I actually kick the bucket, well, that's actually a massive win for my descendants anyway. The strong never take orders from the weak. Plus, let's be real. Eternal life is basically just a waiting game for me. If fate has other plans, then whatever, once I'm dead and gone. Why on earth would I care what happens? I told Aurora straight up. Why can't she just root for my success? Instead of automatically assuming I'm going to flatline, and honestly, even if my bloodline crashes and burns after, soaking up a life of absolute luxury, so what? Just ask any random person if they'd swap lives for 3 years of royalty, knowing they'd bite the dust right after. They'd definitely say yes in a heartbeat. Everyone secretly wants to peak at least once in life, even if it's just for a brief second. Both Marola and Aurora fell completely silent after that speech. I could easily tell they had asked themselves that exact same thing and landed on the exact same conclusion. The contract was finally signed. Marola flicked out a tiny bead of blood, and I mirrored her action. Flames flickered brightly as the Holy Domain contract officially sparked into reality. Rising smoothly from her seat, she gave me a respectful bow, while pledging to place herself under my protection from then on. Keeping my cool, I accepted the offer and motioned for her to take a seat. With serious matters to tackle, I flicked my wrist and dropped 300 top-tier, unattributed magic crystals right onto the wooden table. Marola looked taken aback for a second, but quickly regained her cool. Ever since the whole dragon egg fiasco went down, she had already figured out that I was low-key loaded. I let her know straight up that these crystals were meant to be operational funds. The mission directive was clear by salt wheat flour meat, alongside basic survival essentials for everyday folks. This was going to be a long-haul operation, running at least until my graduation day. When she asked about relocating regular people, I just shook my head. Our manpower was still too low, so that plan had to be shelved. Marola then pitched the idea of scouting out low and mid-tier academy grads, instead of chasing elite students from the prestige programs, since going that route would be major overkill. She was talking about tapping into the vast majority of the supernatural world, individuals with limited career paths who would jump at the chance to flex for someone holding my kind of potential. They already possessed actual combat skills, meaning zero scratch training was required, and I mulled it over. Mid-tier talents easily outnumbered the absolute top dogs by a factor of 6 to 10 times. And that conservative estimate came straight from my own observations, considering the 3 major academies vacuumed up the Empire's finest minds. It followed that lesser-known talent holders were infinitely more abundant out in the wild. Maroya proceeded to lay out her master plan, mass recruiting them, binding their loyalty with contracts, wiping records clean, and dispatching them across the territories to secure resources and manpower, given that everything we were purchasing seemed completely worthless to high-level powerhouses. There was virtually zero risk of raising any suspicion. Gradually, we could filter out the underperformers and elevate the MVPs into my inner circle, leaving me thoroughly impressed. No tweaks were necessary as I told her I would handle the cash flow. She would run operations, and monthly progress reports would be expected. Bottom line is all I care about is results. She gave a firm nod, and I could sense she truly valued the mutual trust. Though honestly, in a brutal reality where raw strength ruled supreme, I knew precisely what mattered and what was a total waste of time. Stretching out on my balcony rocking chair as dusk settled in, I flipped open the Dragon Encyclopedia once more. Race. Dragon, upper dragon, undead dragon element, undead. The description read, hailed as a true, blessed prodigy of the dark plane, living magical energy flows freely through every dragon, while the immense mana reserves of an undead beast make it an absolute beast at dominating swarm tactics. Death isn't the finish line, so the morning right after breakfast, I stepped out of the villa and made my way to the library to grab my Tier 2 array schematic with all the celebrations wrapped up and my grand plans locked in motion. It was high time to hustle and grind on my own progress. Flying through the open air, I started crunching the numbers. Man, I've got a ton on my plate right now. The Miracle Array, 3 separate contract arrays, and now this brand new second-tier diagram. Every single one of them requires rune imprinting. Honestly, time is not on my side here. I picked up the Academy's special gift, the Tier 2000 Blade Array Blueprint, and strolled out feeling low-key salty about it. First-tier diagrams only required runes in the thousands, but this second-tier monster jumped straight to 5 digits. Precisely 11,111 intricate runes to carve, moving at my current pace of about 150 runes a month. That adds up to over 6 years just to finally break into Tier 2 sure. Your speed definitely scales up once you hit Tier 2. But that doesn't do me any good right now. Shaking off those gloomy vibes, I sped up toward the teleportation portal for my next destination. Roughly half an hour later, I found myself sitting inside the contribution exchange hall, sitting right across from old man Pastor. He flashed me that classic look of being half annoyed, half amused. "Why are you glaring at me like that?" I asked out loud. "Did that big-mouthed guy leak anything to you?" Playing dumb, I threw the pressure right back at him. "You're the one secretly hoarding all the good stuff without a peep to anyone. What's even the point of keeping rare treasures if they just sit there collecting dust? They aren't going to magically multiply on their own." He went dead silent with a serious poker face. So I dropped another truth bomb. Senior Riley already filled me in on everything anyway. Plus, I'm literally the only one who can actually redeem these items. Pastor rolled his eyes hard and muttered, "You got me there," before launching into a rant about Dean Leon having a mouth as loose as his belt, which made me accidentally blurt out asking how he knew about the Dean's belt situation, and his reply: "If he didn't roll with a loose belt, low-key, would his bloodline have blown up this massive?" A chuckle bubbled up inside me, though I kept it on lock. Getting the trade done required me to nudge him along. That same fond yet low-key press glare was shot my way, while he questioned if my stash of top-tier magic crystals was sufficient. Dropping the "if" was my immediate advice to him, since I'm totally good for it. Muttering under his breath, he motioned for me to follow inside, complaining that anyone else would have been yeeted out by now. Stepping into the dragon egg storage vault. An insane amount of eggs caught my eye compared to last time, and Pastor broke it down. Ever since the academy reported back to the Tower of Truth previously, a grand total of 1,000 dragon eggs got allocated, pulled straight from leftover warehouse inventory elsewhere, that hardly ever got claimed. Yet he made sure to emphasize this was literally everything the tower could spare without totally messing up their workflow. Pushing him on that point made him start sweating it a bit. Giving him flack for holding back the full truth felt right. "You aren't really straight up, old-timer. You just aged out and running low on straight facts." His cheeks flushed bright crimson, as he demanded to know if Riley had spilled that to me too. "My bad, Senior Riley. That's my last time dropping your name, I swear." Steering our focus back to business, out of that grand total of 1,000 eggs, 700 turned out to be lower-tier or lower-tier variant dragon eggs. Mid-tier made up the remaining 300, alongside a mix of mid-tier variants and upper tiers. "All 300 are mine," I declared, knowing full well I couldn't keep hoarding them forever. "You're always speedrunning to grab all the best loot for yourself." The final bill came out to a hefty 30,000 top-grade magic crystals, quietly shifting those crystals over from my infinite column right into my spatial ring started now, while keeping him distracted with casual small talk. Keeping a massive stack of crystals in the ring is a no-go for me, since the infinite column is completely invisible and stays glued to my person. There's zero rush. The ring operates differently though, despite being bloodbound, so only my energy unlocks it, avoiding any risk of some fancy alchemical gadget sniffing out. The massive fortune stashed inside is ideal. Plumping down those 30,000 crystals right in front of him did the trick, pulling out a glowing crystal orb. He tapped it once and sucked every single crystal inside in a flash. One tap against thin air by him triggered a massive magic array to unfold, sending 300 colorful dragon eggs floating upward toward the elevated stone platform. One glance at them made me frown. "Are you low-key trying to scam me here?" Every single one of these looked like dark alignment dragon eggs. A stern glare was shot my way by Pastor, warning me to watch my mouth. Humanity's true allies are actually dragons, you know. Their dark appearance is purely superficial, while their core remains untainted. No one refers to it as a dark alignment anymore, either. These days, people just call it being righteous in a dark sort of way. You'd better not run around spreading the wrong narrative. Rubbing my temples, I sighed deeply at Pastor's absolute nonsense. Taking a brief pause, I finally managed to say, "You're seriously just an old guy with zero honesty left in you." A proud chuckle escaped him. "Kid, you're still 100 years too early to outsmart me on this. Running scams was my specialty long before you were even born. Honestly, being conned like this didn't feel like a loss to me at all." Dark alignment dragon eggs aren't actually any weaker in power. It's just that people heavily prefer the light alignment ones. Besides, magic crystals mean virtually nothing to me when compared to things I can actually put to use. As those massive eggs drifted closer, I questioned why the Academy favored tiny sprites over mighty dragons. After all, 30,000 top-tier crystals can only buy you roughly 30 sprites. That makes it a wild 10-to-1 quantity difference. Pastor. Shaking his head, he first dropped a comment about how filthy rich I am, then broke down why, unless you're a knight, a sprite is undeniably the better deal every single time. Resources are produced by both dragons and sprites, but dragons consume way more resources during their intensive growth phase. Right from birth, sprites begin generating returns instantly, whereas dragons don't start until they reach adulthood. Plus, operating as a public institution, unhatched dragon eggs just sit there passively doing absolutely nothing, while sprites pump out resources straight away, with zero effort involved. That explains why the Academy trades exclusively for sprites, instead of housing dragons. Hearing that, it totally clicked. Clearly, not everyone has an endless supply of crystals like me. Looking at the exact breakdown of the 300 eggs, 250 turned out to be basic elemental types, splitting evenly into 50 each for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The final 50 remaining consisted of 36 variant types, along with 14 upper-tier dragon eggs. He told me to reference my dragon encyclopedia for specifics. Nodding in satisfaction, I muttered, "Not bad at all. With this stash, I can assemble a whole elite Dragon Knight order." "You're way too ambitious," Pastor remarked, before adding, "I'm honestly getting curiouser and curiouser about the legend you're going to pull off post-graduation." Deducting the required contribution points straight from my badge, he handed over all 300 eggs without missing a beat. He then started escorting me toward the exit, but I stayed put. With a visible hint of annoyance, he asked if I was still hanging around, and I just flashed a cheeky grin. "There's one more errand I've got to run. I'm looking to cash in my voucher for a private, one-on-one instructor session." His annoyed expression instantly melted into a warm, welcoming smile. Chuckle dropping a low-key, "Little Wayne, how about yours truly?" I shook my head while laughing. "Maybe, but first you gotta hear my conditions, starting with rule number 1. The designated instructor has got to be totally fluent in the natural imprint method. And second, they need to help me figure out how to speed up rune imprinting." Pastor's vibe turned dead serious right then. Leaning forward, he threw out a warning against pulling any dumb, rash stunts. Sure, rune imprinting crawls like molasses, but that's only because the Lord Wizard path is ridiculously powerful. The standard heaven and earth rune method only became the meta because it's super efficient, where the natural method demands that you replicate an entire sprawling mountain. A single basic rune does the exact same job. There are no shortcuts on the path to truth, kid. Quickly waving my hands to dismiss his lecture, I told him he had it all wrong. I want to learn the natural imprint method strictly to test out a theory, not because I'm switching up my core cultivation. The speed issue is just because I laid eyes on my second tier diagram today, and the timeline looks brutally long. He visibly relaxed at that. That's totally normal, since everyone feels completely overwhelmed the first time they look at a second tier diagram. Leaping straight from thousands to tens of thousands of runes is a massive jump. He fell silent, deep in thought for about 10 minutes, before snapping his fingers with an "Aha, got it." There's an elite instructor over at the Elemental Wizard Academy, situated on the Holy Domain continent. She's a powerhouse 7th tier, true spirit wizard and a rare nature specialist, who actually practices the natural imprint meditation method. She's a match made in heaven for you. Flabbergasted, I blurted out my surprise that our academy possessed that kind of global reach. Pastor puffed his chest out with total smugness. All institutions under the banner of the Tower of Truth hold equal standing, meaning as long as you've got the crystals to pay, anybody will show up to teach. I urged him to set it up immediately, adding that spirit crystals were the least of my worries, though my curiosity spiked right back up. My rune fundamentals instructor explicitly claimed this method only exists out on remote, forgotten islands. So how on earth is there a 7th tier practitioner out there? Giving me a side eye, Pastor scoffed that remote islands still house living people, asking if I honestly thought they couldn't spawn a genius. Backing down in a hurry, I raised my hands and said I didn't mean it like that. Please don't twist my words or put things in my mouth. He let out a hearty chuckle. Relax, kid. That's easy for him to say since he's practically untouchable up there. Whereas I'm just a low-key small fry who can't afford to piss off a single soul. Alright, I totally pivoted the conversation right there. How come every single elite tier egg is rocking a dark alignment? Without skipping a beat, his response left me completely speechless. Who wouldn't want those gorgeous, glowing light alignment dragon eggs? Would you actually hand yours over if they were sitting in your inventory? My mouth dropped open before snapping shut. Hard to argue with that logic. Honestly, I wouldn't do it either, no cap.